The Gift Nobody Wants. Copyright 1993 by Dr. Paul Brand and Philip Yancey. Foreword by C. Everett Koop. Whenever I let my mind wander, I wonder who I would like to be if I had not been born C. Everett Koop, and the person who comes to mind most frequently is Paul Brand. I had known fragments of his life story for years. I had heard him speak on several occasions and was fascinated by his direct approach and gentle manner. Then after I joined the Public Health Service as Surgeon General in 1981, I found that in a sense he worked for me. Paul Brand was then directing part of the research for the oldest leprosy facility in the United States, the Gillis H. Long Hansen's Disease Center in Carville, Louisiana. There I came in close contact with him, watched him at work in the laboratory, witnessed his interaction with patients, and noted the strong and sincere mentoring relationship that developed between Paul Brand and his students, young and old, able and disabled. During my watch, he justified the enormous expenditure on research in leprosy, a disease that affects few in the United States, by demonstrating the applicability of that research to patients with diabetes, which affects 25 million. What a joy to see Paul Brand in action. Humble when he could have been proud, kind above and beyond the need of the moment, gentle to what might seem an unnecessary degree, and finally, competent with a capital C. Shortly after I assumed my post as Surgeon General, my wife Betty had a joint replaced in her right hand with a marvelous Teflon substitute. The surgery was excellent, but because of lack of attention to the non-glamorous but very essential bits of post-operative care, she ended up with a seriously disabled hand. She grieved for the loss of her hand for a short time, but since then she has managed well with a functional hand that can flex, although she cannot extend her fingers. Paul Brand is as good a hand surgeon as there is in the world, so I took Betty to a public health service meeting in Phoenix, Arizona, where I knew Paul would be on the program. I asked whether he would see her in consultation, which he willingly and immediately did. In watching his interaction with my wife and her hand, everything I'd heard and known about Paul Brand came into exquisite focus. His humility was evident from the start. His gentleness was unbelievable. His kindness in the assessment of her condition and in the advice he gave her was enough to make up for the bad news he had to deliver. And of course his competence undergirded it all. I used to teach medical students, when you examine an abdomen, watch the patient's face, not his belly. What impressed me most was that Paul Brand, knowing what might hurt, kept his eyes trained on Betty's face. He apologized immediately if he hurt her. He never downplayed her discomfort, but imparted a kind of philosophy about pain that put it in a different realm. I recount that story as a fitting introduction to this book because this book, while it conveys the story of a fascinating life, is mainly about one man's growing understanding of pain, its purpose, origins, and relief. As a surgeon and a scholar, investigator, and a philosopher gifted with rare insight, Paul Brand has lived and worked among the pain-afflicted. His extraordinary experiences have a strong thematic unity which allows him to present a rather startling perspective on pain. But before you think that that might mean dull reading, there are wonderful helps in this book for each one of us because Paul Brand opens a window onto new ways of looking at pain, and that translates into something of worth for you and me. Paul Brand offers an opportunity to look at pain not as your enemy but as your friend. I know a lot about pain. I've dealt with it all of my professional life. Yet I gained a more profound understanding of it from this book. Were I a victim of chronic pain, I would probably call the knowledge gained a godsend. I once gave Paul Brand the Surgeon General's medallion, the highest honor a Surgeon General can bestow on a civilian. After finishing this book, I would do it again if I could. My esteem for Paul Brand is greater than ever. Part 1. My Path into Medicine. Chapter 1. Nightmares of Painlessness. He jests at scars who never felt a wound. Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet. Tanya was a 4-year-old patient with dark flashing eyes, curly hair, and an impish smile. I examined her at the National Leprosy Hospital in Carville, Louisiana, where her mother had brought her for a diagnosis. A cloud of tension hung in the air between the little girl and her mother, but I noticed that Tanya seemed eerily unafraid. She sat on the edge of a padded table and watched impassively as I began to remove blood-soiled bandages from her feet. Testing her swollen left ankle, I found that the foot rotated freely, the sign of a fully dislocated ankle. I winced at the unnatural movement, but Tanya did not. I resumed unwrapping the bandages. "Are you sure you want these sores healed, young lady?" I said, trying to lighten the atmosphere in the room. "You might have to start wearing shoes again." Tanya laughed, and I thought it was odd that she did not flinch or whimper as I removed the dressings next to her skin. She looked around the room with an expression of faint boredom. When I unwrapped the last bandage, I found grossly infected ulcers on the soles of both feet. Ever so gently I probed the wounds, glancing at Tanya's face for some reaction. She showed none. The probe pushed easily through soft necrotic tissue, and I could even see the white gleam of bare bone. Still no reaction from Tanya. As I puzzled over the girl's injuries, her mother told me Tanya's story. She seemed fine as an infant, a little high-spirited maybe, but perfectly normal. I'll never forget the first time I realized she had a serious problem. She was 17 or 18 months old. Usually I kept her in the same room with me, but that day I left her alone in her playpen while I began to answer the phone. She stayed quiet, so I decided to start dinner. For a change, she was playing happily by herself. I could hear her laughing and cooing. I smiled to myself, wondering what new mischief she had gotten into. A few minutes later, I went into Tanya's room and found her sitting on the floor of the playpen, finger-painting red swirls on the white plastic sheet. I didn't grasp the situation at first, but when I got closer, I screamed. It was horrible. The tip of her finger was mangled and bleeding, and it was her own blood she was using to make those designs on the sheets. I yelled, "Tanya, what happened?" She grinned at me, and I saw streaks of blood on her teeth. She had bitten off the tip of her finger and was playing in the blood. Over the next few months, Tanya's mother told me, she and her husband tried in vain to convince their daughter that fingers must not be bitten. The toddler laughed at spankings and other physical threats, and seemed immune to all punishment. To get her way, she merely had to lift her finger to her teeth and pretend to bite, and her parents capitulated at once. The parents' horror turned to despair, as wounds mysteriously appeared on one of Tanya's fingers after another. Tanya's mother recounted this story in a flat, unemotional tone, as if she had resigned herself to the perverse plight of rearing a child with no instincts of self-preservation. To complicate matters, she was now a single mother. After a year of trying to cope with Tanya, her husband had deserted the family. "If you insist on keeping Tanya at home, then I quit," he had announced. "We've begotten a monster." Tanya certainly didn't look like a monster. Apart from the sores on her feet and her shortened fingers, she looked like a healthy 4-year-old child. I asked about the foot injuries. "They started as soon as she learned to walk," the mother replied. "She'd step on a nail or a thumbtack and not bother to pull it out. Now I check her feet at the end of every day, and often I discover a new wound or open sore. If she twists an ankle, she doesn't limp, so she twists it again and again. An orthopedic specialist told me she's permanently damaged the joint. If we wrap her feet for protection, sometimes in a fit of anger she'll tear off the bandages. She once ripped off a plaster cast with her bare fingers." Tanya's mother had come to me on the orthopedist's recommendation. "I've heard your leprosy patients have foot problems like this," she said. "Does my daughter have leprosy? Can you heal her hands and feet?" She wore the helpless, plaintive expression I have often seen on the parents of young patients, the expression that tugs at a doctor's heart. I sat down and gently tried to explain Tanya's condition. Alas, I could offer little hope or comfort. I would do further tests, but it seemed apparent that Tanya suffered from a rare genetic defect known informally as congenital indifference to pain. She was healthy in every respect but one. She did not feel pain. Nerves in her hands and feet transmitted messages about changes in pressure and temperature. She felt a kind of tingling when she burned herself or bit a finger, but these carried no hint of unpleasantness. Tanya lacked any mental construct of pain. She rather enjoyed the tingling sensations, especially when they provoked such dramatic reactions in others. "We can get these wounds healed," I said, "but Tanya has no built-in warning system to defend her from further injury. Nothing will improve until she understands the problem and consciously begins to protect herself." 7 years later, I received a telephone call from Tanya's mother in St. Louis. Tanya, now 11, was living a pathetic existence in an institution. She had lost both legs to amputation. She had refused to wear proper shoes, and that, coupled with her failure to limp or to shift weight when standing because she felt no discomfort, had eventually put intolerable pressure on her joints. Tanya had also lost most of her fingers. Her elbows were constantly dislocated. She suffered the effects of chronic sepsis from ulcers on her hands and amputation stumps. Her tongue was lacerated and barely scarred from her nervous habit of chewing it. A monster, her father had called her. Tanya was no monster, only an extreme example, a human metaphor really, of life without pain. Without warning. Tanya's particular problem occurs rarely, but such conditions as leprosy, diabetes, alcoholism, multiple sclerosis, nerve disorders, and spinal cord injury can also bring about the strangely hazardous state of insensitivity to pain. Ironically, while most of us seek out pharmacists and doctors in search of relief from pain, these people live in constant peril due to pain's absence. I first learned about painlessness while working with leprosy, a disease that afflicts more than 12 million people worldwide. Leprosy has long provoked a fear bordering on hysteria, mainly because of the horrible disfigurement that may result if it goes untreated. The noses of leprosy patients shrink away, their earlobes swell, and over time they lose fingers and toes, and then hands and feet. Many also go blind. After working for a while with patients in India, I began to question the medical presumption that leprosy caused this disfigurement. Did patients' flesh simply rot away? Or might their problems, like Tanya's, trace back to the underlying cause of insensitivity to pain? Perhaps leprosy patients were destroying themselves unwittingly for the simple reason that they too lacked a system to warn them of danger. Still researching this theory, I visited a large leprosy hospital in New Guinea, where I observed two grim scenes that have stayed with me ever since. A woman in a village near a leprosarium was roasting yams over a charcoal brazier. She pierced one yam with a sharp stick and held it over a fire, slowly twirling the stick between her fingers, like a barbecue spit. But the yam fell off the stick, and I watched as she tried unsuccessfully to spear it, each jab driving the yam further underneath the red-hot coals. Finally she shrugged and looked over to an old man squatting a few feet away. At her gesture, obviously knowing what was expected of him, he shambled over to the fire, reached in, pushed aside the hot coals to retrieve the yam, and then returned to his seat. As a surgeon specializing in human hands, I was appalled. Everything had happened too fast for me to intervene, but I went immediately to examine the old man's hands. He had no fingers left, only gnarled stubs covered with leaking blisters and scars of old wounds. Clearly this was not the first time he had thrust his hands into a fire. I lectured him on the need to care for his hands, but his apathetic response gave me little confidence that he had listened. A few days later I conducted a group clinic at a neighboring leprosarium. My visit had been announced in advance, and at the scheduled time the administrators rang a loud bell to summon the patients. I stood with other staff in an open courtyard, and as soon as the bell rang, a crowd of people emerged from the individual huts and barracks-like wards and began to move toward us. An eager young patient caught my eye as he struggled across the edge of the courtyard on crutches, holding his bandaged left leg clear of the ground. As he did his awkward best to hurry, the nimbler patients soon overtook him. As I watched, this man tucked his crutches under his arm and began to run on both feet with a very lopsided gait, waving wildly to get our attention. He ended up near the head of the line, where he stood panting, leaning on his crutches, and wearing a smile of triumph. I could tell from the man's gait, however, that something was badly wrong. Walking toward him, I saw that the bandages were wet with blood, and his left foot flopped freely from side to side. By running on an already dislocated ankle, he had put far too much force on the end of his leg bone, and the skin had broken under the stress. He was walking on the end of his tibia, and with each step the naked bone dug into the ground. Nurses scolded the man sharply, but he seemed quite proud of himself for having run so fast. I knelt beside him and found that small stones and twigs had jammed through the end of the bone into the marrow cavity. I had no choice but to amputate the leg below the knee. Those two scenes have long haunted me. Closing my eyes, I can still see the two facial expressions, the weary indifference of the old man who plucked the yam from the fire, and the ebullient joy of the young man who ran across the courtyard. One eventually lost his leg, the other his hand. They had in common an utter nonchalance toward self-destruction. Fearful glimpse. I always thought of myself as one who cared for patients who lacked pain, not as one doomed to live in that state, until 1953. At the end of a study program sponsored by the Rockefeller Foundation, I spent a few days in New York City, waiting for the ocean liner Île-de-France to sail back to England. I checked into a cheap student hostel and prepared for a speech I was scheduled to deliver the next day at the American Leprosy Mission. 4 months of travel had taken a toll. I was tired, disoriented, and a touch feverish. I slept fitfully that night and arose the next morning feeling little better. By sheer power of will, I managed to keep my engagement and struggle through the speech, fighting off waves of nausea and dizziness. On the subway ride back to the hostel that afternoon, I must have fainted, because when I came to consciousness, I found myself sprawled across the floor of the swaying train. Other passengers were studiously looking away, and no one offered any help. They probably assumed I was drunk. Somehow I got off at the right stop and staggered to the hostel. I dully realized I should call a doctor, but my inexpensive room had no telephone. By now, burning with fever, I collapsed on the bed, where I lay through the night and into the next day. Every few hours I would awake, stare at my surroundings, make an effort to get up, and then sink back onto the bed. Late in the day I rang for the bellman and gave him some money to buy orange juice, milk, and aspirin. For 6 days I did not leave that room. The faithful bellman checked on me daily and replenished my supplies, but I saw no other human being. I drifted in and out of sleep and consciousness. In my dreams I rode on the back of water buffalo in India and walked on stilts in London. Sometimes I dreamed of my wife and children. Other times I doubted whether I even had a family. I lacked the presence of mind and even the physical ability to go downstairs and phone for help or even cancel my appointments. All day long I lay in a room which, its window shades drawn tight, was dark as a tomb. On the 6th day my door opened, and in the blinding light of the doorway I could barely make out a familiar figure, Dr. Eugene Kellersberger of the American Leprosy Mission. He was smiling and had each arm wrapped around a paper bag full of groceries. At that moment Dr. Kellersberger seemed to me an angel sent from heaven. "How did you find me?" I asked weakly. Dr. Kellersberger said that I had looked ill in the afternoon that I spoke at the mission. A few days later he called a surgeon he knew I would be meeting and learned that I had missed the appointment. Concerned, he pulled out the Manhattan Yellow Pages and called every hotel listed until he found one that recognized his description. "Brand? Yes, we have a Brand here," the hotel operator had told him. "An odd fellow. Stays in his room all day and lives on orange juice, milk, and aspirin." After determining that I was suffering from nothing more than a bad bout of influenza, Kellersberger forced additional nourishment down me and looked after me during my final few days in the United States. Though still weak and unsteady, I decided to keep my scheduled sailing on the Île-de-France. Although I rested on the voyage, when we docked at Southampton 7 days later, I found I could barely cope with the luggage. I broke out in sweat at the slightest exertion. I paid a porter, boarded the train to London, and hunkered down against the window in a cramped compartment. Nothing on the other side of the glass interested me in the slightest. I just wanted an end to this interminable trip. I arrived at my aunt's house physically and emotionally drained. Thus began the darkest night of my entire life. I pulled off my shoes to prepare for bed, and as I did so, a terrible awareness hit me with the force of a wrecking ball. I have no feeling in half my foot. I sank into a chair, my mind whirling. Perhaps it was an illusion. I closed my eyes and pressed against my heel with the tip of a ballpoint pen. Nothing. No sensation of touch whatsoever in the area around the heel. A dread fear, worse than any nausea, seized my stomach. Had it finally happened? Every leprosy worker recognizes insensitivity to pain as one of the disease's first symptoms. Had I just made the wretched leap from leprosy doctor to leprosy patient? I stood up stiffly and shifted weight back and forth on my unfeeling foot. Then I rummaged in my suitcase for a sewing needle and sat down again. I pricked a small patch of skin below my ankle. No pain. I jabbed the needle deeper, probing for a reflex, but there was none. A dark speck of blood oozed around out of the hole I had just made. I put my face in my hands and shuddered, longing for pain that would not come. I suppose I had always feared that moment. In the early days of working with leprosy patients, every time I took a bath I made a visual check for skin patches. Most leprosy workers did, I knew, despite the heavy odds against contagion. A rap on the door broke my reverie, and I jumped. "Are you all right in there, Paul?" my aunt asked. "Would you like some hot tea?" Instinctively I found myself responding just like my early diagnosis leprosy patients. I covered up. "Oh, I'm fine," I said in a calculatedly cheerful voice. "Just need some rest. Been a long journey." But rest did not come that night. I lay on the bed fully clothed, except for socks and shoes, perspiring and breathing heavily. From that night on, my world would change. I had crusaded to combat prejudice against leprosy patients. I had scoffed at the possibility of contagion, assuring my staff they were in very little danger. Now the story of my infection would spread through the ranks of leprosy workers. What would this do to our work? What would this do to my life? I had gone to India in the belief that I would serve God by helping to relieve suffering. Should I now stay in England and go underground so as not to create a stir? I would need to separate myself from my family, of course, since children were unusually susceptible to infection. How glibly I had coached patients to defy the stigma and forge a new life for themselves. Welcome to the Society of the Accursed. I knew all too well what to expect. My office files were filled with diagrams charting the body's gradual march toward numbness. Ordinary pleasures in life would slip away. Petting a dog, running a hand across fine silk, holding a child. Soon all sensations would feel alike. Dead. The rational part of my mind kept cutting in to calm the fears, reminding me that sulfone drugs would likely arrest the disease. But I had already lost the nerve supplying portions of my foot. Perhaps the nerves to my hands would go next. Hands were my stock in trade. I could not possibly use a scalpel if I suffered any loss of the refined sensations from fingertips. My career as a surgeon was over. Already I was accepting leprosy as a fact of life, of my life. At last dawn came, and I arose, unrested and full of despair. I stared in the mirror at my unshaven face, checking my nose and earlobes for signs of the disease. During the night, the clinician in me had taken over. I mustn't panic. Since I knew more about the disease than the average doctor in London, it was up to me to determine a course of treatment. First, I must map out the affected area of insensitivity to get some sense of how far the disease had progressed. I sat down, took a deep breath, and jabbed the point of the sewing needle into my heel. And yelped. Never have I felt a sensation as delicious as that live electric jolt of pain. I laughed aloud at my foolishness. Of course, it all made perfect sense now. As I sat hunched on the train, my body too weak for the usual restless motion that redistributes weight and pressure, I had cut off the blood supply to the main branch of the sciatic nerve in my leg, causing a temporary numbness. Temporary! Overnight, the nerve had renewed itself and was now faithfully spitting out messages of pain and touch and cold and heat. There was no leprosy, only a weary traveler made neurotic by illness and fatigue. That single sleepless night became for me a defining moment. I had caught only a fleeting glimpse of life without touch and pain, yet that glimpse was enough to make me feel frightened and alone. My numbed foot seemed like a foreign appendage grafted onto my body. When I put weight on it, my foot felt exactly as if I had not put weight on it. I will never forget the desolation of that sensation, like death. The opposite happened the next morning when I learned, with a start, that my foot had come back to life. I had crossed a chasm back to normal life. I breathed a prayer, "Thank God for pain," that I have repeated in some form hundreds of times since. To some people that prayer may seem odd, even oxymoronic or masochistic. It came to me in a reflexive rush of gratitude. For the first time I understood how leprosy victims could look with envy upon those of us who feel pain. I returned to India with renewed commitment to fight leprosy and to help my patients compensate for what they had lost. I became, in effect, a career lobbyist for pain. Discordant thirds. My professional life has revolved around the theme of pain, and by living in different cultures I have observed at close hand diverse attitudes toward it. My life divides roughly into thirds: 27 years in India, 25 years in England, and more than 27 years in the United States, and from each society I have learned something new about pain. I served my medical internship in London during the most harrowing days and nights of the Blitz, when the Luftwaffe was pounding a proud city into rubble. Physical hardship was a constant companion, the focal point of nearly every conversation and front-page headline. Yet I have never lived among people so buoyant. Now I read that 60% of Londoners who lived through the Blitz remember it as the happiest period of their lives. After the war, I moved to India, just as partition was tearing the nation apart. In that land of poverty and omnipresent suffering, I've learned that pain can be borne with dignity and calm acceptance. It was there, too, that I began treating leprosy patients, social pariahs, whose tragedy stems from the absence of physical pain. Later in the United States, a nation whose war for independence was fought in part to guarantee the right to a pursuit of happiness, I encountered a society that seeks to avoid pain at all costs. Patients lived at a greater comfort level than any I had previously treated, but they seemed far less equipped to handle suffering and far more traumatized by it. Pain relief in the United States is now a $63 billion a year industry, and television commercials proclaim better and faster pain remedies. One ad slogan bluntly puts it, "I haven't got time for the pain." Each of these groups of people, Londoners who suffered gladly for a cause, Indians who expected suffering and learned not to fear it, and Americans who suffered less but feared it more, helped to form my outlook on this mysterious fact of human existence. Most of us will one day face severe pain. I am convinced that the attitude we cultivate in advance may well determine how suffering will affect us when it does strike. Out of that conviction comes this book. My thoughts about pain developed over many years as I worked with people who suffered from pain and people who suffered from the lack of pain. I have chosen the form of a memoir, with all its loops and detours, for that is how I learned about pain, not systematically but experientially. Pain does not occur in the abstract. No sensation is more personal, more importunate. The scenes I will relate from my early life, random, seemingly disconnected like all memories of early life, eventually contributed to a whole new outlook. I readily admit that my years of working among pain-deprived people have given me a skewed perspective. I now regard pain as one of the most remarkable design features of the human body, and if I could choose one gift for my leprosy patients, it would be the gift of pain. In fact, as I will recount towards the end of the book, a team of scientists I directed spent more than $1 million in an attempt to create an artificial pain system. We abandoned the project when it became abundantly clear that we could not possibly duplicate the sophisticated engineering system that protects a healthy human being. Few experiences in life are more universal than pain, which flows like lava beneath the crust of daily life. I know well the typical attitude toward pain, especially in Western society. J.K. Huysmans calls it the useless, unjust, incomprehensible, inept abomination that is physical pain. Neurologist Russell Martin adds, pain is greedy, boorish, and meanly debilitating. It is cruel and calamitous and often constant, and, as its Latin root poena implies, it is the corporeal punishment each one of us ultimately suffers for being alive. I have heard similar complaints from patients. My own encounters with pain, though, as well as the specter of painlessness, have produced in me an attitude of wonder and appreciation. I do not desire and cannot even imagine a life without pain. For that reason, I accept the challenge of trying to restore the balance to how we think about pain. For good and for ill, the human species has among its privileges the preeminence of pain. We have the unique ability to step outside ourselves and self-reflect, by reading a book about pain, for example, or by summoning up the memory of a terrifying ordeal. Some pains, the pain of grief or emotional trauma, have no physical stimulus whatever. They are states of mind concocted by the alchemy of the brain. These feats of consciousness make it possible for suffering to loiter in the mind long after the body's need for it is past. Yet they also give us the potential to attain an outlook that will change the very landscape of the pain experience. We can learn to cope and even to triumph. Chapter 2. Mountains of Death. Illness is the doctor to whom we pay most heed. To kindness, to knowledge we make promises only. Pain we obey. Marcel Proust. 8 years old, returning home with my family after a trip to Madras, I peered out the window at the scenes of royal India. To me, village life seemed exotic and full of adventure. Children played in the irrigation canals, splashing water at each other. Their fathers, shirtless men in cotton loincloths, were at work tending the crops and herding goats and carrying loads on bamboo balance poles across their backs. Women in loose-wrapped saris walked along the paths with large platters of dried dung patties balanced on their heads. The train ride lasted all day. I napped in the afternoon, but at dusk, as the sun softened from angry white to tranquil orange, I again took up my post beside the window. It was my favorite time of day in India. Huge shiny banana leaves fluttered with the first puff of evening breeze. Rice paddies gleamed like emeralds. Even the dust shimmered gold. My sister and I always made a game of searching for the hills where we lived, and this time I spotted them first. From then on, our eyes were drawn to the horizon, a pale, curvy line of blue that only gradually turned to solid and purple. As we grew closer, I could see the glint of sun reflecting off the white Hindu temples in the foothills. Just before sundown, I was able to pick out 5 distinct ranges of mountains, including the Kali Malai Range, our home. Our family got off the train at the last stop, transferring first to a bus and then to a bullock cart before arriving after dark in the town where we would spend our final night on the plains. I went to bed early, resting up for the next day's climb. Modern visitors ascend the Kali Mountains on a spectacular highway featuring 70 switchback curves, each one neatly labeled 38 of 70, 39 of 70, 40 of 70. But as a child, I either scrambled on foot along the steep, slippery path or rode in a canvas contraption called a dolly, slung from porters' shoulders on bamboo poles. Walking at eye level with the porters' glistening legs, I watched their toes dig into muddy soil and their legs part the ferns and thick lantana shrub. I especially watched the tiny leeches, thin as silk threads, that leaped from the shrub, fastened to those legs, and gradually swelled with blood. The porters seemed not to mind. Leeches inject a chemical that controls clotting and pain. But out of sheer disgust, my sister and I anxiously checked our own legs every few minutes for signs of the unwanted guests. At last we arrived at a remote settlement on the very top of the Kali Malai, 4,000 feet above the valley floor. The porters deposited our belongings on a porch of a hardwood bungalow, the house that I had lived in since my birth in 1914. Common language. My parents had come to India as missionaries. settling initially in the station on the plains. Although my father had trained as a builder, he and my mother had taken a brief preparatory course in medicine. When word got out, locals began calling them both doctor, and a steady stream of sick people lined up outside the door. Rumors of the foreigners' medical skills spread even into the 5 nearby mountain ranges, of which the Kali Malai was the most mysterious and feared. Mysterious because few plains people had climbed above the band of clouds that usually shrouded Kali peaks. Feared because that climate zone harbored the Anopheles mosquito, carrier of malaria. The very name, Kali Malai, meant mountains of death. Spending a single night there, it was said, would expose a visitor to the deadly fever. Despite these warnings, my parents moved into the hills, where, they had heard, 20,000 people lived with no access to medical care. We lived in a settlement built mostly by my father's own hands. 6 carpenters had come up from the plains to help him, but 5 soon fled, afraid of the fever. Before long, my parents had opened a clinic, a school, and a mud-walled church. They also made room for abandoned children. The Hills tribes left unwanted children beside the road, something akin to an orphanage grew up. To a child, the Kali Hills were paradise. I ran barefoot along the rock cliffs, climbed trees until my clothes were coated with sap. Local boys taught me to leap like a monkey onto the back of a water buffalo and race the beast around the fields. We stalked lizards and croaking frogs in the rice paddies until Tata, guardian of the terraces, chased us away. I did my school lessons in a treehouse, my mother having fastened assignments to a rope for me to haul up to my private classroom high in a jackfruit tree. My father tutored me on the mysteries of the natural world, the termites he had foiled by building our house on stilts, capped with upside-down frying pans, and the sticky-toed geckos that clung to my bedroom walls, and the agile tailor bird that stitched together leaves with its beak, using bits of grass stalk as a stitching thread. Once, Dad took me to a termite colony, its tall mounds standing in rows like organ pipes, and cut out a large window to show me the arched columns and winding passageways within. We lay on our stomachs together, chins propped on our hands, and watched the insects scurry to repair their fine architecture. 10,000 legs worked together as if commanded by a single brain, all frantic except the queen, big and round as a sausage, who lay oblivious, pumping out eggs. For entertainment, I kept a carnivorous sundew plant, bright green and tinged with red, that snapped shut whenever I dropped a fly inside. During afternoon nap periods, I listened for the rats and green snakes poking around in the ceiling beams and behind the stove. Sometimes at night I read by insect light, my book held open by a jar of glowworms and fireflies. I cannot imagine a better environment in which to learn about the natural world, and especially to learn about pain. It was as close as our daily meals. Our cook did not buy a chicken pre-cut and shrink-wrapped, but rather selected one from the pen and chopped its squawking head off. I watched it run crazily until the blood stopped spurting, then brought it to the kitchen for cleaning. When the time came to kill a goat, the entire settlement gathered, as the butcher slit its throat and peeled back the skin and divided the meat. I stood on the perimeter, at once repelled and transfixed. Because of pain, I took great care at night when I walked to the outhouse across the ground patrolled by scorpions. On hikes, I kept alert for a plain-looking beetle that, if surprised, would rear up and, with unerring aim, squirt a jet of stinging liquid into the intruder's eye. I stayed on guard for snakes as well, cobras, vipers, and the 11-step adder, whose potent venom, Dad said, would kill a man before his 11th step. My father had a kind of victim's admiration for such creatures. He marveled at and tried to explain to me the exquisite chemistry of venom, drawing diagrams of the hinged fangs and the erectile tissue that allowed snakes to project their poison through hollow channels in their teeth. I listened raptly and continued to give all snakes a wide berth. Early on, I recognized the hard justice in the law of nature, where pain served as a common language. Plants used it in the form of thorns to ward off munching cows. Snakes and scorpions used it to warn away lumbering humans. And I used it, too, to win wrestling matches against larger opponents. To me, such pain seemed fair, a legitimate defense of creatures protecting their turf. I was impressed by David Livingstone's written account of being attacked by a lion and dragged through the grass. While dangling from the lion's jaws like a field mouse carried by a house cat, he thought to himself, "After all, he is the king of beasts." Fakirs and forceps. On our rare trips into the large city of Madras, I saw a different kind of human suffering. Beggars thrust their hands in the windows even before the train shrieked to a stop. Because physical deformity tended to attract more charity, amputees wore brightly decorated caps of leather on their stumps, and beggars with large abdominal tumors arranged them for public display. Sometimes a child was intentionally crippled to increase its earning power, or a mother would rent out her newborn to a beggar who would put drops in the baby's eyes to make them pink and runny. As I walked along the sidewalks, tightly gripping my parents' hands, beggars held out these skinny, rheumy-eyed babies and asked for alms. I gawked, for our mountain village had nothing to rival these scenes. But in India they formed part of the urban landscape, and the philosophy of karma taught people to accept suffering, like weather, as an unavoidable part of fate. During a festival, local villages often received a visit from one of the very impressive fakirs, who seemed to defy all rules of pain. I saw one man push a thin stiletto-type blade through his cheek, tongue, and out the other cheek, and then slowly withdraw the blade, with no sign of bleeding. Another struck a knife sideways through the neck of his child, and I broke out in goosebumps as the tip came out the other side. Again, no sign of bleeding. The child held very still and did not flinch. Walking on coals was a simple trick for a good fakir. I saw one dangling like a spider high in the air, suspended from a cable by meat hooks forced through folds of skin on his back. As the crowd gestured and called out, he floated above them, smiling and serene. Another fakir, wearing what looked like a shirt made of small balloons, danced through the crowd on stilts. Coming closer, I saw that his chest was covered with dozens of limes, fastened to his skin with tiny skewers. As he jumped up and down on his stilts, laughing, the limes slapped rhythmically against his chest. Local people credited the fakir's powers to the Hindu gods. My father refuted them. It has nothing to do with religion, he told me in private. With discipline, these men have learned to control pain, as well as bleeding and heart rate and breathing. I did not understand such things, but I did know that whenever I tried sticking so much as a straight pin in my flesh, my whole body recoiled. I envied the fakir's mastery over pain. With my penchant for tree climbing and buffalo riding, I had some personal knowledge of pain, and to me it was wholly disagreeable. Colic was the worst pain I had felt. I knew it came from roundworms, and I fancied them doing battle inside me as my bowel tried to move them on and out. Gratefully, for a change, I downed spoonfuls of the vile remedy, castor oil. Malaria I had simply learned to live with. Every few days, and always at the same time, my fever shifted into an active phase. Snake time, I called out to my playmates around 4 o'clock in the afternoon and dashed for the house. Most of them had malaria too, and so they understood. Body temperature shoots up and down, and when the chills hit, back muscles go into spasm, causing the body to twist and turn like a snake. Warmth offers some relief, and even on the hottest day I would dive under heavy wool blankets to help calm the bone-rattling chills. Pain, I learned, had the mysterious power to overrule everything else in life. It took priority over such essentials as sleeping, eating, and afternoon play. I would no longer climb certain trees, for example, in deference to the tiny scorpions that lived in their bark. My parents' work reinforced this lesson about pain almost daily. In rural India, the most common physical complaint was the acute pain of toothache. A man or a woman would show up, having walked from a village miles away, with facial features distorted by pain and a rag wrapped tightly around the swollen jaw. My parents, with no dental chair drill or local anesthetic to offer, had only one remedy. Dad would sit the patient on a rock or an abandoned termite mound, perhaps say a brief prayer aloud, and then apply his dental forceps to the tooth. Most cases went without a hitch, A twist of the wrist, a grunt or a scream, a little blood, and the ordeal was over. Often the patient's companions, who had never seen a toothache end so abruptly, broke into applause, cheering the forceps which held the offending tooth. This procedure presented my mother, a small woman, with more difficulty. She used to say, "There are 2 rules to pulling teeth. One is to slide your forceps down as far as you can near the roots so the crown won't break off. The second rule, never let go." In some cases it appeared that the patient extracted his own tooth by pulling away, as mother hung on to the forceps at all costs. Yet the patients who yelled the loudest and fought the hardest would come back another time. Pain compelled it. Compassionate healers. It was my parents' practice of medicine that endeared them to the Kali Malay people. My father had studied tropical medicine for 1 year at Livingston College, a school to prepare missionaries, and my mother relied on what she had learned at the homeopathic hospital in London. Despite the limitations of the training, both of them managed to exemplify the original motto of Hippocrates: good medicine treats an individual, not merely a disease. My parents were traditional missionaries who responded to whatever human need they saw around them. Together they founded 9 schools and a string of clinics. In agricultural pursuits, Mother had little success growing garden vegetables in the Kalis, but her orchard of citrus trees prospered. My father preferred to work in his area of specialty, the building trade. He taught carpentry to local village boys, and then tile making when it became necessary to replace the settlement's thatch roofs. Traveling on horseback along weedy bridle trails, he also set up 6 farms for mulberry trees to feed silkworms, and bananas, oranges, sugarcane, coffee, and tapioca. When tenant farmers received unfair treatment from the landowners on the plains, my father led a delegation of 100 of them to the district headquarters, speaking on their behalf to the British colonial officials. Despite all this good work, Jesse and Evelyn Brand met with complete failure in their cherished goal of establishing a Christian church among the hill people. A local priest, who specialized in spirit worship, sensing his livelihood at risk, had broadcast a warning that any converts to the new religion would incur the wrath of the local gods. We feared physical danger, and whenever I saw the priest I would hide. A few poisoned cows underscored his threat, and although my parents conducted church services every Sunday, few attended, and no one ever dared become a Christian. Then, in 1918-1919, an epidemic of Spanish influenza broke out worldwide, reaching even into the Kalis, where it killed with such ferocity that it shattered any sense of community. Rather than nursing a sick member back to health, terrified neighbors and family fled into the woods. My father determined that, thus deserted, many of the influenza victims were dying from malnourishment and dehydration, not the disease itself. He mixed a batch of rice gruel in an enormous black cauldron outside our home and for many days kept the soup replenished. He and Mother went out into the villages on horseback, spooning soup and purified water into the mouths of the forsaken residents. Eventually, both the hostile priest and his wife fell ill. Everyone deserted them except my parents, who regularly took food and medicine into their home. Nursed by his enemies, the priest realized he had badly misjudged them. He asked for papers for adoption. "My son was to be priest after me," he told my father, "but no one in my religion has cared enough to help me. I want my children to grow up as Christians." A few days later, I stood on the porch of our bungalow and watched as a tearful 10-year-old boy made his way across the fields. He was carrying a feverish 9-month-old baby girl, along with a packet of documents from the priest and his wife. That is how my sister Ruth and her brother Aaron joined our family, and also how the church in Kali Malay received its first local members after 6 years of fierce resistance. From my parents, I learned that pain sends a signal not only to the patient but to the surrounding community as well. Just as individual pain sensors announce to other cells in the body, "Attend to me, I need help," so do suffering human beings cry out to the community at large. My parents had the courage to respond even when it involved risk. With little training and few resources, my father treated the worst ailments of his day: bubonic plague, typhoid, malaria, polio, cholera, smallpox, and I know without a doubt what would have happened if a mutation like the AIDS virus had appeared in the hills of Kalimalai, he would have packed his meager bag and headed for the source of the cries of pain. His approach to medicine flowed out of a deep sense of human compassion. Compassion, a word whose Latin roots are com and pati, meaning to suffer with. Any deficit in their training my parents overcame by that instinctive response to human suffering. I stayed in the Kali Hills until 1923, when I reached the age of 9. Then my sister Connie and I went to England to acquire a more formal education. I felt an alien there. Plants lost their foliage for half the year. Tree climbing coated my clothes with a layer of soot. I was expected to wear shoes all day and itchy wool sweaters, and instead of a treehouse, I had to sit in a classroom to study my lessons. I managed to adjust after a while, but I never felt completely at home. I lived for the long, detailed letters from my parents, delivered in a thick bundle from wherever the steamship docked from India. My father continued his tutorial in nature appreciation via mail, filling his letters with drawings and notes on what he had discovered during walks through the forest. Mother mostly wrote about neighbor families and individual patients and church members. The missionary work flourished over the next few years. The little church grew to 50 members, and my parents treated 12,000 patients a year in the clinics. Wow! Farming, carpentry, and silk industries were thriving, and a store had opened up in the settlement. In 1929, to my great joy, my parents announced that they would return to England the following year for a 12-month sabbatical. As that time approached, their letters, and mine, began to take on a more urgent and personal tone. Almost 6 years had passed since I left India. I was 15 years old now, facing decisions about my future. Where should I live? What career should I choose? What about further schooling? As I wrestled with these choices, I realized how much I relied on my parents for wise counsel. We had much to catch up on, and I could hardly wait to see them. In June 1929, however, a telegram arrived announcing my father's death. It gave few details, just a report that he had collapsed after a 2-day bout with blackwater fever, a virulent complication of malaria. The mountains of death had claimed yet another victim. He was 44. "Break news gently to the children," the telegram read. "The Lord reigneth." I did not feel the pain of grief at first. I felt a sudden thickening of what I had sensed for 6 years as my father faded from a living person I could hold and smell into a remembered vision of a former life far away. To deepen the sense of unreality, I continued getting his letters for several weeks after the telegram announcing his death until the sea mail caught up. Dad told of patients he had treated and described how high the silver oaks had grown on the path behind the bungalow. He wrote of how much he looked forward to seeing us in March, just 10 months away. One last letter came, and then no more. I mainly felt numbness. Over and over I repeated to myself, no more letters, no more forest hikes, no more Dad. Then came a long letter from my mother giving the details of his death. His body's resistance had been low because of a fall from a horse the year before had limited his physical exercise, she said. His temperature had hit 106. Mother blamed herself for not immediately setting off for medical help. The local doctor had misdiagnosed the fever. She told of the loud wailing grief of the villagers and praised the dedication of 32 men who spent 3 days transporting a granite tombstone across the fields and up the hill to the churchyard. After that, my mother's letters tended to ramble. She seemed distraught, and the family dispatched a niece to India to persuade her to come home. She finally returned more than a year later, and I saw for the first time the devastating work of grief, the shared pain. Mother lived in my memory, the memory of a 9-year-old, as a tall, beautiful woman overflowing with energy and laughter. But down the gangplank, gripping the railing all the way, came a hunched-over figure with hair prematurely gray and the posture of a woman in her 80s. I had grown, yes, but she had also shrunk. I could hardly force myself to call her mother. On the train ride to London, she told the story of Dad's death over and over, continually berating herself. She must go back, she said, and carry on the work. But how could she manage in the Collis alone, without Jessie? The light had gone out of her life. As it turned out, my mother managed quite well. A year later, ignoring family entreaties for her to stay in England, she returned to the bungalow high in the Kali Malai. Traveling mountain trails on Dobbin, the horse that belonged to my father, she resumed the work of medicine, education, and agriculture, and teaching the gospel. She outlasted Dobbin and broke in a succession of hill ponies. When she grew older and began falling from horseback, "The horses are getting too old for this," she reported. She walked the hills, leaning heavily on tall bamboo poles as she grasped in each hand. The mission officially retired her at age 69, but that mattered not at all. She carried her work from the Kalis to 4 nearby mountain ranges. Mother of the Hills, they called her, and those are the words carved in her tombstone now, in a grave beside my father's just down the slope from her bungalow where she grew up. She died in 1975, a few weeks shy of her 96th birthday. Family legacy. My mother became something of a legend in the hills of South India, and whenever I visit there now, I'm treated like the long-lost son of a beloved queen. The people of the settlement place a floral lie around my neck, serve me a feast on banana leaves, put on a program of songs and traditional dances in the chapel. Inevitably, some of them stand and reminisce about Granny Brand, as they call her. On my last visit, the main speaker was a professor in a nursing school. She said she was one of the children abandoned by the roadside and adopted by my mother, who nursed her to health, gave her a place to live, and arranged for her education all the way through graduate school. Not as many people remembered my father, although an Indian doctor inspired by his life recently moved to the Kalis and opened the Jesse Brand Memorial Clinic. The house where we lived as a family still stands, and out back I can see the site of my treehouse high in the jackfruit tree. I always visit the graves with their twin tombstones, and each time I weep for the memory of my parents, 2 loving human beings who gave themselves so fully to so many. I had few years with them, far too few, but together they left me a priceless legacy. I admired my father's even temperament, and his scholarship, and his calm self-assurance, all of which my mother lacked. But through an abundance of courage and compassion, she found her own way into the hearts of the hill people. The story of the guinea worm, the focal point of many horrible scenes of suffering from my childhood, may serve to capture their differences in style. This is a really delightful story. The guinea worm parasite infected most of the hill people at one time or another. Ingested in drinking water, the larvae penetrated the intestinal wall, got into the bloodstream, and migrated to soft tissues, usually settling down next to a vein. Though only the width of a lead in a pencil, the worms grew to an enormous length, as much as a yard. You could sometimes see them rippling under the skin. If a sore developed, for example on the hip of a person who carried a water pot, the guinea worm's tail might protrude through the boil. Yet, if the woman killed the partially exposed worm, the rest of its body would decay inside her, causing an infection. My father treated hundreds of guinea worm infections. Normally, I loved watching him work, but whenever one of these patients showed up, I ran and hid. Buckets of blood and pus would gush out when Dad lanced the swollen arm or thigh. He would stab along the line of abscesses with his knife or scalpel, probing for any residue of the decaying worm. With no anesthetic available, the patients can only grip the arms and hands of relatives and stifle a scream. Ever the inquisitive scientist, my father also studied the parasite's life cycle. He learned that the adult form was extremely sensitive to cold water, a fact that he took advantage of. He had a patient stand in a pail of cold water for a few minutes until, prick, a guinea worm tail popped through the skin and busily started laying eggs in the water through its oviduct. My father deftly seized the tail of the guinea worm and wound it around a small twig or matchstick. He pulled hard enough to get a few inches of the worm around the twig, but not so hard as to break it off, and then taped the twig to the patient's leg with an adhesive. The worm would gradually adjust downward and relieve the tension on its body, and several hours later my father could wind a few more inches around the twig. After many hours, or several days in the event of a long guinea worm, he would pull out the entire length of the guinea worm, and the patient would be rid of the parasite with no danger of infection. My father perfected the technique and took great pride in his skill at coaxing out the offenders. My mother never matched him in the technique and despised the messy process of treatment. After his death, she concentrated on prevention, applying what he had learned about the parasite's life cycle. The guinea worm problem centered around the water supply. An infested villager who stood in a shallow well to dip out a bucket was giving the guinea worm an ideal opportunity to pop out and lay eggs. These hatched into larvae that some other villager would scoop into a bucket and drink, activating the cycle all over again. Mother led out an all-out crusade to reform village water practices. She lectured the people, making them promise they would never stand in the wells and ponds or drink water without first straining it. She badgered the government into stocking larger ponds with fish to eat the larvae. She taught villagers to build stone walls around their wells in order to keep animals and children out of the drinking water. My mother had boundless energy and unshakable conviction. It took 15 years, but in the end she eradicated guinea worm infections from the entire range of hills. Years later, when officials from the malaria eradication unit came to the Collis with plans to spray DDT and kill the Anopheles mosquito, they met suspicious villagers who blocked their path and threw stones and chased them away with dogs. The officials ended up dealing with a wrinkled old woman named Granny Brand. If she approved, the villagers said, they would go along. She had their trust, the most precious commodity any health worker can earn. She did approve, and the war against the Anopheles, I don't actually know how to say that, Anopheles, continued until malaria was effectively abolished from the Kali Malai. Unfortunately, the Anopheles has now become resistant to most insecticides, and drug-resistant malaria is making a comeback across India. My mother tried to bequeath to me the legacy of my father's scientific work. During her year of rest and recuperation in England, after his death, she frequently spoke of her dream for me to return to the Collies as a doctor. The hills of India sounded far more appealing than cold, clammy England, but I cut short all her talks of medicine. Over time, childhood memories of medicine had distilled into a few scenes of suffering, and I now found these scenes abhorrent. There was the revolting scene of my parents working on a woman tormented by guinea worms, including one whose dragon tail poked out of the corner of her eye. And the memory of my father's most challenging patient, a man who had survived a mauling by a bear, his scalp torn from ear to ear. There was one other scene, too, perhaps the most haunting of all. My father would not even let us watch him work on 3 strange men who approached the clinic one afternoon. He confined us to the house, but I sneaked out and peered through the bushes. These men had stiff hands covered with sores. Fingers were missing. Bandages covered their feet, and when Dad removed the bandages, I saw that their stumpy feet had no toes. I watched my father, mystified. Could he actually be afraid? He did not banter with the patients, and he did something I had never before seen. He put on a pair of gloves before dressing their wounds. The men had brought a basket of fruit as a gift, but after they left, Mother burned the basket along with my father's gloves, an unheard-of act of waste. We were ordered not to play in that spot. Those men were lepers, we were told. I had no further contact with leprosy in my childhood, but as time passed I viewed medicine with the same mixture of fear and revulsion that I had felt as a child when my father treated such people. Medicine was not for me. Pain and suffering I wanted to avoid at all costs. Chapter 3. Awakenings. A surgeon does not slip from his mother's womb with compassion smeared upon him like the drippings of his birth. It is much later that it comes. No easy shaft of grace, this, but the cumulative murmuring of the numberless wounds he has dressed, the incisions he has made, all the sores and ulcers and cavities he has touched in order to heal. In the beginning, it is barely audible, a whisper as from many mouths. Slowly it gathers, rising from the streaming flesh, until at last it is a pure calling. Richard Seltzer, Mortal Lessons. If someone had suggested to me during school days in England that my life's work would center on clinical research into pain, I would have laughed aloud. Pain was to be avoided, not researched. Nevertheless, I did end up in medicine, and I must explain how I got there. I was a terrible student. Sometimes when the teacher's back was turned, I crept out a window onto the roof and shimmied down the drain spout to escape school. While classmates pumped their heads full of abstract knowledge, I was pining for the natural world I had known in the Collie Hills. I made urban London more tolerable by raising songbirds and mice in the basement of our family estate, and by building a crude telescope observatory on the roof. The nighttime view gave me a tenuous link to the collies, where I had often gazed into the deep sky, unmarred by haze or ambient light, and listened to my father explain the mysteries of the universe. The nostalgia usually turned into homesickness. In England, even the stars were out of place. When I was graduated from English public school at the age of 16, I balked at the prospect of spending 4 to 6 hours in a stifling university classroom. I decided to take up construction in order to fulfill my father's original dream of building houses in the Collie Hills. Over the next 5 years, I learned carpentry, architecture, roofing, bricklaying, plumbing, electricity, and stonemasonry. Stonework was my favorite. I felt a happiness I had not known since India, where as a child I had sat on the edge of a quarry and watched local stonecutters work magic with tools unchanged in 3 millennia. I began with Bath sandstone, progressed to granite, and finished my apprenticeship working with marble. Marble gives very little margin for error. One errant stroke with a hammer creates a stun, a ganglion of tiny cracks that run deep into the block and destroy its lovely translucency. On vacations, I would visit the great cathedrals of Britain and run my hands over the rippled texture of stone pillars and arches, awed by the realization that each tiny ridge marked the rise and fall of a medieval mason's wooden mallet. In my final assignment after 5 years, I helped supervise the construction of an office building for Ford Motor Company, just then venturing into England. Clearly, I had moved beyond what would be useful in the Collie Hills. It was time to get on with overseas plans. For no other reason than to follow in my father's footsteps, I suppressed my feelings against medicine and signed up for the 1-year course that he had taken at Livingston College Medical School. Coming to life. The Livingston course brought together 35 international students, all committed to overseas careers. You will learn to recognize symptoms, prescribe medicines, dress wounds, and even perform minor surgeries, the leaders told us during orientation. You'll get hands-on experience because local charity hospitals have agreed to let you students assist with incoming patients. I blanched, remembering those awful childhood scenes of blood, pus, leprosy, and guinea worms. Before long, though, I discovered that the science of medicine could tap into a sense of wonder that I already felt toward nature. I can still recall my first glimpse of a living cell under a microscope. We were studying parasites, my old adversaries from India, where dozens of times I had suffered from dysentery. Early one morning I decided to examine a living amoeba. I crossed the dewy lawn to the garden pool, scooped water into a teacup. I let myself into the laboratory while other students were still at breakfast. Bits of decomposing leaves floated in the water, and it reeked of decay and death. Yet when I touched one drop of that pond to the microscope slide, a universe sprang into life. Scores of delicate organisms, excited by the warmth of my microscope lamp, flitted this way and that. They looked like miniature jellyfish. Edging the slide sideways, I saw a limpid blue blob pumping itself forward. Ah, there it was, an amoeba. This creature's distant relatives in India had cost me many hours of lost playtime. It looked innocent, primordial. Why did it so vex my intestines? How could it be disarmed? I began coming back to the laboratory after hours for further exploration. Even more surprisingly, I found that I also enjoyed the clinical work. On assignment in a dental clinic, I learned that the procedure of pulling teeth with the proper tools and anesthetics bore little resemblance to those gruesome scenes in the collies. Tooth extractions drew on the manual skills I had developed as a carpenter and a mason, and I had the excellent advantage of ending someone's toothache. I fleetingly wondered whether I had made a mistake in choosing against medical school. Had I wasted the last 5 years in the building trade? Yet surely I dare not discard all that training and start over in a new profession. Putting my doubts aside, I finished the term at Livingston and enrolled in a preparatory course at the missionary training colony, my final step before returning to India as a missionary builder. A quintessentially British institution, the colony combined the rigors of Sparta, the ideals of Queen Victoria, and the jolly teamwork of the Boy Scouts. The founder, who had lived in rural Ethiopia, determined that his charges would emerge from the colony equipped to survive in any corner of the empire. We slept in long wooden huts with single-thickness walls that stood no chance against English weather. Every morning before daybreak, rain, sleet, or snow, we jogged in formation to a park, underwent a regimen of calisthenics, and then returned to take a cold bath. The colony disdained such luxuries as warm water. We repaired our own shoes, cut each other's hair, and prepared our own meals. Summers, we went on the 600-mile treks through the Welsh and Scottish countryside, pulling supplies behind us in a wagon-wheeled cart. The 2-year colony course also included a stint at a charity hospital, and it was here that my interest in medicine finally drove me to action. One night as I was working in the emergency room, ambulance attendants wheeled in a beautiful young woman unconscious. The hospital staff lurched in their controlled panic response to a trauma patient. A nurse dashed down the corridor for a bottle of blood while a doctor fumbled with the transfusion apparatus. Glancing at my white dresser's coat, he thrust a blood pressure cuff in my direction. I could not get a reading, nor could I detect the faintest flicker of a pulse on the woman's wrist. Her skin had an unearthly paleness, a sign of internal hemorrhaging, and her brownish hair seemed jet black in contrast to her thin-lipped parchment face. In the glare of hospital lights, she looked like an alabaster saint from a cathedral. As the doctor searched her chest with a stethoscope, I noticed that even her nipples had whitened. Only a few freckles stood out against the pallor. She did not seem to be breathing, and I felt certain she was dead. Just then the nurse arrived with a bottle of blood. The doctor punctured the woman's vein with a large needle and fastened the bottle high on a metal stand so that the increased pressure from elevation would force the blood faster into her body. The staff told me to keep watch over the emptying bottle while they scurried off to cross-match her blood type and get more blood. Nothing in my memory can compare to the excitement of what happened next. Alone in the room, nervous and frightened in the presence of death, I held the woman's cold, damp wrist. Suddenly I felt the slight press of a pulse. Or did I? Was it my own pulse that I felt? I searched again. It was definitely there, a faint rhythmic tremor against my middle finger. The next bottle of blood arrived. A spot of pink appeared like a drop of watercolor on her cheek and began to spread into a full flush. Her lips darkened pink, and then red, and her body quivered with a kind of sighing breath. A third bottle was connected. My own heart pounding, I watched a drama unfold. Her eyelids fluttered and began to part. She took a deep breath, and then another. She squinted at first, and then blinked a few times, her pupils constricting in reaction to the bright lights. At last she looked straight at me, and to my amazement she spoke. "Water. Water, please," she said in a soft, raspy voice. "I'm thirsty." I ran to get some water. That young woman entered my life for only an hour or so, but the experience transformed me. No one told me medicine could do this. I had seen a corpse resurrected. By the end of my first year in the missionary training colony, I was incurably in love with medicine. I swallowed my pride, resigned from the colony, and in 1937 enrolled in medical school at University College Hospital, London. Parting the veil. I'll never forget my first anatomy class under H. Woolard, nicknamed the Monkey Man because of his theories linking humans and apes. A short man with an oversized head, glistening bald, strode into the classroom, and all chatter ceased. With a rather haughty demeanor, he stood before us and slowly surveyed the room, allowing his eyes to rest on each individual student. For a full 60 seconds there was silence. Then he let out a huge, breathy sigh. "Just as I expected," he said with disgust. "They've given me the usual lot of pasty-faced, sallow, sunken-chested specimens." He paused for the words to have their full effect, before continuing. "I was like you once. I studied all day and smoked all night to stay awake, and I now attribute my miserable stature to bad habits in my student days. I expect to die of a heart attack soon. My advice to you is simple. Get outdoors and run." He then launched into a fierce lecture on the deleterious effects of smoking. It destroys your heart, stunts growth, ruins your lungs. Footnote. Woolard's fears proved prophetic. Before I left medical school, he died of a heart attack while walking along one of the school corridors. This was decades before any Surgeon General's reports on smoking, and the dangers of tobacco had not yet been firmly established. At University College, I participated in an experiment to test a possible link between hypersensitivity to tobacco and Buerger's disease, a condition of thrombosis of the veins. First, I had to get the tobacco smoke in a usable form. I persuaded our senior resident, a pipe smoker, to cooperate by attaching his bowl and stem to a deep U-shaped tube, a U-tube. Smoke curling from the pipe passed through the bubbling solvent that extracted the tobacco gases. We ended up with a thick liquid resembling a runny brown oyster, which we used in skin patches on various people, some smokers and some not. We found no solid evidence of tobacco hypersensitivity on the skin, but the experiments did have the effect of curing our resident of smoking. When we saw the vile mucus substance collecting in our glass tubes, impurities that normally would be inhaled, all of us swore off smoking forever. End footnote. Afterward, as if to seal his warning with a suitable object lesson, Woolard divided us into teams of 8 and led us to the dissection lab to meet our cadavers. My dissection team was assigned a cadaver with a name, and a very respectable one at that. You are awarded the great honor of dissecting Sir Reginald Hemp, a high court judge, Professor Woolard told us gravely. Students usually practiced on nameless indigents, and Woolard made sure we appreciated the privilege we had been granted. Sir Reginald was a magnificent human being, he continued, as we stared at the wrinkled bluish corpse. He has given you the honor of exploring his body, which he generously donated for medical research. From him you will learn the wonder and dignity of the human being. In this laboratory I expect the same atmosphere of respect that I might find at a nobleman's funeral. For weeks we carved away in a fog of formalin, as fans whirred overhead, straining to drive out the pervasive odor. Day after day my colleagues and I snipped through layers of tissue and bone that had been Sir Reginald Hemp. We learned some of his eating habits, and devised elaborate theories to explain the scars and abnormalities we found within. Indeed, in Hemp's lungs we came across the kind of cellular damage that Woolard had warned about in our first class. Evidently, the judge had died of lung cancer. Sometimes Professor Woolard himself visited the room, taking up a scalpel to demonstrate the finer points of dissection. Once he happened to wander in while 2 male students were playing a game of catch with their cadaver's kidney. Woolard's dome-like head turned red as an aorta, and I feared for a moment that his heart would give way on the spot. He composed himself enough to pillory the offenders, and then gave us all a withering lecture on the sacred honor of each and every human body. That speech, delivered with both passion and eloquence by this renowned man, made a huge impression on us students, who were cowering like schoolchildren caught in a prank. I had not yet decided on a career in surgery when I encountered H. Woolard, but the spirit he imparted would stay with me forever. It was one thing for Sir Reginald Hemp to let medical students rummage through his body after death. It is quite another for living human beings to invite a surgeon to part the veil of skin and enter and then explore portions of their bodies they themselves have never seen. I am reminded of that privilege, learned from a corpse, every time I draw a scalpel across the skin of a living patient. My decision to enter surgery, made a few years later, was influenced by another instructor, a man who held the exalted position of surgeon to England's royal family and who bore a grand name befitting his role, Sir Launcelot Barrington Ward. Sir Launcelot trained his students like a drill sergeant, trying to instill in us the proper reflexes needed in medical emergencies. "What is your most useful instrument in the event of massive bleeding?" he asked each newcomer assisting him in surgery. "Hemostat," the assistant would usually respond, proud of himself for coming up with such a quick answer. No, that's for small blood vessels," Sir Launcelot growled through his mask. "In an emergency, a hemostat applied too abruptly may do more harm than good. It may crush nerves, tear vessels, destroy the wrong tissue, and complicate the healing process. You have the perfect instrument, with a broad, soft pad rounding off the edge of your thumb. Use your thumb." A few days later, he would ask the same assistant the same question, just to test reaction time. I can still see Sir Launcelot across the operating table, utterly serene, with his thumb resting on a tear in a patient's vena cava. He winks at me and says, "What do you think, Mr. Brand? Shall we clamp it up or shall we sew it up?" By example, he was communicating one of the most important lessons for the young surgeon. Don't panic. "You make mistakes when you panic," he would say, "and fast bleeding breeds panic, so don't rush in with instruments. Use your thumb until you're certain what to do, and then do it carefully and deliberately. Unless you can overcome the panic instinct, you'll never be a surgeon." I listened to Sir Launcelot's advice, but not until a real emergency presented itself did I know whether I had the temperament for surgery. That moment came sooner than I expected. I was working in the large outpatient department, dealing with everyday problems, dressings that needed changing, a child who had pushed a pea too far into his ear canal. Just to the side was a small operating room reserved for minor outpatient surgery, and suddenly a nurse in a blood-spattered uniform shot out of that room. She had an awful stricken look on her face. "Come quickly," she called to me. Rushing next door, I saw a surgical intern holding a wad of dressings over the neck of a young woman. Dark red blood had formed a pool under the dressings and was now spilling from the woman's neck onto the floor. The intern, white as a corpse, gave me a rushed explanation. "It was just a lymphatic gland on her neck. My chief wanted it taken out for biopsy, but I can't see anything for the blood." The patient herself had a look of terror. Having come in for a minor outpatient procedure under local anesthetic, she now found herself apparently bleeding to death. She was thrashing about and making gurgling noises. I had pulled on a pair of gloves while the intern was talking. When I lifted off the pack of dressings, I saw a small incision, less than 2 inches, and a virtual forest of forceps protruding from the wound. Most of them must have been applied blindly through the dark blood welling up from below. "Use your thumb," I could hear the advice Sir Launcelot had drummed into us. I hastily removed all the forceps and simply pressed down with my gloved thumb, letting its surface fill the breach. Bleeding stopped. My own pulse was racing, but I did nothing but hold my thumb there for several minutes until the panic in the room and in me and in the patient subsided. Then, speaking calmly, I said, "Now then, let's clean up a bit. And nurse, could you please send for an anesthetist? Why don't you go down the hall and see who's on duty?" Gradually, I could sense the patient relax under my thumb. I explained that we would finish the job and close the wound for her, and that she'd be far more comfortable if we had her sleep through the repair. When she was finally asleep, and with my thumb pressing on the bleeding site, I had the intern extend the skin incision a little, and I probed until I found the source of all the blood. And at once I saw what had happened. The intern had been following a routine procedure for biopsy: inject Novocaine into the neck area, make a small incision, grasp the nodule with forceps, pull, dissect around it, and snip the nodule at the base. One problem he had not anticipated, however, the roots of the nodule had extended downward and wrapped themselves around the surface of the jugular vein. His snipping had inadvertently cut out a segment of the wall of that huge vein. The woman had indeed been in danger of bleeding to death. But now we had relaxed time to repair the defect and close the wound. An encounter with blood transfusion had convinced me I should go into medicine, and this encounter with the opposite, severe blood loss, helped convince me I should pursue surgery. I had always liked the mechanical process of surgery, even from dissection days, but until it was tested, I had not known my instinctive response to a medical emergency. Now I believed I could handle the pressures of an operating room. Verge of revolution. I chose surgery because it seemed the most concrete way to offer help. War with Germany had broken out, and hospitals were filling up with bomb casualties who needed surgical repair. Besides, at that time, much of medicine was surgery. Other than that, a doctor's task was mostly diagnosis. Physicians distinguished themselves primarily by their ability to predict the course of a disease. How long will the fever last? Any lingering after effects? Will the patient die? Patients recovered from diseases, but credit was due mainly to their own immune systems, reinforced by little outside assistance. The concept of radical cure by specific medication lay beyond the bounds of medicine at the time. Once we had identified and classified the bacterium or virus causing an illness, we were as helpless as doctors from a previous century. The word antibiotic had not yet come into use. The influenza epidemic of 1918-1919, the same one that had established my father's reputation on the Kali Malai, clearly demonstrated that impotence. Deaths from the epidemic totaled 20 million worldwide, surpassing even the carnage of World War I. The greatest medical specialists of the day could do nothing more than my father had done: stand beside dying patients, bathe them, and offer soup or other nourishment. The aura of fear and mystery that surrounds AIDS, as I write this in the early 1990s, a disease we can isolate, identify, and accumulate knowledge about, but without a clue as to how to cure, applied to a wide array of diseases half a century ago. Any slight infection represented a mortal danger, for we simply had no way to slow it. Streptococcus, originating from a needle prick, could travel up a nurse's arm. You could watch the progress of a fine red line under her skin and kill her. A septic boil at the base of the nose had dire consequences, for it could travel along the veins right to a sinus and into the brain. Never ever squeeze a boil in the nose, we would warn patients. In treating eye injuries, at the earliest sign of infection, the eye was usually removed, rather than risk a sympathetic reaction in the other eye. Wartime added new hazards, for the wounds of battle made a fine breeding ground for sporing bacteria that caused gas gangrene. To complicate matters, the hospital environment introduced its own dangers. If, while working on a soldier's grenade wound, we accidentally admitted staphylococcus into an area of bone, we triggered a whole sequence of chronic disease. We could operate again and carve out the site of infection, but the sepsis almost certainly would appear somewhere else, in an ankle or a hip joint. Footnote. It had taken the heroic efforts of Ignaz Semmelweis and Joseph Lister to convince the medical establishment that hospitals themselves were incubators of lethal germs. Deaths from childbirth dropped 90% in 1 year when Semmelweis persuaded Viennese hospitals to start scrubbing their hands and using chlorine water. As late as 1870, 1 in 4 surgery patients died of infections introduced by the surgery, commonly known as hospital gangrene or mortification of the wound. England's Joseph Lister encountered with a disinfectant spray, filling his operating theater with a fine mist of carbolic acid, and taught all surgeons the laborious task of preparatory scrubbing. Even in my student days, surgery in a hospital still sometimes resulted in infection. Operations were occasionally performed at home to avoid hospital bacteria. End footnote. Into this stifling atmosphere of helplessness blew the first breezes of change and hope. First we heard promising reports about syphilis. Everyone in a cosmopolitan city like London knew the jerky, pavement-slapping walk that marked the assault of syphilis on the central nervous system, a probable prelude to blindness, dementia, and ultimately death. Doctors sometimes resorted to a drastic treatment for the worst cases. They would deliberately infect patients with malaria, hoping that the fevers would cook away the syphilis. Then they would treat the malaria with quinine. In the 1930s, however, came the word of a successful treatment of syphilis with derivatives of arsenic. There were dangers, to be sure, especially to the liver, but I can still remember how novel, almost miraculous it seemed to be able to stop a disease in its tracks. In 1935, German scientists made the exciting discovery that certain synthetic chemicals actually killed bacteria without harming tissue, especially a red chemical called Prontosil, which had the startling side effect of turning patients bright pink. British scientists, who smuggled some Prontosil at the onset of the war, analyzed the dye and identified the active ingredient, sulfonilamide, which became the first of a whole new generation of sulfa drugs. When the story circulated across England that a sulfa drug had saved Winston Churchill from a deadly bacterial infection in North Africa, the term miracle drug entered the vocabulary. We students, interns, and residents in the early 1940s had the vague sense of living in a breakthrough era in the history of medicine. Sometimes older professors would say wistfully, "Oh, to be starting out now." It soon became apparent that I had happened to enter medical school at the very threshold of a revolution. I sensed the change in medicine most dramatically in the 2 separate research projects conducted during my tenure at University College. The first project, conducted just before the chemical breakthroughs, was spearheaded by an upperclassman named Illingworth Law, an engineer who had entered school at age 45 to begin a second career in medicine. Law puzzled over the infections that tended to radiate through a hand from an injury site on the finger. Dissecting the wounds of cadavers, he studied the hydraulics of fluids in the fingers. He would inject a suspension of water in carbon black, specks of black dust about the size of pus molecules, into the fingers, and then repeatedly bend and straighten them, tracing the root of the carbon black. I remember Illingworth's enthusiasm when he discovered that the simple motion of flexion was the main agent for distributing infection throughout the hand. "We can stop the infection from spreading," he said triumphantly. "All we have to do is immobilize the finger to keep it from bending. We can contain the infection in a local area and then drain it." His techniques caught on quickly at our hospital, and before long his professor was publishing papers on them, giving little or no credit to Law himself. The ability to contain the spread of infection stood at the frontier of medicine in 1939. Yet 4 years later, we residents were experimenting with a new medication that had promised what no drug before had dared. Penicillin, possibly the greatest single advance in medical history, had come into use. The details of Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin in 1928 have rightfully become the stuff of legend. He worked in a cluttered, mildly chaotic laboratory, and his research often showed a touch of whimsy. He liked to swab selected germs in a pattern on a culture dish so that the chromogenic bacteria emerging 24 hours later would form a picture or a word. Bacteria would in effect sign their own names, egg or tears, for example, on an agar surface coated with egg white or human tears. The first penicillin spores entered Fleming's laboratory entirely by chance, probably blown in through an open window. In a museum in England I have seen the original culture dish on which Fleming first noticed penicillin's unusual properties. He was trying to grow staphylococci bacteria, not mold, and on the edges of the dish, colonies of staph glow brightly, like galaxies at the edge of the universe. Closer to the center, though, they turn pale, mere ghost images. And around the patch of mold itself, the agar plate is dark, no bacteria are visible. The black hole of Penicillium notatum has swallowed them all. For 12 years, off and on, Fleming worked with penicillin. Despite its remarkable ability to kill harmful bacteria, penicillin showed little potential as a drug. It was toxic and unstable and broke down quickly inside the human body. Still, Fleming kept enough of the mold, a rare one as it turned out, growing to supply himself and others. In 1939, more than a decade after Fleming's discovery, Howard Walter Florey, a young Australian pathologist at Oxford, took an interest in penicillin. He could not have picked a worse time to launch an expensive research project. His application for a government grant arrived 3 days after Britain declared war on Germany. On the very day that Hitler's panzers drove the British army toward Dunkirk, Florey performed his first clinical tests on mice, injecting them first with streptococci and then with penicillin. The experiment showed so much promise that Florey, after learning of the defeat at Dunkirk, smeared penicillin spores into the lining of his coat so that in the event of a German contest he could smuggle the mold out of the country. Later that year he conducted clinical tests on human patients with dramatic success. Footnote: Florey learned why Fleming's critical trials had failed. The penicillin obtained even after elaborate purification procedures was still 99.9% impure. Once Florey had learned to purify the drug and increase its potency, it took only a small amount of penicillin to kill bacteria. The tiny amounts we prescribed then would astound a modern doctor. In 1945, I conducted tests on behalf of the Medical Research Council to determine the right dosage to cure babies of Staphylococcus infection in the bloodstream. We found a daily dose of 1,000 units of penicillin per kilogram of body weight would suffice to kill all traces of the infection. Today, because of resistant bacteria strains, a doctor would need to prescribe 100 times that amount. End footnote. Florey's lab became a penicillin factory. He grew the mold in milk churns, pottery, gasoline cans, biscuit tins, any container he could find. Allied governments, quick to recognize the drug's potential for use against infections in wounded servicemen, and also against gonorrhea, which in some places was causing even more casualties than the enemy, offered full-scale backing. An old cheese factory was sequestered to grow the penicillin. The Distillers Company agreed to convert one of their huge vats from the brewing of alcohol to the brewing of mold. This enormous effort produced a grand total of 29 pounds of purified penicillin in 1943. Americans hoarded their quantities in anticipation of D-Day. British authorities restricted the drug to use by servicemen and carefully metered out supplies to approved hospitals. I was doing rotations at London suburban hospitals when I had my first direct contact with penicillin. At Leavesden, an evacuation hospital, I treated some of the victims of the British retreats at Bologna and Dunkirk. Word of the miracle drug had spread like a prairie fire among the troops. No matter how bad your wound, this stuff will keep you alive, the rumor went. At that time, no drug, not even morphine, was more precious and more craved. Soldiers selected for treatment believed that they would gain an invincibility against all disease. They would gain new life. Yet there were a few problems with the miracle drug. Distillers had not yet perfected the purification process, and the thick yellowish solution was highly irritable to living tissue. Injected into a vein, and the vein would thrombose, or close tight in self-defense. Injected into a dermis, and the skin would become necrotic. We could give it only intramuscularly, preferably in the buttocks where the needle would sink deep. It burned like acid, and the soldiers' buttocks became so sore they had to sleep on their stomachs. Worst of all, the drug had to be administered every 3 hours. It was in the Leavesden Evacuation Hospital, in those early days of the penicillin program, that I learned an indelible lesson about the powerful, even overwhelming role the mind plays in pain perception. "We feel one cut from the scalpel more than 10 blows of the sword in the heat of battle," said Montaigne. One of my patients, a man named Jake, bore out the literal truth of that statement. The Frightened Hero. Jake had been evacuated from the beaches of Bologna. His friends loved to recount the tale of his heroism. During an attempt to advance and destroy an enemy position, Jake got pinned down in a no-man's land between trenches. A blast from an artillery shell shattered his legs. He managed to wriggle over to the relative safety of the foxhole when he looked down and saw that his legs were a mess. A few minutes later, one of Jake's buddies fell to the ground nearby. From his foxhole, Jake saw him lying in an open field, unconscious and exposed to enemy fire. Jake somehow pulled himself out of his foxhole, crawled over to his friend, and, his own shattered legs trailing behind him, dragged himself and his friend back to safety. Jake had been selected for the new penicillin therapy to combat severe secondary infections in his legs. According to his friends, no one deserved it more. Jake himself, however, failed to appreciate this honor. He could handle the daytime injections when his buddies were awake, and he had much else to concentrate on, but the wake-up calls at 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. were more than he could stand. The night nurse complained to me that Jake cried like a baby when she approached his bed at night. "Please, no, go away," he would yell. He fought her and grabbed her wrist when she moved the needle toward him. "He's hopeless, Dr. Brand," said the nurse. "I don't think I can give him the treatment. Besides, he's disrupting the ward." It felt to me as house surgeon to reason with Jake. I decided on a blunt man-to-man approach. "Jake, all the guys tell me you're a hero. Not even the pain from 2 broken legs could stop you from saving your buddy in no man's land. Now tell me, why are you giving us so much trouble over a little needle prick to your backside?" His face became that of a petulant child. "It's not just a needle prick, Doc. The penicillin might be good stuff, but it burns and it stings. There isn't a place on my backside that's not sore." "Yes, I know it stings, Jake, but you're a hero. You've proved you know how to handle pain." "Oh, on the battlefield, sure. There's a lot more going on out there. The noise, the flashes, my buddies around me. But here in the ward, I have only one thing to think about all night in bed. That needle. It's huge. And when the nurse comes down the row with her tray full of syringes, it gets bigger and bigger. I just can't take it, Dr. Brand." Sometimes a single scene can help crystallize ideas and hunches that have been floating in suspension for years, and my conversation with Jake did that for me. Having heard his story from other soldiers, I had a vivid mental picture of the battlefield hero defying all protective instincts, including pain, for the sake of his friend. But the night nurse gave me an equally vivid picture of Jake the coward, his face contorted in fear, awaiting the nighttime needle. Those two images, brought together by our conversation, underscored an important fact about pain. Pain takes place in the mind, nowhere else. As I would soon learn, the human brain in essence advises the pain system what it wants to be told. Having changed Jake's bandages and studied his x-rays, I had some idea of the millions of pain signals that had reported in from his shattered legs. But much else was occupying Jake's brain at the time of the injury, and those screaming messages of pain simply did not register. Later, in the total absence of any competing activity or thought, an oversized penicillin needle made a far more compelling and urgent case for attention. While dealing with Jake, I also grasped the wisdom that lay behind the approach to medicine we learned in those days. We practiced a more general treatment of the whole person because we had so little specific help to offer. But Jake showed why all good medicine must take into account the whole person. Somehow I had to convince Jake that the battle he fought in the recovery ward was as meaningful as the battle he fought so gallantly on the beach at Bologna. Chapter 4. Pain's Lair. Common sense, though all very well for everyday purposes, is easily confused, even by such simple questions as, "Where is the rainbow?" Or, "When you hear a voice on a gramophone record, are you hearing the man who spoke or reproduction?" Or, "When you feel a pain in a leg that's been amputated, where is the pain?" If you say that it's in your head, would it be in your head if the leg had not been amputated? If you say yes, then what reason have you ever had for thinking that you have a leg? Bertrand Russell. My interest in pain had actually been kindled a few years before I decided on surgery, during a detour in my medical training. I had begun my second year of studies in September 1939, just as Nazis marched into Poland, and England responded with the declaration of war. The authorities decided that London, a prime target for German bombers, was no place for juniors to study medicine. They shipped most of my class off to Cardiff, Wales, and it was in that sleepy coastal city that I first delved into the mysteries of pain and sensation. I do not know the name of my most memorable acquaintance in Cardiff, a middle-aged Welshman with a shock of dark hair and bushy eyebrows. I never saw the rest of his body, for it had been severed from his head. I had proposed an ambitious project for my required dissection, to expose the 12 cranial nerves of the head and follow them to their site of origin in the brain. Normally our cadavers came with empty skulls, their brains removed for the benefit of neurosurgery students. "Don't worry," my gentle old advisor, Professor West, said. "I think I can locate a head for you." Before long the Welshman's head appeared, brain intact. The lab schedule called for dissection 3 mornings a week, but I found myself coming back every free hour, often late into the night. The smell of formaldehyde never left me, lingering on the skin to affect the taste of food and toothpaste and even water. Looking back, the scene seems a bit macabre. The medical college in Cardiff occupied a stone Edwardian building, complete with gables, parapets, and angular hallways, a perfect setting for a Gothic horror story. In a large room sealed with blackout cloth, I sat alone by a hooded laboratory lamp, hunched over the cadaver head. Leonardo da Vinci wrote of his fear of passing the night hours in the company of those dissected corpses, corded and flayed and horrible to behold. Yet even da Vinci, under orders from Rome, averted his gaze from the human brain. Journey inward. To a surgeon, nothing quite compares to the sensation of cutting through living skin. Trace a thin line with your scalpel, and skin springs open to reveal moist, colorful layers underneath. The tissue talks to you through the knife, informing the delicate pressure sensors on your fingertips of your precise location. In contrast, pickled skin is mute. Make a cut, and nothing springs open. Every layer has the same cheesy consistency, giving you no idea how deep the knife is plunged. For this reason, medical students tend to make a mess of dissections and wonder whether clumsiness will disqualify them for surgery. Fortunately, cadavers do not sue for malpractice, and the students eventually learn that a living body, though less forgiving of mistakes in dissection, is far less prone to cause them. I had not yet operated on living bodies when I made the dissection in Cardiff, but thanks to my experience in carpentry, I felt comfortable working with tools on a variety of materials. It frightens me to realize that some surgeons hold their first saw when they cut a human bone, and turn their first screwdriver when they screw a steel plate to it. Starting at a point between the eyebrows, I made a midline cut along the ridge of the nose, through the lips, and over the chin down to the neck. Next I cut in the other direction, bisecting the scalp. I peeled back the skin on one side of the face and stripped away fat connective tissue and even the glistening facial muscles, for I was on the hunt of thin white nerves. Of the millions of nerves in the human body, only the 12 cranial nerves bypass the spinal cord, with a hot line to the brain. Flick a finger at my eye, and I blink. Chew gum while talking, and your tongue darts perilously in and out of chomping molars to steer the gum and suck its juices, all the while snaking from teeth to roof of the mouth to lips to teeth again, forming syllables of sound. These speedy movements, guided by sensory input, are made possible by the cranial nerve's short, direct path to the brain. The first cranial nerve, the olfactory, was easy to track. Chipping away bone from the upper nasal cavity near the eyebrows, I exposed the cribriform plate, a penny-sized patch of bone and spongy tissue supporting millions of tiny hairs. The advance guard of smell, these cilia wave in the breeze like stalks of rice, trapping odorous molecules in a bed of mucus for the olfactory bulbs to analyze. They seemed very fragile, and I knew that a severe blow to the head could shear off those receptors, leaving the victim in a permanent state of smelllessness. Since anatomically the 2 olfactory bulbs are pieces of the brain itself extended outward, I did not have to trace the nerve far. The roof of the nose is the floor of the brain. After laying open the olfactory nerve, I shifted my focus a few inches to the 4 cranial nerves concerned with vision. 3 of these nerves control eyeball movements. The largest, the optical nerve, carries digitized images from the retina to the brain. Coordinating 6 tiny muscles, they furnish an advanced tracking system that allows us to lock in, say, on a goldfinch and follow its erratic, dipping flight across the horizon. The The same nerves govern the minuscule jerks and glides required by the act of reading. Sassade is the name anatomists give to the eyeball's tiniest movements, borrowing the French word for the motion of a horseman when he jerks abruptly on the reins. And the metaphor fits. If the 6 opposing eye muscles did not remain taut, like the reins on a spirited horse, our eyes would drift up or down, or out to the edges, or toward the nose. I cleaned the nerve pathways to those 6 muscles with a sense of wonder. They get the greatest work out of any muscle, moving about 100,000 times a day, equivalent to leg muscles walking 50 miles. They even participate in our dreams. The brain shuts down other motor pathways, but for some reason condones rapid eye movements, REM, during sleep. I will not linger over details of the other cranial nerves, which made it possible for the Welshman to taste and hear and swallow and speak and move his head and neck, and also feel the sensations of lips, scalp, and teeth. As the dissection deadline neared, I became more and more obsessed with my project, skipping classes to spend time with my cadaver head. The bombings, German planes were soon targeting Cardiff, and the war outside seemed remote as I moved farther and farther inward, into the brain itself, tracking my prey into a region of absolute mystery. When working on the bony surface of the skull, I would pound with a mallet and chisel, as in my stonecutter days. Other times, as I pricked away thin layers of fat and fibrous muscle, I breathed shallowly and took care to keep the blunt edge of the scalpel toward the nerve. I remember the slight slip of a knife as I tried to follow the nerve that carries taste sensations along its shortcut route through the ear canal. Oops! It was the type of mistake that gives a surgeon nightmares. If operating on a patient, I would have put the abrupt end to the pleasures of eating and drinking. I artfully pieced the nerve together with glue, breathing a prayer of thanks that I was working on a cadaver, not a living person. After a month of tedious dissection, I added a few cosmetic details to my cadaver head. I painted the cranial nerves with a yellow pigment, the color of fresh butter, so that they would stand out against the background of bone and white matter. The purplish tint of veins made a nice complement, and I added some color to the pale arteries. I felt proud of the final result. 12 distinct yellow lines meandered through bone and muscle on their way to the wrinkled brain, at which point they fanned out magnificently. Professor West beamed his approval and put the specimen on display, and for several days I entertained schoolboy fantasies of a career in brain surgery. As it happened, I did not become a neurosurgeon, but those weeks spent with the cadaver head helped to form my understanding of the odd alliance that exists between the brain and the rest of the human body. The ivory box. Above all, the dissection project taught me to appreciate the splendid isolation of the human brain. To remove the thick mantle of skull, I had drilled a line of evenly spaced holes, threaded a fine giggly saw through them, and then worked the saw back and forth and lifted off the squares like trapdoors. A cloud of fine bone dust drifted through the room that day, and I, exhausted, came away impressed with the body's means of protecting its most valued member. Ironically, the organ that the body trusts to interpret the world lives in a state of solitary confinement, shut off from that world. The organ that gives us consciousness lies beyond our conscious awareness. Unlike the stomach, it makes no noises. Unlike the heart, it is not felt as it toils. Unlike the skin, it cannot be pinched. The skull, so thick that to cut through it I had to lean at an angle and put all my weight behind the saw, seals the brain from every direct encounter with reality. Ensconced in an opaque skull, the brain never sees anything. Its temperature varies only a few degrees, and any fever exceeding that would kill it. It hears nothing. It feels no pain. A neurosurgeon, once inside the skull, can explore at will with no need for further anesthetic. All sights, sounds, smells, and other sensations that define life come to the brain indirectly, detected in the extremities, escorted along the nerve pathways, and announced in the common language of nerve transmission. To a secluded brain, it does not matter where the data originate. Butterflies and blowflies, equipped with organs of taste on their feet, can sample a spilled soft drink by wading in it. Cats scout the world with whiskers. The year I was in Cardiff, laboratories in Plymouth, England, and Woods Hole, Massachusetts, made the first recordings of actual electrical signals from the nervous system. By inserting electrodes into the oversized axons of a squid, the scientists could eavesdrop on individual nerve cells. They heard a series of clicks and pauses, resembling the pattern of Morse code. The entire animal kingdom uses the same simple on-off pattern for reporting information to the brain. A neuron in the human ear, for example, detects vibration at a certain frequency and sends a signal, pauses a thousandth of a second, and if the stimulus persists, sends another signal. The brain itself never feels the vibration, it simply receives a report in a form not unlike the digital code used on modern compact discs. Nerve transmission relies on an elegant combination of chemistry and electricity. Along the wire, or axon, of an excited nerve, sodium and potassium ions dance in and out of a permeable membrane, changing the electrical charge from positive to negative as the charge travels up the axon in a wave pattern. All perceived sensations, the smell of garlic, the view of a Grand Canyon, the pain of heart attack, the sound of an orchestra, reduced to this process of nerve cells spitting charged ions at each other. Footnote: nerve transmission was a hot topic during my years in medical school. Scientists had known for many years that muscle contraction involved an electrical signal, but did not understand the mechanism involved. In 1936, the German pharmacologist Otto Lowy was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his discoveries in the field. Lowy had been stymied in his attempt to understand the exact process of nerve transmission until one night it came to him in a dream. He awoke, scribbled a few words on a scrap of paper, and went contentedly back to sleep. But the next morning his scribble proved illegible, and the details of the dream eluded him all day. Amazingly, that night the dream repeated. This time Lowy jumped from bed and rushed to his laboratory, and by dawn he had discovered the basic nature of nerve transmission in frog muscles, an electrical charge conveyed through a chain of chemical reactions. End footnote. The brain has the task of interpreting all these electrical codes and presenting them to consciousness as a visual image, or a sound, or a smell, or a jolt of pain, depending on their nature and origin. At the cellular level, the pain network crackles ceaselessly with information, most of which never achieves the rank of conscious pain because our bodies handle the signals appropriately. Sensors in my bladder continually report on distension, and sensors on the surface of my eye report on lubrication. If I respond by going to the bathroom and by blinking regularly, these will not become pain. But if I deliberately ignore their gentle reminders for a few hours, I'll feel excruciating pain. The health of the body depends largely on its attentiveness to the pain network. Neurons are the largest cells in the human body. In the leg, they can reach a yard in length, and they are the only cells not replaced every few years. As I dissected the Welshman's brain in Cardiff, I began to visualize the design of nerve cells as something like a great tree uprooted in a winter storm, a tangled network of roots in the extremities, joined to a tangled network of branches in the brain by a long, straight trunk, the axon. In an extremity, like a finger or toe, the neuron depends on root hair dendrites to discuss with surrounding neurons what sort of signal to send to the brain. A large neuron may share information with other neurons along the way, crossing as many as 10,000 synapses. But a sensation like pain, whether originating in a fingertip or in the foot, does not really register until it completes the circuit and reaches the brain. Santiago Ramon y Cayel, father of modern brain science, described brain neurons as the mysterious butterflies of the soul, the beatings of whose wings may someday, who knows, clarify the secret of mental life. Exploration of the nervous system tends to bring out comments like that. Nowhere are the Creator's fingerprints more visible than in the brain, where body and mind come together. Looking at the Welshman's brain through magnifying loops, I could see the upper end of the nerve tree with its branches crisscrossing each other in a tangle of soft white threads. Each neuron has 1,000 or so junctions with other neurons, and some cells in the cerebral cortex have as many as 60,000. A gram of brain tissue can contain as many as 400 billion synaptic junctions, and the total quantity of connections in one brain rivals the number of stars in the universe. Every bit of data carried along nerve threads sets off an electrical storm among other cells, and in the utter isolation of its ivory box, the brain must rely on these connections to make sense of the buzzing chaos of the world outside. Sir Charles Sherrington, a Nobel laureate and well-known neurophysicist at my school in London, likened brain activity to an enchanted loom composed of patterns of tiny lights flickering on and off. From all this rapid-fire activity, 5 trillion chemical processes a second, we form patterns of meaning about the world. Many times as I worked late at night in a room dark but for the oval cast by the lab lamp, I wondered about the Welshman and the electrical storms within his brain. What messages had his auditory nerve relayed? Mozart or the big band sound? Had he worked in a noisy factory that gradually dulled his hearing? Had he a family? If so, the first babbles of his children and the love whispers of his wife had followed the root of the nerve that I was dissecting at that moment. The mandibular branch of the very large 5th cranial nerve had presented a dissection challenge, for the nerve tunneled through the jawbone, emerging in numerous places to supply sensations for the lips and teeth. When I chiseled through bone and enamel to expose the slender axons in the teeth, I came across untreated dental cavities. I thought back to childhood memories of blinding toothache pain. The Welshman's nerve must have carried similar messages of torment. Yet that same nerve also carried subtle sensations from the lips. Every pleasure from every kiss had traveled the identical pathway to the brain. Whatever its source in the head, tooth decay, scratched cornea, pierced eardrum, canker sore, pain travels along one of 12 cranial nerves and presents itself to the brain in a code identical to that used for conveying hearing, smell, vision, taste, and touch. How could the brain sort out such mixed messages? I came away from my dissection project awed by the economy and elegance of the system that transcribes the vast phenomena of the material world. The brain dissection in Cardiff set me thinking about sensation and taught me a fundamental truth about the nature of pain, a truth I would later see played out in patients like Jake the Soldier. As I stared at the Welshman's dissected head, I realized that sensations of pain, like all others, enter the brain in the neutral dot-dash language of nerve transmission. Anything more, an emotional response, or even the perception that it hurts, is an interpretation supplied by the brain. Master Conjurer. While my classmates and I were studying medicine in Cardiff, Winston Churchill was establishing a war command center underneath Whitehall Palace in London. Often Churchill spent the night there, sleeping on a cot in a makeshift bedroom, sheltered from German bombs by a thick slab of reinforced concrete. Since he rarely toured the fronts in person, Churchill had to make crucial military decisions in that command center, on the basis of reports that came in from all over the world via telegraph and telephone lines. Colored markers on huge wall maps displayed the daily progress of Allied forces. If Montgomery needed reinforcements in North Africa, he wired for help. If ship captains of Atlantic convoys desired more naval support, they sent in a request. That underground command center served as the brain for the British war machine, the one place where the needs and the requirements of the entire army could be weighed. Yet its very isolation made Churchill vulnerable to mistakes. What if an important message never got through, or a German agent managed to sneak in disinformation? From the thousands of communications that came in, each one subject to human error, headquarters personnel had to devise a best guess policy to serve the good of the whole. The human brain, too, must rely on incomplete and sometimes erroneous information. After sifting through millions of bits of data, the brain provides an interpretation based on its best guess, in which memory plays a large role. From the moment of birth onward, the brain actively constructs an internal model of the external world, a picture of how the world works. Each day after dissecting and attending classes in medical school, I would go home, open the door, and warmly meet my Cardiff landlady, Granny Morgan. At least that was the version of reality presented by my brain after it evaluated a series of coded messages. Touch corpuscles on my fingers sent in reports of pressure of 124 grams per square centimeter, while nearby temperature sensors reported an input of 2 calories per second. My brain, receiving these signals from thousands of nerve fibers in my right hand, assembled a composite impression of a warm object imposing upward and downward thrusts on that hand, and comparing those sensations with its data bank of vast experiences, diagnosed a handshake. Meanwhile, millions of rods and cones in my eye identified zones of shading and color which my brain sifted through and recognized as a pattern matching the face of Granny Morgan. Only engineers who have tried to program computers for facial recognition can fully appreciate the complexity of this chore. And tiny hairs in my inner ear sent in reports of molecular vibrations at specific tonal frequencies. The brain related these thousands of bits of code to the past record of my landlady's voice. When I reduce mental activity to its constituent parts, I marvel that I can ever know what goes on in the world outside. Yet the process occurs instantaneously, below the level of consciousness, as soon as I hear the voice and look into the face of a friend. Over time, I have learned to trust the image of reality presented to me by my brain. Naturally, sometimes the brain guesses wrong. Footnote: psychology textbooks give examples of simple illusions, from a Latin word meaning to mock or to ridicule, that demonstrate how easily our brains can be fooled. Lifting 2 cans of equal weight will judge the smaller can lighter, even if it has 20% more weight in it, simply because we expect it to feel lighter. Blindfolded, we would judge them both equal. We are duped into thinking 2 parallel lines uneven if a third line intersects them at an angle. We'll think one line longer than another if it ends with arrow vectors pointing outward instead of inward. Inward instead of outward. Hollywood has built an entire industry on illusion. The brain cannot dwell on 24 individual frames of still pictures in a second, so it allows them to merge together into the illusion of movement. An internal picture of reality, of course, depends entirely on what messages reach the isolated brain. Kittens raised in boxes, painted with horizontal stripes, do not even notice vertical stripes at first. Their brain cells do not have a category for verticalness. For people born with color blindness, the world seems no less real than it does to me, and yet our internal pictures are very different. Blind people have auditory dreams. Their brains must fashion a sense of reality apart from visual images. Quite probably, the artists Van Gogh and El Greco and Edgar Degas saw their surroundings in such an uncommon way because eye disorders affected their perception. After a cataract operation, Manet was surprised to find so much blueness in the world. He retouched his recent work so it could conform to his new vision. End footnote. Close your eyes and press on the skin and the corners of your nose. You'll see patches of false light because the sudden pressures provokes the optic nerves to fire off signals that the brain, using its best guess, interprets and renders as light. Similarly, a blow to the head may cause a person to see stars. Neurological disorders may further confuse the brain. I knew a man in my student days who suffered from Meniere's syndrome. The balancing mechanisms in his inner ear, gone awry, would suddenly send false messages that he was tilting to the right. Receiving these misguided signals, the brain ordered a series of corrective moves, and he would throw himself violently to the left. We learned to place a cushion on his left side to protect him from injury. This basic awareness of how the brain works, that is, isolated, it constructs a best-guess inner picture to interpret the outer world, clarified my thinking about pain. As a child, I had instinctively viewed pain as an enemy out there, attacking me at the site of the injury. When a scorpion stung my finger, I squeezed the finger and ran into the house crying to show it to my mother. Now I learned from the Welshman's brain that pain is not out there, but rather in here, inside the ivory box of skull. Paradoxically, pain seems like something done to us, though in reality we've done it to ourselves, manufacturing the sensation. Whatever we might conceive of as pain occurs in the mind. Of course, this is true for all sensations. The sounds of traffic outside, the smell of cut lilacs on the table, the itchiness of my wool pants, all these, like pain, arrive in the same neutral Morse code of nerve transmission to await the mind's interpretation. A vibrating eardrum does not constitute hearing, because after all, my eardrums still vibrate when I'm asleep. And a stubbed toe does not constitute pain. Pain, like all sensation, is always a mental or psychological event, a magician's trick that the mind knowingly plays on itself. It performs this conjuring feat with such powerful suspension of disbelief that I stop whatever I'm doing and tend to the toe. I cannot avoid the impression that the pain itself is in my toe, not in my brain. Sufferers from migraine, or whiplash, or a bad back sometimes hear the catty comment, "Your pain is in your head." In the most literal sense, of course, all pain is in the head. It originates there, and it dwells there. Pain doesn't exist until you feel it, and you feel it in your mind. Bertrand Russell got it right when he went to the dentist with a toothache. "Where does it hurt?" the dentist asked. Russell replied, "In my brain, of course." Baptism by fire. I learned about pain in the abstract in my Cardiff laboratory. Just as I moved back to London in September 1940, the Luftwaffe began attacking that city in full fury, and I found myself immersed in human suffering. Graham Greene, who lived through the Blitz, remembers it like this. "Looking back, it's the squalor of the night, the purgatorial throng of men and women in dirty torn pajamas with little blood splashes, standing in doorways, which remains. These were disquieting because they supplied images for what one day would probably happen to oneself." I mainly recall a state of relentless exhaustion. We students took turns spending evenings and nights fire-watching on the hospital roof. It was eerie to look out over a city under total blackout. First we heard the growling sound made by bomber engines. Soon flares floated down slowly like large yellow flowers siphoned out of the night. Then came the whistle of the bombs and the bright orange bursts of explosion. The brick buildings in our neighborhood collapsed easily, kicking up huge clouds of smoke and dust, and flames licked through the windows of the ghostly superstructures that remained. During one period, 1,500 planes attacked London on 57 consecutive nights, and anti-aircraft guns clattered all night without pause. I remember two especially somber nights. The first was captured in a famous wartime photo. Incendiary bombs had ignited a firestorm around St. Paul's Cathedral, and the photo shows the grand dome designed by Sir Christopher Wren, backlit by a sky of flame. When I went off shift, I told my roommates that St. Paul's would surely fall. The loss felt heavy, a symbol of our civilization being pummeled into ruin. But the next morning, as smoke cleared away and the gray sky lightened, I saw that somehow, miraculously, St. Paul's had survived and stood alone, defiant amid several blocks of rubble. Another night, bombs hit University College. Bomb fragments heavily damaged the quarters for resident doctors, which few lamented. The bricked-up windows made the rooms intolerably stuffy, and we were happy to move. What grieved us all was that the university library, the third best in all England, burned to the ground. In addition to fire-watching duties, medical students were pressed into service to treat the bombing victims. During heavy bombardment, residents were on call every single night. The real surgeons handled the complex fractures and third-degree burns, while we juniors did such tasks as picking fragments of glass out of people who had been standing near a window when a bomb fell. I remember the janitor of a church who had received a full blast of stained-glass window fragments in his face, chest, and abdomen. He joked with us, "Can you tell whether it's Jesus or the Virgin by the pattern of glass you're pulling out?" After casualty duty, we would grab a few hours of sleep before breakfast, sometimes in a mattress sandwich to muffle the noise of the bombing. And then, after downing countless cups of coffee, begin the daytime regimen of studies and clinical work in the wards. I followed this routine for several months until I approached the point of physical breakdown. One morning, while reading a patient's chart, I asked the nurse, "Who prescribed this sedative?" "You did," she replied. Horror-stricken, I listened to her account of the previous night. She had awakened me from sleep, described the patient's symptoms, and taken down my mumbled prescription order. I had no thread of memory of the incident. I must have been functioning at some subconscious level and talking in my sleep. Fortunately, I had made a reasonable decision and the dosage was acceptable, but I knew I dare not put my patients in jeopardy. I asked for, and received, a 2-week leave. Catching a train to Cardiff, I showed up at the familiar house that belonged to my old landlady, Granny Morgan. She was true eccentric, very charming, very Welsh, very deaf, and very Baptist. She carried around a brass ear trumpet about 18 inches long, which extended up from her head like a ram's horn. Terrified of being caught in her nightclothes during an air raid, she wore all her clothes to bed. And instead of changing skirts, which would risk immodesty, a bomb might hit while she dressed, she wore them in layers, underskirts and black overskirts all pulled up over each other. Despite her oddity, or perhaps because of it, Granny Morgan had become a dear friend, serving as a kind of surrogate parent for us students during our interlude in Cardiff. Granny Morgan certainly knew how to handle an exhausted medical student. She fed me and coddled me and let me sleep undisturbed 16 to 20 hours a day. She did one more thing during that visit. She convinced me I needed a wife. "You won't do better than Margaret Barry," Granny said. "She'll look after you." Margaret was a charming classmate who had helped tutor me through my first difficult year of transition from construction work to medical school. She had been evacuated to Cardiff the year after me, and I had put her in touch with Granny Morgan. Granny asked my opinion about marrying Margaret and thrust her ear trumpet in my direction. I shouted that I'd have to think it over. Actually, I had often entertained the idea of marrying Margaret Barry, and the more I contemplated it, the more I liked the idea. After 2 weeks' rest, I traveled back to London and made a point of looking her up. We fell in love, and a year later we were married. We enjoyed an 8-day honeymoon in the Wye Valley, then settled in separate, hectic schedules. Margaret took an assignment across town, and I became surgical officer at the Hospital for Sick Children on Great Ormond Street. Since many of England's best doctors had been shipped to the front, I had nearly unlimited opportunity to practice surgical technique. In the daytime, I worked on pediatric procedures, and at night supervised the casualty station where mangled victims of bombings were taken. For a budding surgeon, the experience was invaluable. For a newlywed husband, very trying. Margaret and I could spend only alternate weekends together, and the setting for these rendezvous was usually a bomb shelter in the basement with the rest of her family. About that time, a horrible new weapon appeared in the skies of London, the V-1 rocket, or buzz bomb as we called it. It flew in a straight line with a tail of flame stretching out behind, and chattered with a noise like a machine gun until the fuel ran out. 20 seconds of dread silence followed, and then the rocket would wobble a bit and fall to the earth with a thunderous crash. I remember one night of fire watching when I calculated that an incoming V-1 rocket would hit Great Ormond Street Hospital dead on. I sounded the alarm. The buzz bomb whooshed just above the roof I was crouching on, missing by 20 feet, but made a solid hit on the Royal Free Hospital a few streets away. I scrambled down from the roof and ran to a scene straight out of Dante. Walls in the obstetric ward had collapsed, and volunteers were already digging in the smoldering ruins for newborns, most of them less than a week old. Out of the rubble they pulled babies speckled with plaster, blood, grime, and glass. The babies' thin, pathetic cries went unheard in the clamor. To the side, mothers in bathrobes gray with debris dust watched in fear and despair flickering across their faces. Volunteers, forming a line like a fire brigade, passed the babies to ambulances that began pulling up outside on the street shiny with broken glass. I dashed back to Ormond Street to prepare to receive these new casualties. A few months later, I caught a first-hand glimpse of what these mothers must have been feeling. I had fire-watching assignments on the roof of Great Ormond Street Hospital the evening that Margaret went to labor with our first child. I dropped her off at a nearby hospital and sped to my watch 2 miles away. The bombing had never seemed so heavy as that night. I scanned the northern skyline with a feeling of helplessness and gloom, certain that the high-explosive bombs falling there were landing on Royal Northern Hospital where Margaret lay. She came through fine, thank God, and after Ormond's last casualty victim had been treated, I rushed to her side to meet my son Christopher. Compensations. Although I saw the terrible effects of war every day in the casualty clearing station, I also saw the very best of the human spirit. According to modern-day polls, the majority of Londoners who lived through the Blitz now remember those days with fondness and nostalgia, and I would have to agree. Britain stood very much alone after the fall of France and the Western European nations. Retreating soldiers told horror stories of lightning panzer brigades, and we expected a German invasion at any moment. Each night more bombs fell in London. Yet somehow, in that atmosphere of fear and menace, a new sense of community grew up. One evening I went down the escalator to the London subway, or the Tube as they call it, where I discovered an entire city of people living on underground platforms and passageways. Some were tucking babies away for the night, some were eating dinner, some were gathered in little clusters telling jokes and even singing. I had to step over dozens of people stretched out on mats and blankets to catch the train. I learned that these people came each night to escape the bombs and noisy sirens. Authorities at first tried to evict them, but soon reversed policy and outfitted the platform with 3-tiered wire mesh bunks. Whenever I visited the underground city, I came away buoyed by the sense of camaraderie I found there. The scene shattered any stereotype of the British as a standoffish people. Londoners rich and poor assembled nightly, sharing food and goodwill. They swapped stories of narrow escapes from bombs and made jokes about the impending invasion. Even the pain of bereavement was eased. One person would tell of family members who had been killed, and total strangers would gather around and weep together. The royal family paid a few visits, supposedly to bolster spirits, but secretly, I think, to catch some of the infectious spirit for themselves. Above ground, many of these people had lost homes, possessions, and loved ones, but below ground they were relaxed among friends. The medical profession also benefited from the new community spirit, for the elite of London signed up as hospital volunteers. Agatha Christie joined the staff of University Hospital. A pharmacist, before taking up detective stories, good fodder for her poison plots, she volunteered in the pharmacy as a contribution to a war effort. My wife will never forget a chance encounter with another famous volunteer. One morning while doing a post-op dressing, Margaret noticed a darkly beautiful woman standing near the patient's cubicle. She was wearing a volunteer's uniform, and Margaret offered her the job of taking the soiled, stinking dressings to the refuse bin. Later she learned the woman's identity, Princess Marina of Greece, the recently widowed Duchess of York. As a doctor in training, I profited especially from the superb doctors who came out of retirement to fill vacancies created by the war. In the midst of the chaos of war, these selfless professors taught me something more important than facts about physiology and pharmaceuticals. University College had challenged us to treat patients, not merely diseases, but now, by watching wise, experienced doctors in action, we saw the human side of medicine fleshed out. Only later did I recognize how profoundly this approach to treatment can affect the perception of pain. A surgeon named Gwyn Williams, a war volunteer, typified this old-fashioned approach to medicine. From him I learned that in medicine there is no substitute for human touch. Don't just stand by the bed, Williams told us, or you'll tend to feel only with the tips of your fingers. Kneel by your patient's side. That way your full hand rests flat against the abdomen. Take your time. Just let your hand rest there for a while. As your patient's muscle tension relaxes, you'll feel the small movements. Before visiting a patient in our poorly treated hospital, Gwyn Williams would place his hand on a radiator or immerse it in hot water. Sometimes he walked the wards with his right arm tucked Napoleonically inside a large coat, concealing the hot water bottle that made his hand a good listener. A cold hand could cause a tightening reflex of the patient's abdominal muscles, but a warm, comforting hand coaxed them to relax. Williams trusted his fingers above a stethoscope or even the patient's own descriptions. How do patients know what's really going on in their own intestines, he would ask with a scowl. Listen to their intestines directly. And as for the stethoscope, how can you learn anything by shoving a cold piece of metal onto a frightened patient's flesh? Williams was right. A trained hand on the abdomen can detect tautness and inflammation, and the shape of tumors that more complicated procedures merely confirm. For 50 years, touch has served as my most precious diagnostic tool. And as it informs me about my patient's symptoms, touch simultaneously conveys to my patients a sense of personal concern that may help calm their fear and anxiety, and thus help reduce their pain. Gwyn Williams constantly sought ways to lower the barriers that tend to create distance between doctors and their patients. Humility is the one quality a surgeon needs to cultivate, he would say. Climb down off your pedestal. I once presented to Dr. Williams my recommendation against surgery for an 80-year-old woman who had fallen and broken her hip. She seems frail to me, I said, and has symptoms of diabetes as well. We could operate on her and reinforce her bones with a metal plate, but the procedure would involve trauma and a long casting period. It might be too much for her. I suggest letting her lie in traction so that the bone heals on its own, shortened. She'll never regain her mobility, of course, but if someone else looks after her, she'll do fine. Surgery is too risky. Williams exploded. How dare you talk about not taking risks for an old person? Old age is the time to take risks. I'm an old man, and if I break my leg, you better do everything you can to restore it. Being old is bad enough, but to allow her to become helpless and require others to wait on her is unconscionable. He then discussed the options with the patient, determined her suitability, and scheduled the surgery. Once again, Williams was right. The woman survived and walked again. From encounters like that, I learned that medicine does not merely consist in taking care of body parts. Treating a disease and treating a person are very different concerns because recovery depends in large part on the mind and spirit of the patient. Suffering, a state of mind, involves the entire person. Chapter 5. Mentors in Pain. Here comes the nurse with the red-hot poultice, slaps it on and takes no notice. T.S. Eliot. With the treatment of pain now made a national priority by war, some of the best minds at University College took up the subject. One colorful lecturer was a whiz kid named J.H. Kellgren, a slight, unimposing man with fair skin, hair, and eyebrows. Something of a showman, he conducted dramatic demonstrations of pain and anesthesia in a lecture hall built on a steep slant so that all students would have an unobstructed view. During one class, Kellgren wheeled in a soldier who had been wounded in battle. "This soldier is feeling intractable pain in his neck and shoulder area," Kellgren said. The soldier, unable to move his neck, held his head crookedly to one side and stared out at us sideways, looking very apprehensive. Kellgren announced that he was going to try to locate the source of the man's pain. "Please tell us when you feel the same pain that you recognize as your present neck pain," he instructed the soldier. Kellgren inserted a long needle in the nape of the soldier's neck. At once the soldier let out a loud cry. "No, that hurts!" "Does it feel like the pain that's been bothering you?" asked Kellgren, impassive. "No, it's a new pain in my arm," said the soldier, cowering before him. Another probe of the needle. "Ooh!" Another scream of agony. "Was that the pain?" "No, that pain comes from where the needle is, and it's bloody awful." Kellgren moved the needle further in, probing this way and that. I could hardly contain my outrage. This was medicine at its most callous, exploiting a pitiful soldier just to make a classroom point about pain. I waved my hand in the air, ready to protest, but at that moment Kellgren's needle hit the right spot. "There, that's the pain," the soldier cried. "You've got what you wanted." Kellgren asked in his unruffled way, "Are you quite sure this pain is the same as you've been feeling when you try to move your neck?" "Yes, I'm bloody sure. Now will you stop all this?" the soldier demanded. At last Kellgren emptied the syringe of Novocaine, slowly and deliberately, and as he did so, an expression of blissful relief spread across the soldier's face. Kellgren waited for a moment, and then cautiously moved the man's head just a little. Sensing no reaction of pain, he slowly withdrew the needle. He moved the man's neck in a wide circle. The soldier's face first registered fear, and then surprise, and then amazement. Testing his own shoulder, the soldier found that he could now rotate his arm without discomfort. Finally, he gave Kellgren a thumbs-up sign and reached over to thank him. "Let me shake your hand while this still feels good," he said. Kellgren brought the lecture to a triumphant close. Pain is part of a complex system. We've made major progress by identifying the trigger point of this man's pain. It's possible this single injection may provide permanent relief by calming hypersensitive nerve endings and giving his muscles a chance to relax. If not, we'll continue treatment. Anesthetists in that day were just beginning to recognize the potential of epidural anesthesia, a way of controlling pain at the level of nerve roots just before they enter the spinal cord. For me as a student, the expression of relief on the soldier's face became a vivid symbol of a new insight into pain. Until then I had conceived of it as a two-stage process. First, an alarm signal from the periphery, say a cut finger or a toothache, and then a recognition by the brain. I now had striking proof of a pathway in between. A nerve trunk receives pain messages en route to the spinal cord, which the brain may interpret as if they had come from nerve endings farther down the limb. The soldier had felt acute pain in his arm and shoulder, even though Kellgren's needle was sticking in his neck, probing nerve branches near the spinal cord. A few days later I saw this principle reinforced as Kellgren treated another wounded soldier. Though his injury seemed minor compared to others in the ward, I have never seen a more pathetic patient. The bullet had entered his thigh, passing near and probably grazing the sciatic nerve, which had brought about a state of extreme tenderness known as causalgia. This tough, superbly conditioned young soldier was now hypersensitive to any sensation. He couldn't tolerate a sheet resting on his leg. He complained about light shining in his eyes. All day he lay curled in a fetal position, crying for his mother. Messages of pain were flooding in from all over his leg and elsewhere, and ordinary pain medications had very little effect. As we students held the soldier down, Kellgren inserted a needle into his lumbar spine and injected an anesthetic into the nerve ganglia controlling the sympathetic nervous system. When we left the room, the soldier was writhing in pain. The next day we found him sitting up in bed, laughing and joking. Kellgren had once again abolished the pain, this time by knocking out a whole segment of the sympathetic nervous system in order to silence its frantic signals. Kellgren was a protege of Sir Thomas Lewis, known to us as Tommy Lewis, the leading physiologist at University College, a man whose spirit filled the medical school. Sometimes called the King of Cardiology, Lewis had gained fame for his pioneer work identifying the effects of psychological stress on the heart. He was a small, slender man in his 60s, distinguished by a trim beard and a posture permanently bowed from lab work. Tommy Lewis had a rather gruff manner, which he used to maximum effect in intimidating the newer medical students. He had strict notions about which patients we should see. University College is a teaching hospital, he insisted. We should not be admitting patients with easy diagnoses. I accompanied him once when he came across one of these obvious cases, and he walked away with an offended air, mumbling, "Rubbish, rubbish. Anyone could treat this patient. We want someone more challenging, someone with problems you can sink your teeth into." At a time when the world was falling apart, we students sometimes questioned the relevance of obscure academic inquiry, but Tommy Lewis did not alter the college's research program one iota. To him, war had little significance except for its side benefits of opening up fascinating new areas for medical research. He had studied the heart during World War I. Now he was investigating pain. The book that resulted, titled Pain, first published in 1942, is still read in medical schools today. Lewis inspired in me a fondness for research. As we studied pain, I was pulled into an orbit from which I would never escape, even though much of what I learned would not come into play for many years. Doctors and patients alike tend to regard pain as the symptom of a problem. Their attention quickly shifts to the root cause, the diagnosis. Lewis's scientific detachment allowed him to consider pain as a sensation in itself. Studying under him, for the first time I began to glimpse the possibility of an answer to certain underlying questions. Previously I had thought of pain as a blemish in creation, God's one great mistake. Tommy Lewis taught me otherwise. Seen from his point of view, pain stands out as an extraordinary feat of engineering, valuable beyond measure. During my student days, Lewis was trying to categorize varieties of physical pain. He hoped to quantify the actual experience of pain so that patients could describe their pain as number 7 or number 9 rather than relying on vague words like agonizing or excruciating. He was working on 3 main groupings: ischemic pain, skin pain, and visceral pain, and I volunteered as an experimental subject in ischemic pain. Laboratory masochism. Ischemic pain occurs when blood supply is cut off or restricted. In a muscle, for example, ischemic pain results when there is too little blood to supply oxygen and the circulation does not carry away toxic impurities fast enough. The pain comes on slowly in a passive muscle, but in an active muscle, ischemia causes muscle spasm. Anyone who has been jolted awake by a muscle cramp knows ischemic pain can be sudden and severe. A common blood pressure cuff will easily produce it. Pump up the cuff until it cuts off all circulation in your arm, and then make a fist a few times. Very soon you will feel a pain so excruciating that you must stop and loosen the cuff. The ordinary blood pressure cuff did not satisfy Tommy Lewis's thirst for precision, though. After all, it takes a few seconds to pump up the cuff, during which time the greater arterial pressure will sneak in more blood even after venous return is cut off, causing the arm to swell slightly. To correct this shortcoming, Lewis devised an instant cuff inflator, a huge spherical glass container wrapped in rope that looked like a marine marker. He would pump air into the glass cask until it reached a specified pressure, and then connect it to a blood pressure cuff on my arm. When he turned to tap, the cuff inflated instantly, halting blood flow in both directions at once. With my blood supply cut off, I would squeeze a rubber ball, once, twice, 3 times, keeping time to the beat of a metronome and continuing until it began hurting. At the first onset of pain, I made a sign, and Lewis noted how many seconds had passed. I continued squeezing until the pain became unbearable, and I had to let go. Again, Lewis noted the lapsed times. My classmates and I underwent this procedure week after week, as Lewis sat beside us with great patience. He was looking for two results: the threshold level of when we first felt pain and the tolerance level of how much we could withstand. Lewis tested subjects from various ethnic backgrounds, uncovering major differences in the way that Northern and Southern Europeans perceive pain. Other volunteers participated in experiments to test the power of distraction. For example, those who listened to racy novels being read aloud showed a far higher tolerance for pain. Researchers after Lewis would further refine his pain tests using new techniques such as high-frequency sound waves, ultraviolet lights, supercooled copper wires, and repetitive spark generators, but all essentially confirmed the findings Lewis arrived at during those war days. I must admit, however, that it seems slightly bizarre to be sitting in a laboratory inflicting pain on ourselves, as other citizens were receiving it in a most involuntary fashion from German bombers. Just for variety, we ischemic volunteers also sampled skin pain and visceral pain. To test skin pain, Lewis used a web of skin between the thumb and the forefinger, since the anatomy there, skin folded back on skin, would guarantee skin pain of a very pure quality. He pinched the thumb web with a calibrated miniature vise, and with each turn of the screw we responded with a number from 1 to 10, quantifying the pain. Such pressure-induced pain caused a distinct burning sensation, whereas tests with pins and bore bristles produced a pricking pain. Lewis found, however, that blindfolded patients could not distinguish between pains caused by sharp points, hair pulling, heat, electrical currents, or irritant poisons. All pricking pains felt alike. Of Lewis's 3 categories of pain, I found visceral pain the most fascinating. This slower, less localized kind of pain warns of problems deep inside the body. I learned that internal organs, such as the stomach and intestines, have a sparse supply of pain sensors. This shortage is what makes stomach ulcers dangerous. Acid may well eat into the stomach lining before the patient notices any secondary effects. A surgeon uses anesthetics mainly to get past the barrier of skin. Cut the intestine with a knife, burn it with a cautery, or squeeze it with forceps, and the patient will feel nothing. I have since treated a man in India who had been gored by a bull. He sat calmly in the waiting room holding his intestines in a bag, like a package from a store, with no signs of visceral pain. Yet stomach and intestines have exquisite sensitivity to one particular type of pain, the pain of distension. Tommy Lewis's volunteers would gamely swallow a tube rigged with a balloon on the end. Once the tube had moved down through the stomach into the intestine, Lewis would begin blowing up the balloon. Within a few seconds, the volunteers grunted and motioned wild-eyed for him to stop. They were experiencing one of the most acute pain the human body knows, the pain of colic, which results when something tries to pass through a too small opening, whether in the kidney, gallbladder, or intestine. Internal organs possess nerve cells that respond to the primary dangers they will likely confront. The economical body deems it redundant to have them warn, say, of cutting, when skin sensors handle that chore perfectly well. While learning about pain firsthand in Tommy Lewis's experiments, I also began formally researching the subject in libraries. The dazzling complexity of the pain network astonished me. I began studying pain out of simple curiosity, having no idea I was accumulating a foundation for my life's work. I came away from that early research with an enduring sense of awe and gratitude for the very sensation that most people view with resentment. The body has millions of pain sensors distributed not randomly but in exact accordance with each part's need. A light tap on the foot goes unnoticed. A light tap on the groin is felt as painful. A light tap on the eye causes anguish. The German scientist Max von Frey's statistics on skin pain show the difference clearly. It takes 0.2 gram of pressure per square millimeter for the cornea of the eye to feel pain, as opposed to 20 grams on the forearm, 200 on the sole of the foot, and 300 on the fingertips. The eye is 1,000 times more sensitive to pain than the sole of the foot, because it faces peculiar hazards. Vision requires that the eye be transparent, thus limiting the number of blood vessels, which are opaque, which are immediately available. Any intruder, even a speck of dust or a thread of fiberglass, poses a threat because with its limited blood supply, the eye cannot easily repair itself. For protection, the eye has such a hair-trigger response that virtually anything touches it causes pain and trips the blink reflex. On the other hand, the foot is designed to bear the body's weight. It has tougher supporting structures, a plentiful blood supply, and 1,000 times less sensitivity to pain. Fingertips can likewise withstand much duress. Carpenters would be rare indeed if the gripping fingers fired off pain signals to the brain at every stroke of the hammer. In each case, a body's part's function determines its surrounding structure, and the pain network loyally adapts. Adding to the system's complexity, pain sensors report in at different speeds. Signals from the skin surface travel at a rate of 300 feet per second, prompting an immediate response. Touch a hot stove, and your finger jerks back even before the pain registers in your conscious brain. Footnote: the reflex response provides a good illustration of the pain network's sophisticated design. When a danger, touching a hot stove, stepping on a thorn, blinking in a dust storm, requires a quick response, the body delegates it to a reflex loop that functions below the level of consciousness. There's no advantage to thinking about the stove, so why bother the higher brain with an action that can be handled at the reflex level? And yet, I marvel at the built-in wisdom of the body, the higher brain reserves the right to overrule this reflex loop under unusual circumstances. An expert rock climber clinging to a precipice will not straighten his leg when a falling stone hits the patellar tendon. A society matron will not drop a too-hot cup of tea served in Wedgwood china. The survivor of a plane crash will repress reflexes and walk shoeless across shards of glass and hot metal. End footnote. Touch a hot stove and your finger jerks back even before the pain registers in your conscious brain. In contrast, pain from the dermis or internal organs creeps along at 2 feet per second, so that several seconds may pass before it registers. The ache or throb of slow pain is deeper, and it tends to persist. Tommy Lewis, ever observant, wondered why technicians in the new field of radiology never ate soft-boiled eggs. How do you like that? Examining them, he found that X-ray beams, early machines were poorly shielded, had destroyed the nerve sensors on the outer layers of skin, thus silencing the early warning system of fast pain. The technicians had learned to avoid handling hot eggshells because the delayed, slow pain was far worse and would not easily go away. Hairbrush doctor. Tommy Lewis used to puzzle over what prompts a pain sensor to send its signal. When people attending a concert clap their hands together, they feel no pain at first. Each time the hands come together, the soft onion shapes of Pacinian corpuscle cells compress, firing off notice of a pressure sensation. If members of the audience continue clapping for 10 minutes in hope of an encore, however, their hands start to feel tender, and if they go on much longer, they will experience real discomfort. Why? The last few claps are no stronger than the earlier ones, so the pressure is not increased. Somehow, as the palms of the hands become red and swollen, indicating nerve damage, nerve cells perceive this danger and send signals of pain in addition to pressure. Similarly, if a splash of hot cooking oil lands on the back of my hand, I hold it under cold water until it feels better. The burn leaves a small red mark, which I forget about, until I take a bath that night. Suddenly the water, which feels fine to one hand, feels hot and uncomfortable to the other. Temperature sensors in both hands are recording the same heat flow, but the slightly damaged skin has become hypersensitive, and its pain detectors adjust their thresholds accordingly. Before researching the subject in any depth, I had imagined the pain network as a series of wires that ran directly from the extremities to the brain, like individual fire alarms linked to a central fire station. I soon learned how naive that conception was. Pain is a sophisticated interpretation drawn from many sources. Graham Weddell, another protege of Tommy Lewis and a junior lecturer at University College, approached scientific mysteries with an enthusiasm of a martyr. Aided by an Indian assistant, he cut tiny windows in the flesh of his own arm and isolated out individual nerve fibers, which he wired to an oscilloscope. Weddell then applied various stimuli, heat, cold, pinprick, acid, to his hands, and noticed the results displayed on the oscilloscope screen. He ended up with a forearm that looked like a practice field for a bad tattooist, but along the way he gained a new understanding of pain. It works more as a perception than a sensation. Footnote. Weddell went on to become a respected researcher in the field of pain. He traveled the globe, testing his theories on subjects in Africa and Asia. Once he was having trouble explaining to some Nigerian tribesmen why he wanted them to undergo certain tests. His translator interjected, "He's like a chicken scratching around in the sand until he finds something." Weddell loved retelling that story. He said it was the finest definition of scientific research he had ever heard. End footnote. Pain works more as a perception than a sensation. To become pain signals, the firings of individual neurons must summate in time through repeated signals or in space by involving nearby neurons. The self-mutilating procedures, which convinced Weddell that pain signals from isolated neurons have little meaning. What matters are their interactions with surrounding cells and the interpretation supplied by the brain. Weddell noticed early on that the laboratory setting had a powerful effect on the pain experience. Pain was never objective. Consequently, first-time volunteers for our experiments reported feeling pain much sooner than the regulars. Even after being assured that they could turn off the painful stimuli by hitting a switch, they did not fully trust the testing process, and that anxiety altered their perception of pain. They simply hurt more easily and more quickly. Similarly, in experience with the skin pain vice, most students reported lower levels of pain from the same pressure when they were allowed to turn the screw themselves. The fear that they felt when somebody else turned the screw made the perception of pain much higher. This fact points to one of the main limitations of laboratory experiments. What I allow a trusted colleague to inflict on me in a controlled environment is a wholly different experience from pain I might encounter in the outside world, where I am subject to fear, anxiety, anger, and helplessness. On the other hand, pain that I report as significant in a laboratory, such as a pinprick, I might not even notice if I was involved in a carpentry project or on a battlefield. Graham Weddell was a great favorite among students, perhaps because he seemed like an overgrown student himself. He never brushed his hair, he preferred an unorthodox point of view on almost any subject, and he roared approval at off-color jokes. As a counterpoint to his work on pain, Weddell began investigating pleasure. First, he studied the anatomy of the erogenous zones by dissecting female monkeys. Then, somewhat characteristically, he recruited volunteers among the female students who agreed to let him stimulate the same nerves of their body electrically. To his surprise, he found no nerve ending that could be designated as a pleasure nerve. In fact, the main feature of the erogenous landscape was an abundance of free nerve endings normally associated with pain. Weddell concluded that sexual pleasure, too, is more perception than sensation. Sensors of touch and temperature and pain dutifully record the mechanical aspects of one body coming into contact with another, but pleasure involves an interpretation of those reports, a process heavily dependent on subjective factors such as anticipation, fear, trust, memory, guilt, and love. Physiologically, sexual intercourse between two lovers and the ordeal of rape involve the same nerve endings, but one registers as beauty and the other as horror. Pleasure, even more than pain, emerges as a byproduct of cooperation among many cells, mediated and interpreted by the higher brain. Any ticklish child knows the thin line that separates pleasure from pain. I used to enjoy being tickled, and in India my sister Connie would sometimes indulge me. A feather lightly pulled across my forearm produced a delicious sensation. And yet the pattern made by a scorpion crawling across my forearm, exerting similar pressure on the same nerve endings, produced exactly the opposite result. It crossed the divide between pleasure and pain, a divide controlled by the perceiving brain. The more I investigated pain, the more my thinking about it changed. My early fire alarm conception of pain had closely followed the theory described by René Descartes in the 17th century. Descartes developed the first real cause and effect theory of sensations after visiting a trick sculpture garden in France operated by hydraulics. When he stepped on a tile, water squirted out of a statue into his eye. Sensations have a similar cause and effect relationship, he reasoned. Stimulate a nerve ending and it sends a message directly to the brain. He likened pain signals to a sexton ringing a church bell. A pinprick on a finger, like a yank on the rope, causes an alarm to sound in the brain. This sensible theory, explained in his Treatise of Man, served science well for nearly 3 centuries, but as medicine advanced, certain exceptions came to light. In the pain network, for example, an alarm sometimes sounds even when no rope is pulled. When I began to see patients, I encountered the phenomena of referred pain. I have already mentioned that the economical body assigns pain sensors only to guard against the most common dangers. The intestine warns of distension, but not cutting or burning. If the part of the body faces an uncommon danger, the body gets around this emergency by borrowing pain sensations from other regions. An injured spleen may seek the help of faraway pain receptors in the tip of the left shoulder. A kidney stone may be felt anywhere along the band from the groin to the lower neck. Referred pain makes proper diagnosis of a heart attack a tricky problem for a young doctor. "It's a burning sensation here in my neck," one patient reports. "It feels like my arm is being squeezed," says another. Various patients may describe a burning or constriction in the neck, chest, jaw, or left arm. In a sense, the spinal cord is playing a trick on the brain. A warning system located in the spinal cord or lower brain detects a cardiac problem, but aware that the conscious brain has no felt image of the heart because of its few pain sensors, it instructs skin and muscle cells to act as if they are in serious jeopardy as a favor to their wordless neighbor. Remarkably, the borrowed area, say the left arm, may remain tender to the touch even between attacks of pain. The tissue of the left arm is of course as healthy as that of the right. Reports of damage are mental constructs. But we dare not say mere mental constructs. The left arm puts on a performance worthy of an Academy Award for the purpose of seizing the attention of a victim who would otherwise not attend to his endangered heart. Sometimes a body invents pain, sometimes it squelches legitimate pain signals. For example, when an athlete spreads a liniment on her sore calf muscle, the deep muscle pain magically disappears. In reality, the sensors in her calf muscles are still emitting signals of distress, but new transmissions overwhelm those signals so that they never reach the brain. Irritants in the liniment attract an increased blood supply, creating heat sensations which combine with her hand's rubbing motion to drown out the pain signals from the calf muscle. Sensations of touch, heat, or cold can overpower the message of pain. We rub an itchy mosquito bite, blow on a burn, apply an ice pack to an aching head, squeeze a stubbed toe, or lie on a hot water bottle. The action is as instinctive as a dog's licking a wound. As soon as I began to understand some of the basic principles behind pain perception, I began to adapt them clinically. Once a painful boil developed from a rash near my ankle. I knew I must not scratch it, but the temptation was nearly irresistible. I discovered I could get relief from both the pain and the itch if I scratched nearby, just beyond the edge of the rash. Next I tried brushing my leg up and down with a boar bristle brush. The leg tingled, and I felt relief, even when I brushed my thigh far from the source of the pain. Inundated by new sensations from the stiff bristles, the spinal cord put pain signals on hold and did not relay them to the brain. I tested the treatment on my patients, and it worked like a charm, especially at night. I remember that Jake the soldier had the roughest time in the dark, when there were fewer things to occupy his mind. Chronic pain sensations tend to get louder as other sensations die down, and I found that the hairbrush could counteract this pain by stimulating thousands of nerve endings on the skin surface of the same limb. My patients soon dubbed me the hairbrush doctor. Today, of course, a doctor can prescribe high-tech transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulator, TENS machines, to accomplish the same result as my hairbrush, though at a considerably greater expense. These machines, controlled by the patient, excite nerves to fire a barrage of conflicting sensory messages. Lest we unduly idealize modern medicine, I should point out that in AD 46 a Roman physician practiced electroanalgesia by holding an electric fish against a patient's head. Gate control theory. University College continued as a center of pain research long after my student days. 3 decades later, in the 1970s, Professor Patrick Wall would collaborate with Ronald Melzack on a theory to explain many of the mysteries of pain that had so puzzled us during the war years. Their spinal gate control theory offers a simple and cohesive way of looking at physical pain. According to the theory, in a very simplified version, thousands of nerve fibers, some descending from the higher brain and some ascending from the extremities of the body, all come together in a switching room, the gate. It's actually a series of gates, located where the spinal cord joins the brain. So many nerve cells converging in one place create something of a bottleneck, like a toll booth at an expressway, profoundly affecting the perception of pain. Some messages have to wait to get through, others may not get through at all. The gate control theory caught hold among clinicians because it seemed to account for so many enigmas in the old Cartesian model of pain. Certainly it offers an explanation for my hairbrush routine. The many new touch and pressure sensations crowd out the signals of chronic pain. The gate control theory also helps explain how a plane crash survivor can walk across hot metal without pain. Urgent impulses descending from the higher brain block out all signals of pain from the ascending fibers. Melzack and Wall have used the gate control theory to shed light on such phenomena as acupuncture and the feats of Indian fakirs. In the first case, stimuli from the needles crowd out other signals. In the second, masters of self-control utilize their cerebral powers to overrule pain signals from below. Despite many advances in understanding the pain network, even today scientists can barely fathom the complexity of the system that first astounded me in student days. The simple sentence, "my finger hurts," encompasses a firestorm of neuronal activity at 3 separate levels. At the cellular level, reports of minor scratches and skin irritations on my finger vie for attention, most of them never achieving the intensity required to transmit a pain signal. If they do get transmitted, my finger's pain signals must compete in the spinal cord with those from other nerve fibers. If I stub my toe, my finger may stop hurting entirely, before being forwarded to the brain as a pain message. And as it passes the spinal gate, the pain message may be squelched on orders from the higher brain. Unless the pain message goes on to provoke a pain response in the brain, I will never know about it, and my finger will not hurt. Chapter 6. Medicine India Style. The patience of poverty in rice fields, backs bent forever. Amazing, man outruns the oxen and still smiles. The mystery of India, say the Indiologists. Gunter Grass. I finished my surgical residency in 1946, a year after World War II ended, and I fully expected to be shipped overseas with British occupation troops for a few years, after which I could return to a quiet career in a research laboratory. But the Central Medical War Committee, overseer of such assignments, proved no match for an irrepressible Scotsman named Dr. Robert Cochrane. The supervisor of leprosy work in southern India, Cochrane had come to London to recruit a surgeon for a new medical college in the town of Vellore. My mother, eager to get me back to India, had told him I might be available. Although the notion of returning to India held a certain magical appeal for me, several barriers stood in the way. Dr. Cochrane waved aside the first objection. "Don't worry, I'll handle the war committee," he said, and somehow he persuaded them to accept service in India in lieu of my mandatory army stint. Cochrane had a way of presenting the destiny of the Vellore Hospital as a watershed for India and the British Empire. Family posed a more immediate problem for me. I had missed the birth of our first child thanks to my casualty duty during the Blitz. Now Christopher was 2 years old, and Margaret was approaching the due date of her second pregnancy. I could not bear the thought of leaving at such a time. Margaret herself quashed that objection. "The Army would likely send you to the Far East anyway, and I'll have the baby all the same whether you're in Europe or the Far East or India." She promised to join me in a few months after the delivery and a little time for recuperation. Our daughter, Jean, arrived while I was in the very act of packing bags. 2 weeks later I hugged my wife, toddler son, and infant daughter, and boarded a steamship for India. Heading east on a route through the Suez Canal, I relived the pain I had felt on the reverse journey when, as a 9-year-old, I had traveled to England from my boyhood home in the Collies. My family back in London, my future uncertain, my childhood memories resurrected, I felt very alone on that voyage. Until the ship docked in Bombay, I had no idea what a grip the land of my childhood had on me. "Smells are surer than sounds or sight to make your heartstrings crack," said Kipling. He should know. He, too, had inhaled India, a land of limitless redolence. Memories came flooding back as soon as I breathed the unmistakable atmosphere, a rich bouquet of sandalwood, jasmine, hot charcoal, ripe fruit, cow dung, human sweat, incense, and tropical flower blossoms. My pain vanished, displaced by nostalgia. 6,000 years of tradition walked around Bombay in various guises. Nearly naked Hindu ascetics, Jainists breathing through handkerchiefs to avoid killing insects, Sikhs wearing their trademark beards and handlebar mustaches and turbans, bald Buddhist monks in saffron robes, human-powered rickshaws jockeyed for position in the streets with buses, camels, and even an occasional elephant. A farmer was using his bicycle to transport pigs, legs tied together, hanging upside down from the handlebars, squealing like unoiled machinery. I drank in the sights like one who has just had patches removed from his eyes. Beauty abounded. The vendor stalls of flowers and bright powdered dyes, the women in flowing silk saris the color of tropical birds, even the horns of bullocks decorated with silver and turquoise. I found myself gawking once more the 9-year-old child who had gripped his father's hand so tightly in the streets of Indian cities. Settling in. Other memories surged in during the long train ride from Bombay to Madras. Outside, the steam locomotive puffed out thick clouds of dark smoke. Inside, I shared space with burlap bags of coconuts, baskets of bananas, bundles of rags, and cages full of squawking chickens. A goat in the next compartment kept up a constant bleating. Indian families stretched out on the wooden floor, shiny with the red slime of Betelgeuse, and clambered onto baggage racks to lie atop their goods. The train climbed through the forested hills east of Bombay, descended into dry, dusty plains, and chugged toward the fertile land of the east. Every few miles a tiny hummock of thatch appeared in the distance, making one of India's million villages. As we approached the fertile region, irrigation ditches stitched the landscape into squares of lush green. From the train window I watched scenes unchanged in centuries as peasant families threshed and winnowed in the fields. 2 men were practicing the ancient method of irrigation. One stood barefoot on a high wooden contraption resembling a playground seesaw. Balancing himself with arms outstretched like a trapeze artist, he walked toward one end of the beam, and as he did so his shifting weight caused a leather bucket to dip into the irrigation ditch. Then he walked toward the center to level the beam, waited for his companion to swing it around in a semicircle to another ditch, and walked back toward the bucket of water, which now sloshed its contents into the new ditch. The 2 men would repeat that procedure 1,000 times, all day, every day. The Mystery of India. From Madras I went by car to Vellore, a city of about 100,000, and moved into the crowded quarters allotted to hospital employees. Within a few days I was feeling Indian again. I stored my shoes in a closet and went around barefoot or in sandals. I wore loose-fitting cotton clothes. I bathed Indian style, dipping a metal ladle into a bucket of water seated over an open fire and then pouring it over my head. I went to sleep beneath a slowly turning ceiling fan, soothed by the clear metallic hoo, hoo of the coppersmith birds, and awoke to the raucous sound of crows. I arrived in Vellore during the cool season, and as summer approached I encountered heat such as I had never known as a child of the mountains. Afternoons, the temperature sometimes climbed past 110. We treated barefoot Indians who had blistered the soles of their feet just by walking on the hot asphalt streets. The simple act of breathing brought on perspiration. Some offices hung reed curtains at the door and hired boys to spray water on them all day, but on really hot days the curtains dried instantly. Palm leaf fans simply shifted hot air from one place to another. Clothes were hot compresses. At night, the thin mosquito net I crawled under smothered like a wool blanket. Nothing in velour was air-conditioned, not even the operating room. I became very unpopular among surgical nurses and assistants because I refused to use the ceiling fan, fearing with some justification that it would stir up germ-laden dust which might fall into the wound. Sometimes we operated for 12 straight hours, pausing between each long operation to change our sopping scrub suits and gowns. In that climate, an adult requires 6 quarts of liquid a day, but I found that when I drank so much, I broke out with a severe case of prickly heat, a hideous skin rash that results from constant sweating. I had a nearly irresistible urge to scratch all the time, but I could not possibly do so while wearing my sterile surgical gown and gloves, and besides, I knew that scratching would bring on boils and infections. Another doctor warned me not to scrimp on the liquids, though. I know the temptation, he said. When I first came to India, I cut back on fluids to reduce the sweating and clear up the prickly heat. And it worked, but when I stopped drinking so much, I wasn't taking enough water to keep the urea dissolved, and it crystallized into stones. Frankly, Paul, you have a choice. Prickly heat or kidney stones. Having had both, I strongly recommend the prickly heat. I heeded his advice and kept drinking my daily quota. Adjusting to India took its toll on my body. Any resistance to local diseases I had developed in childhood had long since faded away, and I fought successive bouts with dysentery, hepatitis, influenza, and dengue. Dengue, the worst of the ailments, was commonly called break-bone fever, because for about a week it felt as if all the bones in your back and legs are broken. After I had 6 months to adjust to velour, Margaret and our 2 small children set sail from England, and in June of 1947 our family was reunited at last. I had been working non-stop, and Margaret's arrival forced me to settle into a more normal routine. We moved into the top floor of a stone bungalow near the medical college, and most days Margaret joined me at the hospital, where she had taken a position in pediatrics. The Velour Hospital had been founded in 1900 by an American missionary, Dr. Ira Scudder. It began as a medical college for young women, based initially in a small dispensary that measured no more than 10 feet by 12 feet. The school flourished and eventually opened its doors to male students. By the time we arrived, the hospital had grown into a sprawling 400-bed complex of buildings. Somehow, despite the hospital's size, the staff had retained a strong sense of Christian community that Dr. Scudder had first inspired. We felt we were among family. Margaret and I both had to adapt to the Indian style of medicine, however. I learned, for example, that many Indian patients viewed a doctor almost as a priest. One busy morning, a woman followed me through all my rounds, lurking in the shadows as I went from room to room. "What is it?" I asked her. "Didn't I just treat your husband?" She nodded yes. "And did you get the prescription from the pharmacy?" Again, a nod. "Have you given it to him?" This time, a no. "Doctor, can you come and give the medicine to him with your good hands?" she asked. At first I was somewhat irritated by the Indian's insistence on touch and on family interaction in all decisions. Soon I came to see its wisdom, a wisdom I now wish we in the West recognized more. Following Ira Scudder's vision, the Velour Hospital sought to blend modern medicine into an Indian context, and not simply replicate Western methods. It was the first hospital in all of Asia to offer thoracic surgery and kidney dialysis and open heart surgery, electron microscopy, and neurosurgery. Its reputation was such that Arabian princes would sometimes fly to India and make the journey to the backwater town of Velour for a treatment of a health problem. And yet the hospital maintained a distinctly Indian flavor. Hallways sometimes resembled a boisterous marketplace. Patients lay in open wards of 40 or 50 beds, and in most cases their families, not the cafeteria, provided food. The staff kept an eye out for women who would light a charcoal brazier on the wards, creating a fire hazard. If a patient died, the ever-present family would break into howls and chest-beating and high-pitched keening right into the ward or hallway. This was India, where illness and death were accepted as parts of the cycle of life, and no one saw the need to shelter other patients from the bad news. Lacking air conditioning, the hospital kept its windows open most of the time, and street noise, the clatter of bullock carts, the buzz of motorbikes, the cries of food vendors filtered in. For a time, the hospital had a problem with crows that conspired to steal patients' food. One of the canny birds would lead the assault, flying in an open door to tug at the tray cloth with its beak, and when all the food had spilled onto the floor, co-conspirators swooped in for the feast. Once, a crow brazenly flew into the autopsy lab and plucked from the countertop a human eye that our pathologist was readying for dissection. The hospital soon crow-proofed its corridors with a fine steel mesh. It's still working on ways to keep the monkeys out. Improvisation. More than anything else, practicing medicine in India called for creativity. Because limited resources prevented us from automatically ordering the newest labor-saving devices, we were forced to improvise. In addition, something was always going wrong that no textbook had prepared us for. A power blackout in the middle of surgery, a report of rabies in the hospital, a water shortage, an unknown pyrogen in the blood bank. We had to scratch our heads and come up with a new approach. If a new technology, such as image intensifier X-rays, offered an immediate diagnostic benefit, we tried to obtain the best equipment available. One of our Indian radiologists mastered the art of cineradiography and made outstanding moving pictures of the inner workings of the human body. He also gained some notoriety thanks to a bizarre film. This radiologist persuaded an Indian snake swallower to let him feed barium meals to his liveliest snakes. Then in front of an X-ray camera, the obliging street entertainer swallowed each of the snakes one by one, letting them frolic a while in his stomach, and regurgitated them. The resulting film, viewers see snakes outlined in white in the man's stomach, then squirm down the esophagus, wriggle and knot in the man's stomach, and then thrust upward above a heaving diaphragm. Made quite a hit at the international radiology conferences. Our anesthesia department, in contrast, was sparsely supplied. At first we used a simple wire mask with 12 layers of gauze clamped over it. The anesthetist would soak the gauze in ether, position it over the patient's mouth for the proper duration, and then check under the eyelid periodically to gauge the ether's effect. We had no monitors providing readouts of blood gases, blood pressure, or heartbeat rate, but in India, the plentiful labor supply would often substitute for technology. An assistant stood by with the sole duty of checking blood pressure and listening through a stethoscope for any irregularities. In retrospect, I can see that we operated in rather basic conditions, but I console myself with the memory that very few people died on the operating tables at Vellore. It took years for us to master the subtleties of blood transfusion, which was then a relatively new science. When I began at Vellore, the hospital had no blood bank. For orthopedic surgeries, we relied on a jerry-rigged device that suctioned out and recirculated a patient's own blood. In an emergency, we used the arm-to-arm method of transfusion, which was quite dramatic. After being tested for compatibility, the donor, usually a relative, would lie on a high table above the endangered patient. The doctor would put a needle into the vein of the healthy person, then run a tube down and insert the other end into the vein of the one in need. Life then flowed directly from one person into the other. Eventually, we got a blood bank functioning. Most Indians were reluctant to donate blood, but the free market system overcame their resistance. Rickshaw drivers discovered they could get as much money for donating a pint of blood as they earned pulling a rickshaw for a day. Before long, we had to devise a skin tattoo system to monitor the frequency of their donations, for by using false aliases and traveling to other hospitals, some of them were donating up to a pint of blood a week. Sometimes we performed surgeries in a village setting rather than in the hospital. At first I feared terrible complications from such outdoor procedures, but we learned the village environment presented no real danger if we strictly followed an aseptic method. An agar plate set under a tree in the open air might grow more bacteria than a plate set in a hospital corridor, but those bacteria would certainly be less harmful and surely less immune to antibiotics. In the average Indian hospital, germs from the worst communicable diseases, some of them in resistant strains, float freely through the hallways. Not so in the rural setting, where the most common germs are those to which the ordinary villager already has developed natural resistance. I have performed numerous operations during surgery camps, including one in which I had to borrow a set of chisels from a local carpenter and boil them, and I cannot remember a serious sepsis resulting. Anton Chekhov sometimes performed his surgeries and autopsies outdoors under a tree. His descriptions of the fears and superstitions of the Russian peasants reminded me of what I occasionally encountered in rural India, where we had to contend with traditional remedies. For example, since superstitious families thought it important for their child to be born under the good sign of the horoscope, midwives employed a variety of techniques to alter the time of birth. With the mother in a sitting position, the midwife would have a strong man sit on her shoulders in order to put pressure on the birth canal and delay labor. Alternatively, to speed up delivery, the midwife might pound on the poor woman's abdomen. The single most difficult obstacle we faced in health work was impure water. Without doubt, more third-world children have died from dehydration due to diarrhea than from any other cause. We could control the water quality at the hospital, but in the villages, the water supply was usually the source of the illness. In the cure lay the disease. The more a child drank to combat dehydration, the more infected he or she became. Oddly, the plentifulness of coconut trees in southern India offered one way around this dilemma. Back in London, I had worked with Dick Dawson, a surgeon who had been captured by the Japanese during the war and assigned to the work crews constructing the infamous Burma-Siam Railroad. Conditions were appalling. The crews worked in swamps, and since their captors provided no latrines, soon all the water was contaminated by sewage. Dysentery set in, and the malnourished British prisoners fell by the score. As medical officer of the regiment, Dawson grew more and more distraught, helpless to prevent the soldiers' deaths. Suddenly one day, while sitting in a tent in the midst of that hellish scene, Dick Dawson had a revelation. Looking out over the putrid, steaming swamp, he noticed tall and graceful trees growing in the midst of the bog. From the tops of the trees hung shiny green coconuts. There it was, a plentiful supply of sterile fluid full of nutrients. Dawson ordered the healthiest soldiers to shinny up the trees and pull down the greenest coconuts. Only the green ones would do, before their juice thickened into white coconut milk. From then on, Dawson managed to rehydrate most cases of dysentery by transfusions of coconut water. He whittled the slim hollow twigs of bamboo to use as needles, fastened them to rubber tubes. One needle went into the coconut and one into the soldier's veins. Dick Dawson's technique came in handy in parts of India where sterile fluids could not be obtained. Usually we fed the coconut water to patients through the mouth, but village hospitals sometimes used coconuts as a temporary source of intravenous or IV fluids. To visitors from from England or the United States, it was jarring to see a metal IV stand rigged with a rubber tube snaking up from the patient's arm to a fresh coconut. Yet the fructose mixture in the sealed coconut was as sterile as any product from a medical supply house. Countless cholera and dysentery victims have been saved through such village-based treatment. The heat, the sometimes primitive conditions, the oddities of Indian medicine, the regular bouts with dysentery and tropical fevers, all these required some getting used to, but the difficulties were more than offset by the sheer thrill of practicing medicine. Indians did not visit a doctor to complain about a runny nose or a sore throat. They came to the hospital only when they needed urgent medical attention. I felt like a forensic detective. In England, if the patient showed up with an ulcer, we treated the ulcer. In India, we would treat the ulcer and also check for hookworm, malaria, malnutrition, and a dozen other ailments. I was amazed by the fortitude of Indian patients and their calm attitude toward suffering. Even after sitting in a crowded waiting room for hours, they did not complain. To them, pain was a part of the landscape of life and could by no means be avoided. Karma philosophy dulled any sense of unfairness about the pain. It simply had to be borne. At times I thought wistfully of the climate-controlled state-of-the-art operating rooms and laboratories of University College Hospital in London, but my involvement with individual patients and the freedom I felt to practice my calling easily made up for any sense of loss. Never had I felt so challenged and so fulfilled. Some people look upon expatriate doctors in the third world countries as self-sacrificing heroes. I know better. Most are having the time of their lives. I know too many physicians in the West who spend half their hours filling out insurance forms and wrangling with government health programs and choosing computerized record-keeping systems, shopping for malpractice insurance, and listening to pharmacy sales reps. Give me India any day. A slower, wiser way. The first year in Vellore, I served as general surgeon, treating whoever came in the door. I was young, eager, and drunk with the adventure of real medicine. Beginning with my second year, I began to specialize in orthopedics, still with no idea of what would constitute my life's work. At first, like any new surgeon, I merely implemented what I had learned in training. In time, though, I found that India was teaching me new approaches to treatment. My favorite memory of those days relates to the treatment of clubfoot, or talipes equinovarus. The condition, a genetic deformity, causes the foot to rotate and turn inward. At the Great Ormond Street Hospital in London, I had seen many clubfoot cases because my chief, Dennis Brown, was an internationally known expert in the field. A clubfoot splint still bears Dennis Brown's name. I remember watching with eager student eyes as he, a big man, massaged tiny infant feet with hands so large that his thumb covered the sole of the newborn's foot. With great skill, he would surgically manipulate those feet, forcing them into proper position and fixing them with adhesive tape onto the foot piece of a rigid splint. He insisted on complete correction at the first manipulation, and he got it. I sometimes heard the breaking of ligaments as he worked a foot into its new position. I was assigned to the follow-up clinic where splints were changed, and in that clinic I began to see the patients who came back years later with problems requiring special shoes and corrective surgeries. I never lost my admiration for Dennis Brown, an authentic medical genius, but nonetheless I'm afraid he did not fully appreciate the harm done to a limb by the scarring that results from coercive pressure. The feet he corrected came out with a beautiful shape, but with no flexibility and much stiffness due to the many torn tissues. Soon after arriving in India, I opened a foot clinic at the Vellore Hospital and was nearly trampled by feet. Word of our project spread, and before we had adequate staff, we found ourselves facing more patients than we could possibly handle. Looking out over the courtyard, I saw people of all ages leaning on crutches and dragging themselves pitifully across the ground. As I stared out at that crowd, I felt dazed and helpless. I looked for familiar symptoms and soon found them in the form of clubfoot. Scores of distressed mothers had brought babies afflicted by the disorder. We established a talipes clinic just for these babies, and I trained the Vellore staff in the familiar routine of surgery and forced splinting that I had learned from Dennis Brown. We bought a large fragment of a downed World War II airplane, and a local blacksmith cut the metal skin and hammered out little splints for us to use. Meanwhile, I also began to treat the older patients. Among them, I noticed some who walked in a jerky bow-legged style that I had never before seen. They were actually walking on the outer surfaces of their feet, their ankles almost touching the ground. The soles of their feet, turned inward and upward, faced each other. It was unnerving to see someone walk toward me on the pink soles of both feet fully visible throughout each step. I realized with a start, for the first time, that I was looking at clubfoot victims in adult life who had never been treated in infancy. Thick calluses covered the tops of their feet. Many had become infected and ulcerated because the skin on the top of the foot was not designed to be walked on. I selected a 19-year-old patient for treatment, anticipating a long process of splinting, followed by an operation of the most radical kind to turn the foot over and fix its sole downward. As I examined him, I could hardly believe my hands. Massaging and rotating his feet, I found them to be supple and responsive to gentle manipulation, in great contrast to the stiffness I had encountered in my older patients in England. No scar tissue had formed because no doctor had ever forced his feet into a new shape or surgically corrected them. It came to me that I must not introduce scar into this virgin tissue through the use of coercive force, so I simply pressed his feet back in the direction of their correct position until he felt a twinge of pain, and then casted them in place. After a week, on changing the splint, I found the tissues had loosened. Week by week I pressed them a little more, with progressive splinting until nearly half the deformity was corrected without surgery. When I finally saw that teenager walk away for the first time in his life using the soles of his feet, I knew for certain that we had to apply the principle of slow correction to the baby's club feet. I announced to the baby clinic that we were to try a new approach. No more forceful manipulation, no more scar-producing surgeries. From now on, we would stimulate the tissues to correct themselves. There was one problem. Somehow we had to calculate an amount of force strong enough to stimulate the shortened side of the foot to grow, and yet not so strong that it would damage tissues and cause scarring. I will not mention all the methods we tried in arriving at this calculation, only our final and most successful method. The Talipes clinic treated babies, and in India mothers breastfeed their babies for at least a year. In this we found a key. We instructed mothers to bring very hungry babies to the clinic. No one was to feed before the morning treatment. The clinic already had a well-deserved reputation as the noisiest room in the hospital. Now the waiting room became a cacophony of squalling babies. As soon as a baby's name was called, the mother entered and sat opposite me. She laid her baby across her knees and opened her sari at last, exposing a breast swollen with milk. While the baby sucked greedily, I removed the old splint, washed the foot, and began to move it around to test the range of movement. Sometimes the baby would turn its eyes toward me and frown, but milk was the overwhelming priority. After assessing the problem, I would get a roll of fine plaster of Paris and wet it and begin to work with the foot. Now came the critical moment. I stared intently at the baby's eyes. At that point, the baby still had only one interest: food. I moved her foot gently but steadily toward a more correct position. At the first discomfort, her eyes shifted and began looking at the foot and at me, the source of the trouble. That was a signal. We quickly wrapped the wet plaster of Paris bandage around the foot and leg, bending the foot to the farthest position that we could achieve that would keep the baby looking and frowning. If she ever let go of her mother in order to yell, we had lost the game. We had gone too far, forcing the foot into a position that would put tissue under too much stress. At that first cry of protest, we would have to relax, unwrap the plaster, and start over with a new bandage while the baby went back to nursing. We learned that if we crossed this pain barrier, even though we could see no obvious injury, swelling and stiffness would later appear. Using this technique, we obtained dramatic results of total correction without resorting to surgery. One child might require as many as 20 splint treatments, each with successive plaster cast remaining on for about 5 days, enough time to allow skin, ligaments, and finally bone cells to adapt to the gentle stresses being imposed upon them. After the final treatment, we kept the feet in Dennis Brown splints until the child was walking. The correcting influence had to be both gentle and persistent. If we left the foot uncasted for a few weeks, the deformity came right back. If the treatment proved successful, the child ended up with supple limbs and feet in the correct position for walking, with no sign of swelling or scarring. Those few cases requiring surgery at a later stage were a joy to operate on because of the absence of scar tissue. Through my experience with Talipes, I learned a fundamental principle of self-physiology. Gentle persuasion works far better than violent correction. We hung a motto over the door of the Clubfoot Clinic: the inevitability of gradualness. Although I had trained as a surgeon, a specialist in radical correction, I came to prefer the greater thrill of assisting the body in the wondrous process of adapting to stress and healing itself. No matter how skillfully I might operate, I will always leave a wound, and spilled blood, and torn tissue, the very factors that lead to scarring, such as I had found in Dennis Brown's patients. If I can persuade the body to correct itself without surgery, then every local cell can devote itself to work toward solving the original problem, not any new ones I might introduce. The body's slower, wiser changes will leave no scar. Along the way, I learned another lesson, a lesson about pain that would become a guiding principle of my career. At the Clubfoot Clinic, I began listening almost by instinct to the body's pain signals. Our ritual with the nursing mothers worked for one reason. It helped us attune ourselves to the baby's tolerance for pain. I knew that if my movement of that little girl's foot merely caused irritation, the body could handle that stress without any damage. Many things can irritate a baby: a stranger's face, wet diapers, a loud noise. The advanced state of hunger, though, ruled out all interruptions except pain. If I rotated her foot so hard that it caused real pain, enough so that she would stop nursing, then I had crossed the barrier that pain was designed to protect. Pain protects from damage without discrimination, whether the damage is caused by patients themselves or by their physician. Very soon I would use similar principles to correct stiff hands in leprosy. But these patients posed a whole new set of problems that would baffle me for a decade. I could not listen to their pain. They had none. Part 2. A Career in Pain. Chapter 7. Chingleput Detour. I was recognizably human. I had at least the usual complement of legs and arms, but I might have been some shameful piece of garbage. There was something indecent about the way in which I was being furtively shuffled out of life. Peter Greaves, leprosy patient. I was happily settling into the daily routine of teaching surgery until Dr. Robert Cochrane, the indomitable Scotsman who had summoned me to India in the first place, upended that routine by inviting me to his leprosarium. I knew little about the disease in which Cochrane had achieved worldwide renown. I remembered well the scary scene from my childhood when my father had confined my sister and me to the house while he treated the men with leprosy. And in Vellore I had often seen forlorn beggars with the deformities characteristic of leprosy. "Why don't you come down to my clinic?" I asked these beggars. "At least we could examine you and dress your sores." "No, doctor, we could never come," they responded. "No hospital would let us in. We are lepers." I checked with the hospital, and the beggars were right. Vellore, like every other general hospital in India, had a strict policy against admitting leprosy patients, believing that lepers would scare away the other patients. I put the matter out of my mind until Bob Cochrane insisted that I visit his leprosy sanitarium in Chingleput. Bob had a classic Scottish appearance, ruddy skin, a head full of graying hair, and bristly eyebrows that he used to maximum effect. I had never met anyone so dynamic, confident, and hard-working. Besides overseeing daily operations at the 1,000-patient leprosy sanitarium in Chingleput, Cochrane also served as temporary director of the Vellore Medical College and headed up government leprosy programs for the entire state. Rising at 5 a.m. each day, he worked non-stop, even on the hottest summer days, until 10 p.m., when he retired for an hour or two of Bible study. Cochrane's war against leprosy was at its core a religious crusade. "I'm not interested in Christianity, I'm interested in Christ, which is an entirely different matter," he would say. Citing the example of Jesus, who had broken cultural taboos by reaching out to victims of leprosy, Cochrane led a campaign against the prevailing social stigma. He sent shockwaves through the medical community by hiring leprosy patients, burnt-out cases that he considered non-infectious, to work in his home, one as his personal cook and the other as his gardener. Most significantly, Cochrane pioneered the use in India of a new sulfone drug from America that stopped leprosy from progressing. For the first time, he could offer leprosy patients genuine hope of arrest of the disease, possibly even a cure. A sudden jolt. Everyone looked upon the sanitarium run by the Church of Scotland as a model facility. Leprosy patients tended to live apart from society, forming their own communities beside a garbage dump or some such remote place. Even leprosy institutions housed their patients in squalid compounds away from population centers. In contrast, Chingleput was a lovely, sprawling campus of neat yellow buildings with red tile roofs. Years before, missionaries had planted long rows of mango and tamarind trees, and as a result, Chingleput now stood out like an oasis in the rocky red clay terrain south of Madras. It was a mild, sunny day in 1947 when I finally visited Bob Cochrane at Chingleput. As we strolled down a shady pathway, he filled my ear with more facts about leprosy than I cared to know. "It's hardly contagious at all," he said. "Only 1 in 20 adults is even susceptible. The rest couldn't contract it if they tried. Leprosy used to be terrible, but now, thanks to sulfone drugs, we can arrest the disease at an early stage. If we could just get society to catch up with the advances on the medical front, we could shut this place down. Our patients could return to their communities and resume their lives." In between these mini lectures, Cochrane proudly showed me the cottage industries he had established: weaving, bookbinding, and cobbler shops, vegetable gardens, carpentry sheds. He seemed oblivious to the gargoylish appearance of the advanced leprosy patients, but I had to fight the temptation to avert my eyes from the more disfigured faces. Some had the so-called leonine characteristics of leprosy: a flattened nose, no eyebrows, and greatly thickened forehead and cheekbone areas. A few had so little control over facial muscles that I found it hard to tell a smile from a grimace. I noticed the red-stained milky film on many eyes. Cochrane informed me that leprosy often blinds its victims. After a few minutes I stopped looking at faces, however, for the leprosy patients' hands had captured my attention. As we passed by, the patients greeted us in the traditional Indian way, hands held up and palms pressed together before a slightly bowed head. Never in my life had I seen so many stumps and claw hands. Shortened fingers jutted out at unnatural angles, their joints frozen into position. I saw other fingers bent downward against the palm in a fixed claw position, with the fingernails actually indenting the flesh of the palm. Some lacked thumbs and fingers altogether. In the weaving shop I noticed one young boy working vigorously at a loom, shooting the shuttle through the weft with his right hand and then reaching out with his left hand to ram a wooden bar against the threads, forcing them together. He picked up speed, probably showing off for the director and his guest, and bits of cotton floated through the air like dust. Cochrane shouted over the clatter of the loom, "You see, Paul, these workers would have to resort to begging outside the leprosarium. Despite their skills, no one would ever hire them." I made a gesture to interrupt Bob and pointed to a trail of dark spots on the cotton cloth. "Blood?" "May I see your hand?" I yelled to the weaver. He released the pedal and set down the shuttle, and instantly the noise level in the room dropped several decibels. He held out a deformed, twisted hand with shortened fingers. The index finger had lost maybe a third of an inch in length, and as I looked closer I saw a naked bone protruding from a nasty septic wound. This boy was working with a finger cut to the bone. "How did you cut yourself?" I asked. He gave a nonchalant reply. "Oh, it's nothing. I had a pimple on my finger, and earlier it bled a little. I guess it's opened up again." I took a few photos of his hand to add to my orthopedics files, and we dispatched him to the clinic for bandaging. "That's a real problem here," Bob explained as the boy left. "These patients go anesthetic. They lose all sense of touch and pain, so we have to watch them carefully. They hurt themselves without knowing it." How could anyone not notice a cut like that, I thought to myself. From Tommy Lewis's research, I knew that up to 21,000 sensors of heat, pressure, and pain crowd together in 1 square inch of the fingertip. How could he feel no pain from such an injury? Yet the boy had indeed showed no sign of discomfort. We continued the tour, and Cochrane, a dermatologist, began describing subtle variations in the color and texture of the dry skin patches symptomatic of leprosy. "Note the different reactions in the macule and the papule, a nodule and a plaque," he said, pointing to patients whose skin had been infiltrated by the disease. I was still thinking of the young weaver with the bloody finger, and the non-stop lecture was beginning to annoy me. "Bob, I've heard enough about skin," I said at last. "Tell me about bones. Look at the hands of that woman. She has no fingers left, just a stump. What happened to her fingers? Did they fall off?" "Sorry, Paul, I don't know," he replied brusquely and resumed his skin lecture. I broke in again. "You don't know? But, Bob, these patients will need their hands for any kind of livelihood. Something's destroying the tissue. You just can't let these hands waste away." Cochrane's eyebrows arched upward in a sign that I recognized as a final warning before a storm burst. He jabbed a finger at my stomach. "And who is the orthopedist around here, Paul?" he demanded. "I'm a dermatologist, and I've studied this disease for 25 years. I know most of what there is to know about how leprosy affects skin, but you go back to that medical library in Vellore and look up on research on leprosy and bones. And I can tell you what you'll find. Nothing. No orthopedist has ever paid attention to this disease, even though it's crippled more people than polio or any other disease." Could it be true that not one of the thousands of orthopedic surgeons had taken an interest in a disease that produced such terrible deformities? A look of incredulity must have crossed my face because Cochrane responded as though he had read my mind. "You're thinking of leprosy like other diseases, Paul," he said, "but doctors, like most people, put it in a separate category altogether. They view leprosy as a curse of the gods. It still has the aura of supernatural judgment about it. You'll find priests and missionaries and a few crackpots working in leprosy settlements, but rarely a good physician and never a specialist in orthopedics. I stayed silent, mulling over what Cochrane had said. We were walking under the main arched colonnade of trees toward the dining hall. Cochrane nodded and spoke to the patients that we passed. He seemed to know them all by name. One man motioned for us to stop and asked whether we would look at a sore on his foot. He squatted on the ground and tried to unbuckle his sandal, but he couldn't manage it with his hand pulled into a claw position. Every time he tried to slide the sandal strap between his thumb and palm in order to tug it free of the buckle, the strap slipped away. Paralysis from nerve damage, Cochrane remarked. That's what this disease does. Paralysis plus complete anesthesia. This fellow can't feel his sandal strap any more than the boy at the loom could feel his cut finger. I asked the sandal wearer if I could see his hands. He rose from the ground, the sandal still strapped to his foot, and presented his right hand. The fingers were full length and intact, but virtually useless. The thumb and the four fingers curved in and pressed against each other in the position that I recognized as leprosy claw hand. As I examined the man's hand, though, to my surprise, the fingers felt soft and supple, very unlike fingers made stiff through arthritis or other crippling diseases. I pried the fingers open and squeezed my own hand between his bent thumb and fingers. Squeeze, I said, as hard as you can. Anticipating a weak twitch from nearly paralyzed muscles, I was startled to feel a jolt of pain shoot through my hand. This man had the grip of a bodybuilder. The nails of his bent fingers dug into my flesh like talons. "Stop!" I cried. I looked up to see a puzzled expression on the man's face. What a strange visitor, he must have thought. He asks me to squeeze hard and then yells when I do. I felt more than pain in that moment, however. I felt a sudden awakening, a tiny electric prod, signaling the beginning of a long, boundless search. I had the intuitive sense of stumbling across a path that would send my life in a new direction. I had just spent a very depressing morning, seeing hundreds of hands that cried out for treatment. As a surgeon who loved hands, I had shaken my head in sadness at the waste, for until this moment I had thought them permanently ruined. Now, in this one man's grip, I had first-hand proof that a useless hand concealed live, powerful muscles. Paralysis? Not hardly. My own hand still ached from his grip. The man's puzzled look only added to the mystery. Until I cried out, he had no idea he had hurt me. He had lost sensory contact with his own hand. Creeping death. Accepting Bob Cochrane's challenge, I returned to Vellore and checked out the literature on orthopedic aspects of leprosy. I learned that 10 to 15 million people worldwide were estimated to suffer from the disease. Since a third of them sustained significant damage to the hands and feet, leprosy probably represented the single greatest cause of orthopedic crippling. One source suggested that leprosy caused more hand paralysis than all the diseases combined. Yet I could find only one article describing any surgical procedures other than amputation, an article that bore the byline, Robert Cochrane. The afternoon in Chingleput I had kindled an interest that I could not ignore, and I felt compelled to study this cruel disease further. The pattern of paralysis baffled me because it blatantly contradicted my previous experience with paralysis. The man with the sandal could flex his fingers in, but could not extend them out. He could grip my hand like a vice, but he could not separate his fingers enough to pick up a pencil. Why had only one part of his hand become paralyzed? As a starting point, I needed to determine which of the three major nerves in the hand was responsible for the partial paralysis. I set up a weekly visit to Chingleput. Each Thursday after hospital rounds, I caught the evening train from Vellore, then hired a horse-drawn cart to transport me the last few miles to the sanatorium. The Cochranes kept a guest room available for me, and after a good night's sleep I would arise to begin a full day of surveying patients. Following dinner with the Cochranes on Friday evening, I would retire early, setting my alarm for 4:30 a.m. Bob taught a morning class at the Vellore Medical College on Saturdays, and I could ride back in his car. I organized an assembly line team of technicians, and one by one we examined 1,000 patients at Chingleput. Testing with a feather and a straight pin, we mapped the sensitivity to touch and pain in the various regions of the hand. Then we measured the range of movement of thumb, fingers, and wrist, and repeated the procedures for toes or feet. We recorded the precise length of fingers and toes, noting which digits had shortened and which muscles seemed to be paralyzed. If facial paralysis was present, we noted that too. The most interesting cases we x-rayed. Since I spent only 1 day a week in Chingleput, the survey dragged on for several months. Early on, though, I noticed a clear pattern among the patients, 80%, as it turned out, who had experienced some degree of paralysis of the hand. Almost all of them had lost movement in the muscles controlled by the ulnar nerve. Ulnar, U-L-N-A-R. 40% showed evidence of paralysis in areas supplied by the lower part of the median nerve. Oddly, I found no paralysis in the forearm muscles supplied by the upper part of the median nerve. Very few muscles controlled by the radial nerve were affected, and we found no paralysis above the elbow. This was an anomaly that I had noticed first in the sandal wearer, who could bend his fingers but not extend them. I had never seen such a peculiar pattern. In some diseases, paralysis inches relentlessly toward the trunk, affecting all nerves in its path. In others, like polio, paralysis is completely haphazard. Leprosy, however, seemed to attack specific nerves, very selectively, with a strange consistency. What could account for the unusual progression? By now my scientific instincts were fully aroused. Even severely afflicted leprosy patients retain some good nerves and muscles, as the man with the claw hand had demonstrated on me so powerfully, a fact which opened up the tantalizing possibility of surgical correction. If a claw hand patient could still bend his fingers inward, if I could figure out how to free them to straighten in an outward direction, he would regain a functioning hand. Before proceeding, though, I had to learn much more. I read everything available about leprosy. I soon discovered why Bob Cochran had become such a crusader. No disease in history has been marked by so much stigma, much of it a result of ignorance and false stereotypes. Hysteria over leprosy sprang partly from a great fear of contagion. In Old Testament times, a person with leprosy or infectious skin diseases had to wear torn clothes and let his hair be unkempt and cover the lower part of his face and cry out, "Unclean, unclean." Leviticus 13:45. People with leprosy lived in isolation outside the town walls. In most societies in history, in fact, a similar fear of contagion led to government policies of quarantine. Yet, as Bob Cochran had assured me, such fear was largely unfounded. Leprosy may only be spread to susceptible people, a very small minority. In 1873, the Norwegian scientist Armauer Hansen identified the agent responsible for leprosy, Mycobacterium leprae, a bacillus that closely resembles the tuberculosis bacillus, and since then leprosy had proved to be one of the least communicable of all communicable diseases. Hansen's compatriot, Daniel Cornelius Danielson, the father of leprology, tried for years to contract the disease for experimental purposes, injecting the bacillus by hypodermic needle into himself and 4 laboratory workers. These efforts demonstrated incredible courage, but little else. All 5 colleagues were immune. Footnote: Hansen met similar failure in his attempts to transmit the bacillus. When he had no success with rabbits, he experimented on a human being by injecting leprosy germs into the cornea of a patient's eye. The woman did not contract the disease, but she suffered pain from the injection and reported him to the authorities. For this breach of ethics, Hansen was banned from practicing in Norwegian hospitals for the rest of his life. End footnote. The riddle of transmission remains unsolved to this day. The most vulnerable group seems to be children who have prolonged contact with infected persons, and for this reason in many countries, children are separated from their infected parents. Most clinicians favor the theory that leprosy is spread through the upper respiratory system via nasal droplets communicated through a cough or sneeze. High standards of hygiene tend to reduce the chance of contagion. Leprosy workers have a very low infection rate despite their regular contact with patients. Some theorize that the leprosy bacillus breeds in colonies in the soil, which may explain why it stubbornly perseveres in low-income countries where people go barefoot and live in houses with dirt floors. The disease lost its grip on Western Europe, once a primary breeding ground, as the standard of living rose, and the same trend holds true in developing countries today. However it spreads, leprosy rarely affects more than 1% of the population in any given region. There are a few exceptions to that rule, I learned, and the area around Vellore, India, happened to be one of them. In the 1940s, more than 3% of the surrounding population had tested positive for leprosy. Most infected patients stand a good chance of healing the disease on their own. These tuberculoid cases may suffer patches of dead skin, the loss of sensation, and a little nerve damage, but no extensive disfigurement. Many of the symptoms result from the body's own furious autoimmune response to the foreign bacilli. 1 in every 5 patients, however, lacks any natural immunities. These unprotected patients, classified lepromatus, are usually the ones who end up in facilities like Chingleput. Their bodies seem to put out a welcome mat for the foreign invaders, and trillions of bacilli lay siege in the massive infiltration that, were it by any other strain of bacteria, would mean certain death. But leprosy rarely proves fatal. It wrecks the body in slow, debilitating ways. My patients sometimes use the local word for leprosy, which literally means creeping death. Sores appear on the hands and face and feet, and if they go untreated, infection may set in. Fingers and toes mysteriously shorten in length. Beggars I saw in the streets of India usually had raw, suppurating sores and deformed hands and feet. Lacking a sensation of pain, these beggars had little regard for the dangers of infection and instead exploited their wounds for their potential profit. The more aggressive beggars would sometimes threaten to touch a passerby unless he or she gave alms. Blindness, a further manifestation of the disease, greatly complicates the life of a person with leprosy. Having lost touch and pain sensations, he cannot use his fingers to scout the world and test for danger. As I studied the history of leprosy, I came to have the utmost respect for the saintly few who, defying society's stigma, looked past the unsightly symptoms of leprosy and ministered to its victims. For centuries such people had nothing to offer but simple compassion. As the disease ravaged Europe during the Middle Ages, religious orders devoted to Lazarus, the patron saint of leprosy, established homes for patients. These courageous women could do little but bind wounds and change dressings, but the homes themselves, called lazarettos, may have helped break the hold of the disease in Europe by isolating leprosy patients and improving their living conditions. In the 19th and 20th centuries, Christian missionaries who spread across the globe established many colonies for leprosy patients, such as the one at Chingleput, and as a result, many of the major scientific advances in understanding and treating leprosy came from missionaries, Bob Cochrane being the latest in a long line. At Chingleput, the introduction of sulfone drugs represented a breakthrough every bit as exciting as what I had experienced in medical school with penicillin. The previous treatment, injecting oil distilled from the chalmugra tree directly into the patient's skin patches, had side effects almost as bad as the disease. Some doctors preferred many small injections, as many as 320 per week, which left the skin pulpy and inflamed. Desperate, patients sought out such treatment regardless, and some reported improvement. The new sulfone drug had the distinct advantage of being an oral medication. By the time I visited Chingleput, after 5 years of testing with sulfone, patients were actually showing negative reports of active bacteria. Leprosy had virtually disappeared from their body. Old-time leprosy workers like Cochrane were ecstatic. No longer contagious, their disease now inactive, patients could theoretically be released to their villages. Hopes dimmed, however, as it became clear that villages had no interest in welcoming home anyone with a history of leprosy. In almost every case, patients had to stay on at Chingleput even after they had been cured. I was not sure what contribution I could offer leprosy patients, but the more time I spent among them, the more confirmed I felt in my calling. While conducting the research tests, I had listened to hundreds of stories of rejection and despair. Banished from home and village, the patients went to Chingleput because they literally had nowhere else to go. They had become social outcasts simply because of their misfortune in contracting a feared and misunderstood disease. For the first time, I grasped the human tragedy of leprosy. With Cochrane's encouragement, I also caught a whiff of hope that progress could be made in reversing that tragedy. Revelation at dawn. After surveying Chingleput and other leprosy sanitariums near Vellore, I reviewed the data collected from 2,000 patients. Each file folder on a damaged hand included diagrams of the insensitivity and range of movement, as well as photos of bone and skin damage. The pattern I had first noticed of Chingleput, which defied every conventional sequence of paralysis, held true. Frequent paralysis in areas controlled by the ulnar nerve, moderate paralysis in the median nerve, and very little in the radial nerve. I could think of no logical reason why the ulnar nerve at the elbow would cause paralysis while the median nerve 1 inch away stayed healthy, or why the median nerve went dead at the wrist while none of the radial nerve muscles were paralyzed. To add to my confusion, I had sent tissue samples from a shortened finger to Valor's professor of pathology, Ted Galt. "What's wrong with these tissues, Ted?" I asked. Again and again he reported, "Nothing, Paul. They're perfectly normal except for the loss of nerve endings." Normal? I had taken some of the biopsies from fingers that had shortened several inches in length, mere stumps of fingers. How could they be normal? I could hardly believe the reports until Ted let me look through the microscope and see for myself. The tissue showed scars from previous infection, of course, but the bones and the tendons and the muscles looked fine, as did the skin and the fat. What was causing the damage to the hands? The facts didn't add up. I longed to try some corrective hand surgery on patients with motor paralysis, most of whom had not suffered much damage to their hands because their hands were too weak to get into trouble. This group represented the best hope for restoring any leprosy patients to a productive life, and yet I dared not plunge in before learning why certain muscles stayed healthy while others became paralyzed. I needed to know whether some muscles would remain good, unaffected by the disease, and to do so I would need to examine a full arm's length of affected nerves. Of course, I could not ethically operate on a living patient for the sole purpose of retrieving nerves. Autopsies were the only solution. Alas, in India, autopsies were more problem than solution. Muslim mullahs forbade bodily mutilation after death, even for the purpose of donating organs to science. The Hindu faith required that the entire body be burned to ashes in a purifying fire, so very strict Hindus resisted amputation for any reason, even if gangrene threatened death. Better to die now, they reasoned, than to be deprived of a limb through all future incarnations. To meet its needs for organ transplants and laboratory work, the Valor Hospital worked hard to persuade families to allow autopsies. They also used the bodies of dead prisoners and derelicts who had no families. My wife, who had broadcast her need for eyes to use in corneal grafts, vividly remembers a knock on the door late one evening. She opened it to find a rather spectral figure shrouded in a cloth. He thrust before her a handwritten note from a local judge, which she read by the light of his hurricane lantern. "Judicial hanging at dawn. Be there to remove the eyes." Because leprosy is not a terminal disease, its patients tended to live long. To get our autopsy, we would have to wait for the natural death in the hospital of a lepromatous patient whose relatives had no religious objections. I sent an urgent message to every leprosy clinic within traveling distance, up to hundreds of miles away, asking for immediate notification of if any such prospect came along. Telephone or telegraph at any time of day or night, I said. My Portuguese Ceylonese assistant, Dr. Gusta Boltgens, prepared boxes of surgical instruments and formalin jars and anything else we might need for an autopsy, and we waited. For more than a month, we waited until one evening the phone rang at the very end of a full day of surgery. A patient had died at Chingleput, a mere 75 miles away. The Chingleput hospital had no refrigeration and had scheduled a cremation for the next day, but they would grant us access to the body overnight. 3 of us, Dr. Boltgens, an Indian pathology technician, and myself, gulped down dinner, loaded the box of supplies into a Land Rover, and hit the road. I felt especially tense and anxious as we headed across the pitch-black countryside toward Chingleput. Driving is always an adventure in India, where trucks and cars must share the tarmac with pedestrians and bullock carts and bicycles and sacred cows. There are nearly 200 million of these, and they have an inviolable right-of-way. Nightfall adds to the adventure because many bullock carts have no lights. In addition, some Indian drivers practice a peculiar courtesy when they see an oncoming vehicle. They turn off their headlights for a while, so as not to blind the other driver. Then they'll suddenly switch their lights on high beam and flash them furiously a few times before switching them off again. You'll see utter darkness, and then a brief hypnotic eruption of light and darkness again. Because drivers compensate for the absence of light by liberal use of the horn, sounds echo menacingly in the darkness. About halfway to Chingleput, I felt a sensation of intense heat. Looking down, I saw flames shooting up through the opening for the pedals and licking around my sandaled feet. I jerked my feet away from the floorboard and steered the Land Rover off the dip into a clump of shrubbery. We all piled out, nearly falling into an open well. No one was hurt, and a few handfuls of sand put the fire out right away. But when I raised the hood, my flashlight revealed a melted snarl of wires and blackened metal. Evidently a thief had loosened a union nut in order to siphon gas out of the fuel line. Later, vibrations worked the loose nut off, causing the fuel pump to spray gasoline over the hot engine. The three of us walked on the road in the moonlight, balancing the autopsy boxes on our shoulders. By now it was past midnight, and we encountered not a single motorized vehicle for 2 miles. Finally, we reached a mission school, where I was able to rouse a teacher and hire a reluctant driver to transport us the rest of the way to Chingleput. We arrived about 2:30 in the morning to find a leprosy compound completely dark. More time passed as we tried to persuade the night watchman to let us begin our dubious task. With some misgivings, he guided us along a narrow, rocky trail toward the foothills behind the sanitarium. There, after a long walk, we found a tiny stucco hut, the death place. The watchman lent us a hurricane lantern, the hut had no electricity, and quickly retreated. Stretched out on a wooden table before us was the dead man. The body, an elderly man's, showed evidence of severe deformity: claw hands, shortened fingers and toes, facial deformities. He was a classic burnout case. The leprosy bacilli had done all the damage they could do, and they died out. For our purposes, the body was ideal. We knew we had to hurry. We had promised the Chingleput superintendent we would complete our task by dawn, now only 4 hours away, so that normal religious rituals could proceed. We hung the lantern from the roof beam, switched on a pocket flashlight for close-up work, and donned rubber aprons and gloves. Within seconds we were covered with perspiration. The body had lain in this unventilated hut all day under a broiling sun, and, to put it delicately, was fast moving toward a state of overripeness. The setting, a silent moonlit night, the heat, the isolation, and a corpse full of germs, was worthy of a horror movie. We divided up the chore. Dr. Boltgens worked on one side, taking nerve specimens every 2 inches or so for later study under the microscope. The technician wrote detailed labels and put each piece of nerve into its own bottle of formalin. I worked on the opposite side and took no specimens. I wanted to see the nerves whole and in detail in relation to the bones and muscles. The fast, crude procedures of autopsy went against all my surgical instincts, but I knew this body held only one thing of value for us: nerves. After making long lateral cuts along the arm and leg, I peeled back skin, fat, and muscle, clamping the tissue to the side as I proceeded. For at least 3 hours we dissected at a brisk pace, cutting deep to the nerves, snipping samples, clamping back tissue. We hoped to expose every peripheral nerve from the hands and feet, all the way past the elbow and shoulder, thigh, and hip, and on to the nerve roots that emerged from the spinal column. Not until we had retrieved some samples from all the nerves affected by leprosy could we begin to relax. The three of us barely spoke. The only sounds were the clicking of the instruments and the high-pitched whine of cicadas outside. After finishing the man's arms, we moved on to the legs, and finally the face. My mind flashed back for a moment to my project in the Cardiff Wales, but this time I exposed only the 5th and 7th facial nerves in search of some clue as to why eyelids suffer early paralysis. At last we had accomplished our goal. I stood up straight and felt as if I'd just been stabbed. The tension of the trip, combined with my stooped-over posture from the autopsy, had taken its toll on my back. I hadn't slept in 24 hours, and my eyes stung from the constant drip of perspiration. I breathed deeply a few times, my nose by now inured to the rancid odor in the tiny room. Light from the kerosene lantern flickered over the body, and the fresh exposed nerves gleamed white in contrast to the dark body tissue. The first gray light of dawn was creeping over the hills, filtering through the open doorway. I mopped my brow with a handkerchief and stretched the cramping nerves in my back and fingers. The rising sun suddenly climbed above the hills and streamed in the door, illuminating in one broad view all that we had seen thus far in feeble circles of flashlight. My eyes traveled up and down each arm and leg, reviewing our handiwork. I was not looking for anything in particular, merely taking a break to gather strength for the final phase of the autopsy. And then I saw it. "Look at the nerve swellings," I said to Dr. Boltgens. "Do you see a pattern?" A striking abnormality was easily visible. She leaned over the side of the body I had worked on, visually tracing the full lustrous length of the nerves, and then nodded enthusiastically. At certain places, behind the ankle, just above the knee, and also at the wrist, the nerves swelled up to many times normal size. Swellings also bulged slightly on the facial nerve branches at the chin and cheekbone, and were most marked just above the elbow on the ulnar nerve. We both knew that nerves swelled in reaction to an infestation of leprosy germs, but now we saw clearly that nerve swellings tended to occur in just a few sites. Indeed, swellings arose only where nerve lay close to the skin surface, and not in the deep tissues. The ulnar nerve, which suffered paralysis, swelled hugely at the elbow. The median nerve, a mere inch away, seemed fine, perhaps because it was located an inch deeper, beneath muscle tissue. For the first time I sensed some rationality behind the mystery of leprosy-induced paralysis. There was a pattern after all, a thin white nerve gradually distending as it nears the elbow, and then shrinking down to normal size as it plunges deep among the forearm muscles, swelling again as it courses around the wrist, and tapering slightly in the carpal tunnel into the hand. The same pattern applied in the leg. Every time a nerve came near the surface, it bulged, and whenever it lay under muscle fibers, it returned to normal size. Dr. Boltgens and I speculated aloud as to what might cause the swelling. Perhaps nerves closer to the surface are more subject to impact damage, she suggested. In any case, the glimpse of that overall pattern cleared up one abiding mystery. Muscles controlled by nerves located deep in the body tissue did not seem endangered. Even in an old man riddled with leprosy, those muscles retained a rich, healthy red. In contrast, muscles controlled by nerve twigs that passed close to the skin surface were pinkish and shriveled from atrophy. The presence of healthy muscles in a man in such an advanced state of infection confirmed my hunch that the disease always left certain muscles unaffected. I could now identify forearm muscles for use in reconstructive surgery, possibly to transfer over to replace the paralyzed muscles, with no fear that they might become paralyzed later. We had a simple guideline to use in selecting good muscles: choose muscles whose motor nerves had not been near the surface of the limb. I felt a second wind of energy and enthusiasm. I took photographs of the long-exposed nerves and snipped off more segments for later study. These samples would contain our best clue into how the disease destroyed nerves. I had a vague sense that we had just stumbled onto a medical secret of very great import. But what was it? After the autopsy, pathologist at Velour took up the arduous task of examining cross-sections of our samples, staring at what Hansen had called the frog spawn masses of leprosy nodules, searching for the tiny rod-shaped bacilli stained red by our chemicals. Years would pass before we unraveled the full mystery, but we would eventually learn that leprosy's predilection for knees, wrists, cheekbones, and chins had nothing to do with impact damage or any other conjecture we had made that night in the death hut. The solution, when it came, was a simple one. To multiply, leprosy bacilli prefer the cooler temperatures that prevail close to the surface. This explains why they also seek refuge in testicles, earlobes, eyes, and nasal passages. As leprosy bacilli migrate to nerves in the cooler regions, such as around the joints, the body's immune system dispatches platoons of macrophages and lymphocytes, which swarm in, swelling inside the nerve's insulating sheath and choking off vital nourishment. The nerve swellings that we were gazing at in the flickering light were in fact evidence of the body's own defensive response to an invasion. We did not fully appreciate what we had discovered in that stifling makeshift mortuary in Chingleput. If we had, perhaps we would have celebrated with some dramatic gesture. Pythagoras, when he solved a theorem, sacrificed 100 oxen to the gods who sent him the idea. Instead, we stitched up the corpse, trudged over to Bob Cochran's house for breakfast, and borrowed a car to take us back to Valor, passing on the way back our charred wreck of a Land Rover. Chapter 8. Loosening the Claw. The hand is the visible part of the brain. Immanuel Kant. After the Chingleput autopsy, I could hardly wait to attempt reconstructive surgery on claw hands. There was a chance, just a chance, that by transferring the strength of the good muscles left untouched by leprosy, we could free clenched fingers and restore movement to damaged hands. When I sought the Valor Hospital's permission to perform such surgery, though, roadblocks went up. Even staff who were supportive of our efforts questioned the wisdom of admitting leprosy patients. "We're already short of beds, Paul," said one administrator, "and you know good and well that leprosy patients can't pay for services." This was true in a catch-22 sense. They couldn't pay because paralyzed hands made it impossible for them to earn a decent living, the very condition that I wanted to address. The hospital maintained some free beds for charity cases, but, as the administrator reminded me, these were reserved for urgent cases who had the prospect of a cure. Orthopedic leprosy patients did not qualify. Appealing to their sympathies, I told other hospital staff about some of the leprosy patients I had met. In a nation with a 5,000-year tradition of caste, leprosy victims occupied the lowest rung of the social ladder. Their own families usually evicted them, and with good reason, otherwise the village would run the entire family out of town. I examined one boy with nodules all over his body who had been locked in an upstairs room for 7 years. Another teenager had, before going to the Chingleput sanatorium, kept his left hand in his pocket to hide the telltale skin patches. Below the tan line, his hand was soft and pale like a baby's, and very weak from disuse. Leprosy strikes twice as many males as females. No one knows why. But in India, I heard the most poignant stories from young girls who contracted the disease. Unable to find husbands or jobs, many of them ended up begging on the streets, assigned to a patch of pavement by a gang chieftain who exploited their earnings. Some served time in a brothel until the disease became noticeable to customers. "Paul, these are moving stories, but we can't help them medically," a respected physician on the hospital staff responded. "They have bad flesh. That's the nature of the disease. Even accidental wounds don't heal. If you proceed with your plans to operate on leprous flesh, the surgical wounds will never heal properly. If you find a good muscle and fix it today, it will likely be paralyzed next year. The disease will only progress. Don't waste your time." One objection to admitting leprosy patients probably lay at the root of staff resistance. "If word got out that we were treating lepers here," an administrator told me bluntly, "other patients would flee the hospital in fear. We can't risk that. Why not go and treat leprosy in leprosy centers where it belongs?" Nevertheless, after much lobbying, the hospital did grant permission for us to open a hand research unit. We dared not use the word leprosy, in a mud-walled storeroom attached to the outer wall of the hospital compound. Leprosy patients began coming to our clinic right away, and they seemed grateful for any help. Their lack of anger or resentment over their plight amazed me. Muslim or Hindu, they accepted their condition with a spirit of melancholy fatalism. They had no expectations, no hope of a better life. I wondered if, having been treated as inhuman for so long, they now saw themselves that way. The fear barrier. As I began treating leprosy patients, I had to confront my own deep-seated prejudice and fear. Patients presented the most horrible, purulent sores for treatment, and often the pungent odor of pus and gangrene filled the storeroom. Even though I had heard Bob Cochran's assurances about the low contagion rate, I, like most people who worked with leprosy back then, worried constantly about infection. I began keeping a map of my hands. When I pricked myself accidentally during surgery with a needle or a sharp edge of bone, I marked the point on a map, noting the time and the name of the patient I had been treating, so that if I contracted leprosy, I would be able to track the source. I abandoned that policy after the total of pricks, cuts, and scratches reached 13. My wife Margaret led the way in helping me overcome fear of close contact. One weekend when I was away, a cycle rickshaw pulled up to our house on the medical college campus. Out stepped a slim man in his early 20s, and Margaret went to meet him. She noticed that his shoes were open in the front, and his feet were heavily bandaged. White scars covered much of the surface of one eye, and he kept lowering his eyes to avoid the sun's glare. "Excuse me, madam," the man said very respectfully. "Could you tell me where I might find a Dr. Paul Brand?" Margaret replied that Dr. Brand, her husband, would not return until Tuesday, 3 days away. Obviously crestfallen, the man thanked her and turned to go. His rickshaw had already pulled off, so the man began walking back toward town in an awkward hobbling gait. My wife, who has a heart of gold, could not bear to turn away someone in need. She called him back. "You do have somewhere to go, don't you?" she asked. It took some coaxing, but in the next few minutes Margaret managed to extract Sedan's story, an all too typical story of rejection and abuse. He had first noticed skin patches at the age of 8. Kicked out of school, he became a social outcast. His former friends crossed the street to avoid him. Restaurants and shops refused to serve him. After 6 wasted years, he had finally found a mission school that would accept him, but even with a diploma, no one would hire him. He had managed to scrape together a fare for the train trip to Vellore. Once he arrived there, however, the driver of the public bus had refused to let him board. Sedan had then spent all his remaining cash to hire the rickshaw that had brought him the 4 miles to the medical college. No, he had nowhere to go. Even if a hotel would let him in, he couldn't pay for the room. In a flash, Margaret invited Sedan to sleep on our veranda. She made a comfortable bed for him, and he spent 3 nights there until I returned. I admit, with some shame, that I did not react well when the children came rushing out to tell me about our new guest, a nice man with leprosy. Had our children now been exposed to the disease? Margaret offered just this one-line explanation. But Paul, he had nowhere to go. A little later, she told me just that morning, she had read the New Testament passage in which Jesus said, "For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me." In that spirit, she had invited Sedan into our house, a decision for which I am now eternally grateful. Besides teaching us about our own exaggerated fears, Sedan became one of our dearest friends. A missionary physiotherapist named Ruth Thomas helped us all surmount the fear barrier. She had recently fled China because of the Maoist revolution, booking passage from Hong Kong back to her home in England. Just before leaving, she heard that an orthopedist in India was doing experimental work with leprosy patients. At once she changed her plans and traveled to Vellore. Ruth set up a physiotherapy area in our clinic, equipping it with facilities for hot paraffin treatment and electrical stimulation of muscles. She was a pioneer, one of the first physiotherapists in the world to work with leprosy patients. Ruth believed that vigorous hand-to-hand massage would help prevent hands from stiffening. Every day she sat in a corner, stroking the hands of leprosy patients. "Ruth, this is intimate skin-to-skin contact," I would warn her. "You should really be wearing gloves." She would smile, nod, and keep on stroking. Ruth Thomas achieved remarkable success with her simple therapy, success which I credit as much to her gift of human touch as to any massage techniques. A few months after we opened the unit, I was examining the hands of a bright young man, trying to explain to him, in my broken Tamil, that we could halt the progress of the disease, perhaps restore some movement to his hand, but we could do little about his facial deformities. I joked a bit, laying my hand on his shoulder. "And your face is not so bad," I said with a wink. "It shouldn't get any worse if you take the medication. After all, we men don't have to worry so much about faces. It's women who have to fret over every bump and wrinkle." I expected him to smile in response, but instead he began to shake with muffled sobs. "Have I said something wrong?" I asked my assistant in English. "Did he misunderstand me?" She quizzed him in a spurt of Tamil and reported, "No, doctor. He says he's crying because you put your hand on his shoulder. Until he came here, no one has touched him for many years." The first cut. We settled on teenage boys as our primary target group for hand surgery. Teenagers seemed most likely to benefit from our surgeries, and there were far more male patients to choose from. Since no orthopedist had ever worked with leprosy, I had no specific manuals or case studies to follow. I felt very alone, as if I had just entered a foreign country without a guide. First, I pored over the newly released textbook on hand surgery by Sterling Bunnell, a book destined to become a classic. It comforted me that Bunnell had also begun with no special training in the field. He had specialized in gynecology before World War II. When he was assigned to the medical corps on the battlefield, he kept encountering paralysis of the hand caused by bullet wounds. Bunnell had no preconceptions about which procedures were appropriate, so he invented his own techniques, leading to his reputation as the father of hand surgery. To treat paralysis resulting from ulnar nerve damage, for example, Bunnell used muscles and tendons supplied by the median nerve, cutting them free and moving them to new locations as a substitute for the paralyzed muscles. The operation became known as the Bunnell tendon transfer, and a color illustration of that method formed the frontispiece of his first book on surgery of the hand. Although my training as a general surgeon gave me little direct knowledge of the mechanics of the hand, at least my background in the building trade had provided a solid foundation in engineering. In medical school, I had listened with amazement as Illingworth Law, the hydraulics expert, explained the complex engineering behind hand movements. And now, seeking ways to repair damaged hands, I studied those processes with an increasing sense of awe. In absence of any other proof, the thumb alone would convince me of God's existence, said Isaac Newton. A single hand movement can involve as many as 50 muscles working together in concert. Even more impressive, the powerful and delicate movements of fingers are purely the result of transferred force. There are no muscles in the fingers, otherwise they would enlarge to a bulky and unwieldy size. Tendons transfer strength from the muscles in the forearm. For such an exquisite mechanism as the human hand, the surgery manuals were appallingly imprecise. Attach tendons so that it exerts moderate force, they said. Moderate force? I could not imagine such imprecision in a set of instructions for building a bridge or even a garage. The difference of a few grands of tension and a couple millimeters of leverage could determine whether a finger moved or not. To gain surgical experience, I practiced in the autopsy room on deceased hospital patients. I had only a few hours to go in, open the hand, test some tendon movements, and then sew it closed before the body had to be prepared for burial. Fortunately, I managed to obtain a cadaver hand to practice on at a more leisurely pace. After negotiating with my wife for precious space, I stored it wrapped in foil in our tiny freezer compartment. I gave the cook strict instructions to leave the package alone, but twice he pulled it out and asked Margaret suspiciously, "Ma'am, is it bacon?" I tried various techniques on the cadaver hand, transplanting tendons to new sites and anchoring them to different bones. The dissection gave me valuable experience, but in the end the cadaver hand proved to be of limited use because it lacked the counterbalancing forces of a living hand. I could test one tendon or one muscle at a time, but not the simultaneous interaction of scores of muscles. It became clear that only surgery on a living patient could tell me what I needed to know. On my next trip to Chingleput, I assembled a group of leprosy patients, pre-selected for their advanced state of paralysis. I warned volunteers whose hands I could not make worse. I wanted volunteers whose hands I could not make worse. In the hospital at Vellore, I said, we are planning some experiments that might possibly help a paralyzed hands. We need a few volunteers. The procedures have never been tried. There's no guarantee whatsoever that they will work. You'll have to come to the hospital for a long stay involving several surgeries. The rehabilitation process will be very strenuous, and again, we may find there's no improvement at all. I made the process sound as unappealing as possible in order to dampen expectations. But when I asked for volunteers, to my astonishment, every patient stood up. I could have my pick. After consulting with Bob Cochran, I examined and interviewed a Hindu teenager named Krishnamurthy. His overall health seemed good, but leprosy had ravaged his hands and feet. He had large ulcers on the soles of both feet, exposing bone. If nothing else, I thought, a hospital stay would certainly improve that condition. His fingers, nearly their original length, curled in to form a stiff claw. He had a strong grasping motion, but could not open his fingers enough to hold what it was he wanted to grasp. Cochrane told me Krishnamurthy could read 6 languages and was one of his brightest patients. But I would never have guessed it. His dress was ragged, his head hung low, and his eyes were blank and lightless. Krishnamurti spoke in a practiced beggar's whine and answered most of my questions in monosyllables. Mainly, he seemed interested in a free trip away from the sanatorium. I reiterated to him that his hand would probably need several different operations and we could make no guarantees. He shrugged and made a casual gesture, pulling the edge of one hand across his wrist, and said, "Cut it off if you like. It's of no use to me." We drove Krishnamurti back to Vellore and smuggled him into a private room away from other patients. Every muscle in Krishnamurti's hand was paralyzed, plus a few forearm muscles. His thumb would bend quite strongly, but since that muscle was supplied by the median nerve, in the forearm, but the opposing motion was controlled by a length of median nerve dead below the wrist, and he could not get his thumb to stand up and face the other fingers, an essential part of grasping. We decided to borrow a muscle in the forearm that normally helps bend the ring finger. A long tendon runs from that muscle down through the palm of the hand to the ring finger. I made an incision at the base of the ring finger, cutting the tendon free. Then I made another incision at the wrist and pulled the tendon fully out, so that it lay on the table like a long piece of sinewy string. Next I made a tunnel for this tendon under the heel of the palm, adjusted its length, and fastened it to a new site on the back of the thumb. The surgery lasted about 3 hours, much of it consumed by my attempts to gauge how much tension to apply to the tendon. I used my best guess, based on what I learned from the cadaver hand, sutured the incisions, and wrapped the hand in a plaster splint. For 3 weeks we waited. Krishnamurti adapted well to his new environment. He loved the food from the hospital kitchen and the air of secrecy in the ward with his clandestine leprosy bed. All the attention made him feel very important. Meanwhile, bed rest and regular treatments were doing wonders for his foot ulcers. I checked on him daily and found that Cochrane had judged his potential correctly. This beggar from Chingleput was coming alive. Without doubt, I was more nervous than Krishnamurti himself on the day his bandages came off. He was the first leprosy patient in history to undergo such a procedure. Other physicians had groused that I was wasting my time trying to reverse progressive paralysis, and I wanted to prove them wrong. I slit through the plaster, unwrapped the gauze, and checked the sutures. The incisions had healed beautifully. Aha, this will silence the doubters who claim that leprous flesh is bad flesh, I thought to myself. Insensitive to pain, Krishnamurti showed no signs of post-operative tenderness, and he let me move his fingers back and forth, up and down. The transplanted tendon seemed to be holding. "You try it," I said, in the final test. He stared hard at the thumb, as if willing it to obey. It took a few seconds for his brain to figure out a new pattern for thumb movement, but then it moved. Stiffly, minutely at first, but unmistakably. He grinned, and the nurse beside me cheered aloud. Krishnamurti wiggled his thumb again, basking in the spotlight. I could only imagine what was happening inside that hand. For years he had worked to control his thumb. He had tried to pull it straight using his other hand, but the thumb would always snap back into the clawed position before he could use it. It was a cast-off, a vestigial appendage that neither moved nor felt sensation. Now, as a part of his body long since given up for dead, it was coming back to life. Branching out. A few weeks later, I operated again, transplanting another tendon to help liberate Krishnamurti's index and middle fingers. 1/6 of the muscles in the human body are devoted to hand movements, so we had plenty to choose from. Progress came slowly, as laborious hours of physiotherapy had to follow each surgery. Ruth Thomas dipped his hands in warm paraffin wax to loosen the joints, and millimeter by millimeter coaxed each finger into a new range of movement. Until Krishnamurti mastered independent finger movements, his claw hand worked crudely, like a grasping hook worn by an amputee. He learned to hold a rubber ball, which he spent many hours squeezing, and then a spoon and even a pencil. After much practice, he could open and close his fingers at will, nearly forming a fist. One day he proudly called me in to demonstrate a new skill. He scooped up rice and curry from his food plate, formed it into a ball with the help of his opposing thumb, and dropped it into his mouth without spilling a single grain. With each stride, new aspects of Krishnamurti's personality emerged. He laughed again, played practical jokes on the nursing staff, scoured the hospital library for books he hadn't read. The light returned to his eyes. He became a Christian and adopted the Christian name John. Before long he had learned to type and offered to translate some of our health materials into the new dialects. As I passed by his room one morning and saw him happily pecking away at a typewriter keyboard, I thought back to the bedraggled beggar boy who had once cowered like a wounded animal, his hands hanging useless at his side. I knew the time had come for John Krishnamurthy to move on when I glanced through the window from the courtyard and caught him scratching his wounds with a stick. So that was why the sores on his feet had never healed. The rascal, knowing we had depleted all our ideas on how to improve his hand surgically, had found a way to prolong his stay. Bed space was far too precious to allow long-term care, and other leprosy patients were clamoring for help. So a few weeks later we sent John packing with healed feet, passably working hands, and a fresh new identity to match his name. After our initial success, the hospital released 2 more isolation rooms for the use of indigent leprosy patients, and soon patients were streaming in and out of the ward. A fine young surgeon named Ernest Fritzsche joined me, and 2 of us together explored any technique that held out some promise for restoring damaged hands. Ernest wondered whether we could fashion an artificial thumb for thumbless hands. We tried grafting bone from a toe, surrounding it with a tube of abdominal skin to form a thumb and to lengthen stumpy fingers, but these appendages rarely worked out. The patients proved no better at protecting their new fingers than they had been at protecting the originals. Rather mysteriously, the body appeared to absorb the transplanted bone, and the thumb or finger shortened again. I had no explanation for these puzzling disappearances. Tendon transfers showed much more potential, and through trial and error, we arrived at the correct mechanical tensions. Attached too tightly, a muscle would cause the thumb to stick up like a lamppost. A patient couldn't retract it if he wanted. Or if I bowstringed the tendon taut across the finger joint, the patient might be able to make a fist, but he would have trouble getting one finger to unbend. We found an improved way to correct the claw hand by borrowing a strong muscle tendon from the forearm high above the normal region of paralysis, a muscle that had previously served to move the wrist. Through a small incision near the wrist, we pulled the tendon out, affixed a free graft from the leg, and tunneled the lengthened tendon all the way through the wrist and into the palm of the hand. Making another incision, we pulled the tendon out again, split it into 4 separate branches, and tunneled each branch to a different finger. The patient could then bend all 4 fingers simultaneously and straighten them as if they had been where they had been clawed, utilizing the strength transferred from the powerful forearm muscles. Patients sometimes requested custom treatment, which we tried to accommodate within reason. One man wanted us to adjust the angle of his flexed thumb so that he could wind his watch. Another man, the owner of a rubber plantation, asked us to fix his stiff joints in an almost straight position. Even though he might never be able to close his fingers into a fist, he preferred a hand that looked normal to a functional one. We enhanced the appearance of his hand by using fat grafts to plump up the hollows left by muscles that had permanently atrophied, a cosmetic improvement we soon began to offer other patients. A clarinetist requested that we spread his fingers apart to match the stops of his clarinet, and then fuse the joints in plates. "But you won't be able to eat rice that'll slip through your fingers," I protested. But he was adamant. "I can always use a spoon, but if I can't play the clarinet, I won't even be able to buy the rice." Meanwhile, Ernest Fritzsche turned his attention to the foot. In a survey at Chingleput, he found that large numbers of patients suffered from foot drop due to paralysis in the muscles responsible for lifting the feet and toes. Each time one of these patients lifted a foot off the ground, the foot dropped, and the heel would not go down. In time, the Achilles tendon shortened, so that each step put enormous pressure on the downward-pointing toes. I would think so. With the body's full weight coming down on the toes rather than on the heel designed to bear that weight, skin broke down and sores developed. Adapting what we had learned about tendon transfers in the hand, we were able to correct this problem in the foot as well, and soon Chingleput began to see a marked decrease in foot ulcers. Those were heady days at the Humble Hand Research Unit. We suffered failures, of course, as when the patient named Lakshmanan threw himself into a well and drowned after learning that we could do nothing to save 2 of his fingers. But since we had selected a patient base with gross deformities and defects, most procedures we tried brought about significant improvement. The patients themselves seemed honored that a medical team would lavish such care on them. Even if we improved their hands and feet only slightly, almost always they left Velour with new enthusiasm and hope. Reprogramming. At the end of the mind, the body, but at the end of the body, the mind, said Paul Valéry. I saw those words acted out as if by parable, as my leprosy patients struggled through the rehabilitation process. By surgically transferring tendons from one place to another, we were forcing the mind to adjust to a brand new set of realities. Brain neurons are organized into 50 to 100 specialized areas. One region controls lip sensation, another controls lip movement, for instance. Specific areas govern sensation and movement for the thumb, and the brain and the thumb gradually get to know one another as a person matures, forming a rich association of nerve pathways. Because of its constant use, the thumb ends up with a huge area of representation in the cortex, almost as large as the region dedicated to the hip and leg. I soon learned that when I surgically repaired a damaged thumb, I must take into account its specialized area within the brain as well. Early on, I performed a tendon transfer on a patient who, like John Krishnamurthy, had a paralyzed thumb and claw hand paralysis. I performed the same operation on him as I had for Krishnamurthy, moving a tendon from the ring finger over to his thumb. Evidently, I had not explained the results as carefully to him as I had to John. When he unwrapped the bandages several weeks after surgery, I said to him, "Now you can bring your thumb forward." I could see him struggling, and with a look of some consternation on his face, for I had promised him a movable thumb, and nothing was happening. He was unable to get any movement at all out of that thumb. "Well, try your ring finger," I said. His thumb leaped forward and he jumped backward. We laughed together, and I explained to him that he would have to retrain his brain to think thumb instead of ring finger. We had confused the brain by, in effect, rewiring the motor nerves. For days afterward, when I passed his room, I saw him sitting on a map, studying his thumb and wiggling it, remapping the neural pathways in his brain. In one respect, the leprosy patients were quite fortunate. They could concentrate exclusively on remapping movement, since the nerve damage had already blocked sensory messages of pain and touch that would further confuse the brain. Otherwise, they might find it impossible to adjust. Many hand surgeries fail because of resistance in the mind, not the injury site. I once performed an island flap transfer on a 60-year-old man whose median nerve had been damaged in a handgun accident. He had no sensation in his thumb and index finger, but his little finger and ring finger, fed by a different nerve, worked fine. The recommended surgery was to transfer 2 island flaps of the sensitive skin, along with their nerve supply, from the less important fingers over to the thumb and index finger. I did the procedure, and several weeks later judged the operation a success. He now had sensation and a wide range of movement in his thumb and forefinger. Yet after several months had passed, that tormented patient began to question whether he should have had the surgery after all. The problem lay in his mind. For 60 years his brain had stored away all messages from those 2 island flaps under the categories ring finger and little finger. Now the actions his brain ordered did not match the sensations it received back, and the brain could not reorient itself. If the man picked up a hot poker and the brain gave an emergency order to let go, he relaxed his little finger, not his thumb. No matter how hard he tried, at his age he could not reprogram his brain to think thumb instead of little finger. The brain's isolation inside its ivory box of skull, which I had seen so graphically during the Cardiff dissection, is what makes reprogramming so difficult. The brain learns to count on electrical signals from this nerve to represent the thumb, and that one to represent the little finger. Touch is normally the most trustworthy of sensations. Vision may prove illusory, and hearing may lie. But touch involves myself. It indents my skin. From the brain's perspective, it seems I am lying to myself if new sensations suddenly start streaming in from the wrong site. If someone mischievously rewired my house so that the switch I had always used to control the coffee maker now controlled the radio, I would learn to adapt after a few tries. But neural pathways are inside me, a part of me, and contribute fundamentally to my construct of reality. The mind cannot easily trust signals that contradict its entire history, and a patient will never adapt unless he or she learns to overrule the sense of deception by re-educating the brain. Footnote. In the early days of microscope-guided surgery, hand surgeons buzzed with excitement. Now that they possessed the ability to reconnect individual tiny arteries and nerve fibers, they could reattach severed fingers and hands. Enthusiasm has moderated, though, even as the surgical procedures have been perfected. Some of my colleagues follow a policy of not transferring sensation and rarely reattaching amputated fingers or hands in elderly people. Reprogramming the mind is just too difficult. Like a thick telephone cable, a single nerve bundles together thousands of axons that carry separate messages of heat and touch and pain. If the cable is cut, even with the aid of a microscope, it's impossible to line up each individual axon in its original position. A young person can learn new pathways, so that eventually the brain will automatically reinterpret sensations without a hitch. Elderly patients, however, rarely make the adjustment. They complain bitterly about odd tingling sensation and a feeling like static in the nerves. Their nerves are lying to them. Sometimes they may even ask that the finger or hand be re-amputated. End footnote. The patient will never adapt unless he or she learns to overrule the sense of deception by re-educating the brain. In a young person, I learned it's possible to transfer a muscle to do an action opposite of what it originally did. For example, in John Krishnamurthy's case, we selected one of the two muscles used for bending the finger and reattached it so it would straighten the finger. His brain had learned that one of the previous commands for bend still produced a bent finger, while the other produced the opposite result. As people get older, such reprogramming changes in the brain become more and more difficult. Ultimately, we had to stop performing radical tension transfers on any of our leprosy patients over the age of 60. If we tried to convert muscles to perform a completely new task, their older brains could not make the reprogramming adjustments. I tried to encourage my leprosy patients in their reprogramming efforts. You have a kind of advantage, I said. You can concentrate on movement. Just think how confusing it would be if you had to deal with false sensations, too. Yet I got the distinct impression that most of them would have preferred false messages to none at all. No matter how strongly I warned them in advance, they seemed disappointed to find that our surgeries did not restore sensation. Yes, they could now curl their fingers around a gummy ball of rice, but the rice felt neutral, the same as wood or grass or velvet. They gained the ability to shake hands, but could not feel the warmth and texture and firmness of the hand they were shaking. I had to teach them not to grasp someone else's hand too tightly, like the sandal wearer in Chingleput. They could not even tell when they were hurting the other person. For them, touch had lost all meaning, and so had pain. Shortly after I began attempting tendon transfers, I received an unexpected visit from Dr. William White, a professor of plastic surgery in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. On tour, after completing a visiting professorship in Lahore, Pakistan, he stopped by Vellore for a few days to investigate the leprosy work. White kindly agreed to show me a new technique of tendon transfers. We prepared the patient, scrubbed, and set to work. I felt relieved to step aside and watch an experienced hand surgeon. The procedure took almost 3 hours, with White giving detailed explanations of every step. The patient, insensitive to pain, needed little or no anesthetic and stayed alert, observing the whole process. We sutured him. White said a few encouraging words, and then held up his own hand in demonstration. "Very soon you'll be able to move your fingers like this," he said, straightening his fingers. We watched dumbfounded as the patient, still reclining on the operating table, mimicked the doctor by straightening out his own fingers. Immediately his hand shrank back into the claw position. White laughed in chagrin as it dawned on him what had happened. The man, feeling no pain, had just ripped away all the newly sewn tendons from their attachments. We opened the wounds and settled in for another session to reattach the tendons. That experience and others like it forced us to come up with rigorous safeguards for post-operative recovery. Normally, pain sets the limits. A person who has just undergone hand surgery will not flex his fingers, just as an appendectomy patient will not do sit-ups in bed. But our leprosy patients, without the pain reflex, had no built-in safeguards for repair and healing. We had to impose them from outside. Most physiotherapists in hand surgery have to coax their recuperating patients to move their fingers a little more each day. Unless the patient pushes into the pain zone a little bit, the tendons and ligaments will become adherent, permanently impairing movement. In working with leprosy patients, we fought the opposite problem of preventing them from moving their fingers too much too soon. All day long I heard the words, "Gently now," and "Just a little," from Ruth Thomas and the other physiotherapists. The same hand therapist treating two identical tendon transfer recipients, one due to polio and the other due to leprosy, would urge one on to greater effort and strive to hold the other back. Several times I had to repair tendons that had been yanked out by an overeager leprosy patient. Our therapist much preferred working with leprosy patients because they never complained about pain, and their hands seldom stiffened from lack of movement. In recuperation from surgery, the strange quality of insensitivity to pain seemed at first like a blessing. But soon, in a terrible irony, I found painlessness to be the single most destructive aspect of this dread disease. Chapter 9. Detective Hunt. If I were to choose between pain and nothing, I would choose pain. William Faulkner. Father Damien, the Belgian priest in Hawaii, knew for certain he had leprosy when, shaving one morning, he spilled a mug of scalding water over his foot and felt no pain. That was in 1885. Leprosy workers had long recognized that the disease silenced pain signals, leaving the patient vulnerable to injury. Yet patients and health workers alike believed that leprosy caused even more damage directly. Something about the disease made flesh rot away and die. The more I worked with leprosy patients, however, the more I questioned this common view of how the disease accomplished its awful work. I learned early on that the scenes depicted in popular novels and movies, Papillon, Ben-Hur, are based on myth. The limbs and appendages of leprosy patients do not simply drop off. Patients told me that they lost their fingers and toes over a long period, and my own studies confirmed that gradual change. Even an inch-long finger stub usually retained the nail bed, which meant the outermost joint had not been severed from the rest of the finger. X-rays revealed bones that had mysteriously shortened, apparently from sepsis, with the skin and other soft tissues shrinking back to the length of bone. Something was causing the body to consume its own finger from the inside. I quizzed Bob Cochran on this subject at Chingleput. "I have now examined hundreds of shortened fingers," I said. "Tell me, how can I know whether a finger has been hurt in an accident or whether leprosy has done the damage?" Cochran replied that if he saw a hand with all its fingers shortened about the same length, he assumed the damage was due to leprosy infection. If one or two fingers were very short and the others normal, he judged that some accident or secondary infection had caused the injury. That explanation satisfied me, although it did seem strange that something as unusual as the loss of a finger, a rarity in any disease, would have two different causes in leprosy. But then I started comparing finger measurements over the period of months and years. I found that some of the most severe loss of digits was occurring in people who were now testing negative for leprosy. In other words, tissue kept on wasting away long after the disease had been cured. With the leprosy dormant, why was normal tissue spontaneously breaking down? No bad flesh. I had no solution to this riddle when I began the tendon transfer surgeries in the hand research unit, and the continuing mystery dampened our enthusiasm over the early successes. We were still haunted by the predictions from other physicians that our efforts would ultimately fail. Although patients might realize some short-term benefits from the surgery, they said, eventually the fingers we had so painstakingly corrected would rot away. If these skeptics were right, I was wasting valuable staff time and cruelly raising the hopes of patients. Even as I gained confidence from the speedy healing of our patients' surgical wounds, other signs gave me reason for concern. I heard an echo of the damning phrase, "bad flesh," nearly every time I stopped by the clinic that we had set up to treat foot ulcers. Typically, a leprosy patient, insensitive to pain, would neglect to visit the clinic until the odor grew offensive, at which point the foot ulcer had already penetrated deep into the tissue. We would clean out every sign of sepsis, trim away necrotic tissue, bathe the wound in an antiseptic agent, gentian Violet. A week later, when the patient returned for a change of dressing, we saw no improvement. Once again, we would meticulously clean and bind the wounds and send the patient on his way, only to have him come back in another week with an ulcer in worse condition. Sedan, or S-A-D-A-N, Sadden, I don't know. The gentle young man who had slept on our veranda exemplified this pattern. We had good success with his hands, and after a few months of surgery and recuperation, he landed a job as a clerk and typist. But nothing we tried seemed to help his feet. He had come to velour as a last resort after several doctors had advised amputation of both legs below the knee. His feet had shortened almost by half, and an angry red ulcer persisted on the ball of each rounded toeless foot. We experimented with ointments and magnesium sulfate and penicillin cream and any other treatment that might help clear up the ulcers. They only seemed to get worse. This frustrating cycle went on for months. Several times Sedan asked us to stop wasting time on his feet. Go ahead and amputate them as the other doctors recommended, he said. But I couldn't do it. Nor could I find a solution to his foot sores. It mystified me that surgical wounds on his hands healed on schedule while foot ulcers in the very same patient did not. Was bad flesh the explanation? Sedan felt no pain from the foot ulcers, and he never complained. One day I changed his dressings for at least the 10th time. I could hardly bear to meet him and remove his socks. I had come to love Sedan, and I knew he loved me and clung to me as his last hope. It broke my heart that day to tell him that the other doctors were probably right. We might have to amputate because we simply could not stop the spread of infection. Sedan received the news with sad resignation. I put my arm around him and ushered him down the hospital corridor to the door, trying to think of some word to encouragement. I had none to offer. I fully shared his sense of despair. But instead of returning to my examining room, I stood and watched him walk away, down the steps, cross the sidewalk, and head down the road. His head and shoulders sagged in a posture of defeat. Then for the first time I noticed something. He had no limp. I had just spent half an hour cleaning out a grossly abscessed wound on the ball of his foot, and he was putting his full weight on the exact spot we had so carefully treated. No wonder the wound never healed. How could I have missed it before? Gentian Violet, penicillin, and every other drug stood no chance of helping Sedan as long as he, quite unintentionally, and as a result of his lack of pain, kept the tissue in a continual state of trauma. At last I had found the culprit responsible for the non-healing wound. It was the patient himself. After this revelation, we tried to train patients with foot sores to limp, but they rarely seemed to remember. My associate, Ernest Fritzsche, came up with the best solution. We use plaster casts on our hand patients, and their surgical wounds heal properly, he said. Why don't we apply the same treatment to foot ulcers? This simple idea proved more valuable than all the other treatments put together. Later, we heard the report from Colombo Salon of a Dr. De Silva who had used the same technique of plaster casts to heal ulcers on leprosy feet. Encased in plaster of Paris long enough, foot ulcers healed beautifully. Since we could not afford much plaster of Paris, we had to swallow our misgivings and leave each cast on for a month. We learned to our surprise that a sore sheltered in a cast healed much better than a sore wrapped in dressings, even if the dressings were changed daily. Often the cast stank to high heaven when we removed it, but after wiping away the dead material and the pus, we found healthy, shining red tissue underneath. 3 or 4 months' rest inside hard plaster sufficed to heal the stubbornest ulcers. Like a medieval knight's armor, the full-limb plaster gave a hard shell of protection for tender tissue, providing an external substitute for the internal warning system of pain. Pain-sensitive patients needed no such protection, for the vanguard of pain would never let them rest their body weight on an ulcerous foot, as Sedan had. Comparison studies soon revealed that our casted leprosy patients were healing as quickly as non-leprosy patients. The amputation rate among leprosy patients began to drop dramatically. Other doctors at the hospital, skeptical of our leprosy work, were astonished at these results. Where was the bad flesh? I have often berated myself for not identifying the problem sooner. Medical training had attuned me to patients' complaints about pain, but nothing prepared for me for the unique plight of people who do not feel pain. I had no idea how vulnerable the body becomes when it lacks a warning system. I soon noticed that we doctors and nurses who worked on insensitive patients lost our normally careful and tentative approach, almost as if the patient's lack of pain transferred itself to us. I had to learn not to use the metal probe too vigorously in exploring a patient's foot ulcer. The probe itself could cause harm, for the patients who lacked the protective instinct of pain couldn't warn me when I went too far and damaged good tissue. I once saw a nurse push a probe from the bottom of a patient's foot so far it pierced through skin at the top of the foot. The patient did not flinch. Working with patients such as Sedan triggered the revolution in my thinking about pain. I had long recognized its value in informing of injury after the fact, but I had no real appreciation for the many loyal ways in which pain protects us in advance. Healing ulcers proved to be a simple matter compared to preventing them in those who lacked this advanced warning system. Reluctantly, we had to insist that our patients wear shoes. Although I loved going barefoot, it became apparent that insensitive patients needed an extra barrier of protection against thorns and nails and glass and hot sand. Even after we supplied sandals or shoes for all patients, the problems did not go away. One man walked all day with a tiny metal screw digging into his heel. He failed to notice the screw until he pulled off a shoe at night and found it embedded in his heel. I optimistically assumed that the number of injuries would decline once the patients learned to check their shoes for such dangers. I was wrong. It took our staff years of dead-end research and our patients years of misery before we fully comprehended the basic fact of human physiology. Gentle stress, repeatedly applied to the same spot, can destroy living tissue. One clap of a hand does no damage. 1,000 consecutive claps may cause pain and real damage. In walking, the mechanical force of the 1,000th step is no greater than that of the first, but by design the foot tissue is vulnerable to the cumulative impact of force. Footnote: repetitive stress only damages living tissue. If I clapped my hand against the hand of a corpse, even one who had died very recently, the dead hand would not change. After half an hour of continuously slapping a cadaver hand, my own hand would be red and swollen. After several hours, my hand would probably have an open ulcer, but the cadaver hand would look the same. This fact has complicated the science of physiology because physiologists often use cadavers to test tissue strength and durability. Cadaver tissues simply do not respond to low-level repetitive stress, just as they do not heal a wound. In living tissues, the phenomenon of inflammation heightens the defensive response to repetitive stress even as it assists healing. Inflammation increases sensitivity to pain and thus prevents a person from clapping hands too long or walking too far in new shoes. End footnote. The foot's main enemy turned out not to be thorns or nails, but the normal everyday stresses of walking. Every healthy person knows something of this phenomenon. I buy a pair of new shoes, put them on, and start walking around the house and the yard. For the first few hours they feel fine, but after a while the stiff leather begins to wear on my little toe, and the rough edge grates against my heel. Instinctively I limp, shortening my stride and redistributing the stress to other parts of my foot. If I ignore the pain signals, a blister will pop up, and I will experience acute pain. At that point, either I begin to limp more severely, or more likely I'll remove the shoes, put on some soft slippers for relief. On average, it takes me about a week to break in new shoes, a process that involved adaptations in both the leather of the shoe and the leather of my foot. The shoe gets softer and more compliant to my foot shape, while my foot grows extra layers of callus for protection at the stress points. But this entire process is foreign to a leprosy patient. Because he feels no pain from his little toe or heel, his stride never adjusts. After a blister arises, he keeps walking, oblivious. The blister bursts, and an ulcer begins to form. Even so, he puts the shoes back on the next day, and the next, each time damaging more tissue. Infection may set in. If it goes untreated, that hot infection may spread into the bone, where it will not heal unless it gets complete rest. Studying a succession of X-rays, we learned how pernicious a deep infection can be. Tiny pieces of bone fragment break off and are extruded with the discharge from the wounds until eventually the infection leads to the loss of toes, or even the entire foot. All this time, the leprosy patient may continue to walk on the injury site, not showing the slightest sign of a limp. We had solved the mystery of missing toes. They are destroyed little by little because of infection, but how could we break the cycle? To combat the problem of repetitive stress on insensitive feet, we had to become shoe experts. Starting from total ignorance, I tested hundreds of models, trying them out on a regular walking route from my hospital to the railway station. We needed a soft material that would adapt to the shape of the patient's foot and spread out stress over a large area, combined with a firm sole that would keep the patient's foot from bending. We tried plaster casts, finely sanded wooden clogs, and plastic shoes formed from wax molds. I traveled to Calcutta to learn how to mix polyvinyl chloride, and to England to test spray-on plastics. Finally, we came up with the right combination, a microcellular rubber platform, a firm rocker bar to guide the walking motion, and a custom-fitted leather insole. Sedan was the first of my patients to get the new shoes custom-shaped to his stubby feet. Support for this project came from many sources, including the Madras Rubber Company and Beta Shoes. In time, we built our own microcellular rubber factory and employed half a dozen apprentice shoemakers in a workshop near Vellore. We persevered because we knew we could benefit far more leprosy patients by training a few good shoemakers to prevent deformities than by teaching scores of orthopedic surgeons how to correct them. Hand signals. We were still working on the problem of foot ulcers when a potentially devastating problem surfaced among our first hand surgery patients. Some returned to the clinic with the dismaying news that their newly mobile fingers were shortening. Embarrassed, for they knew how much time and effort we had devoted to the hand research unit, they admitted that their fingers were developing sores and ulcers at a faster rate now than before the surgery. My heart sank as I examined their newly injured hands. "Don't waste your time on leprosy, Paul," colleagues had warned me. Perhaps they were right. We had made much progress in surgical technique, but what good was a liberated hand if the patient ended up destroying it anyway? We dressed the wounds and wrapped them in plaster of Paris. Months later, the same patients returned with new signs of tissue damage. The pattern baffled me for months and threatened to derail our entire leprosy program. Before proceeding further, we had to find the cause of hand injuries, just as we had with foot injuries. I decided to spend much more time with rehabilitated surgical patients in order to observe their normal routine. Many of the teenage boys were now living in a makeshift village of mud huts and thatched roofs near Vellore. We asked these boys, about 25 of them, to help us unravel the mystery of spontaneous wounds. First, I made a baseline survey, tracing outlines of the boys' hands on a piece of paper and noting every scar or sign of finger damage. For weeks, even for months, I visited them nearly every day, examining and measuring their hands, watching them at work, studying every tiny abnormality. And it didn't take long to discover why boys who managed to stay free of injuries before surgery sometimes got into more trouble afterward. With the new mobility and strength in their hands, they were more likely to work harder and thus take more risks. Some culprits I spotted right away. One young man was a carpenter. He had left our clinic in high spirits several months before, proud that his once paralyzed fingers could now curl the hand around the handle of a hammer, thrilled to resume an occupation he thought lost to him forever. I, too, was excited that he had found a source of income. But neither he nor I had foreseen the hazards of carpentry without pain. When a large blister appeared on his hand, I easily matched it to a splinter in the hammer handle. He had pounded all day with a wood splinter sticking in the flesh of his palm. I fashioned a thicker, padded handle for his hammer, solving the splinter problem. Then I noticed his fingertips beginning to show signs of abuse, so I taught him to hold the nails with a pair of pliers. I had to reach back in time to my days in construction to design casings that would protect his hands from the plane and the saw and other potentially dangerous tools. Ever since medical school, I had wondered if I had misspent those 5 years in the construction field. Now I was thankful to find a redeeming purpose to my circuitous career path. Each occupation had its own hazards. One young farmer used a hoe all day, not noticing a nail that stuck out from its handle into his palm. Another boy had damaged his hand on a spade with a cracked handle that had been wrapped in baling wire. A barber lost his ring finger and nearly his middle finger through the repeated pressure from working a pair of scissors. A few simple design changes made these handles safer as well. One of our most careful patients, a boy named Nemo, experienced his first major setback when he volunteered to hold a floodlight for an American visitor who dropped by to shoot film footage of our work. Insensitive to heat, Nemo didn't notice when the handle began to get hot. Insulation around it had broken off. As soon as he set the light down, though, he saw shiny pink blisters already forming on his hands. He dashed out of the room, and I followed him. Without thinking, I asked Nemo, "Does it hurt?" And I'll never forget his poignant reply. "You know it doesn't hurt me," he cried. "I'm suffering in my mind because I can't suffer in my body." All this time, as I was tracking injuries, a suspicion was growing in my mind. One day I shared my idea with the patients. We have seen that people who talk about the bad flesh of leprosy are wrong. Your flesh is as good as mine. The problem is that you don't feel pain, and so it's easy for you to injure yourselves. You've already been very helpful in identifying the cause of many hand injuries. I have a theory that I'll need your help to test. What if we assume that all wounds occur because of accidents, not because of leprosy itself? I asked the patients to join me in a detective hunt. Together we would track down the cause of every single injury. We would meet as a group weekly, and each boy would have to accept responsibility for his injuries. Never could anyone say about a wound, "It just came by itself," or "That's what leprosy does." If I detected a new blister on the back of a knuckle or a spot of inflammation on the thumb, I wanted some explanation, no matter how far-fetched it sounded. Some of the boys hid their wounds at first. Years of rejection had conditioned them to conceal injuries, and they found it shameful to acknowledge their wounds so openly. In contrast, a few, the naughty boys as we called them, seemed to take a morbid delight in their painlessness. These rapscallions liked to shock people. One boy pushed a thorn through the palm of his hand until it poked through the other side like a sewing needle. Sometimes I felt like a schoolmaster with the odd sense that I was introducing the boys to their own limbs, begging their minds to welcome the insensitive parts of their bodies. It was easy to think of the boys as being carelessly irresponsible until I began to understand their point of view. Pain, along with its cousin, touch, is distributed universally on the body, providing a sort of boundary of self. Loss of sensation destroys that boundary, and now my leprosy patients no longer felt their hands and feet as part of themselves. Even after surgery, they tended to view their repaired hands and feet as tools or artificial appendages. They lacked the basic instinct of self-protection that pain normally provides. One of the boys said to me, "My hands and feet don't feel like they're part of me. They're like tools I can use, but they aren't really me. I can see them, but in my mind they're dead." I heard similar comments often, underscoring the crucial role that pain plays in unifying the human body. As weeks went by, the message finally sank in, and the group joined together in the detective hunt. Whenever we spotted a wound, we carefully examined it in search of a cause, then applied a splint to keep the finger or hand out of action until it healed. We uncovered both everyday and exotic causes of spontaneous wounds, feeling especially proud when we managed to solve a difficult case. For example, some of the boys had developed ugly sores between their fingers. We discovered that soap suds tend to get trapped in the crevices between partially paralyzed fingers and toes. The skin softens, macerates, and eventually cracks open. Once we had ferreted out the origin of an injury, we would usually prevent it from recurring. It took us weeks to decipher blisters that sometimes appeared on the knuckles of patients during the night. One boy seemed especially susceptible. At night we examined him and found healthy unmarked hands. By the next morning a tiny row of blisters had mysteriously appeared. How could injuries occur during sleep? Were they pressure sores? We quizzed him on his sleeping positions and searched his rooms for any knobs or sharp objects. Finally, his keen-eyed roommates identified the problem. The boy with the blisters liked to read at night in bed. Just before retiring, he would reach over and turn off the hurricane lamp by twisting a metal knob to withdraw the wick. As he did so, the back of his hand, insensitive to both heat and pain, rubbed against the glass globe, searing the flesh in a regular pattern along three fingers. We fitted large, long knobs on all hurricane lamps. Late-night readers no longer had to worry about blisters. The patients learned to account for 90% of spontaneous wounds. By far the most mystifying injuries involved the sudden disappearance of almost a whole segment of a finger or toe. Every once in a while, a leprosy patient would show up at our daily meetings and sheepishly display a raw, bleeding patch with the flesh around an inch-length section of a finger or big toe missing and bare bone exposed. This oddity defied everything we had learned, and until we solved the mystery, it put our entire theory in jeopardy. I dared not tell other hospital personnel about the problem, for it seemed to confirm the worst myths about leprous fingers and toes simply falling off. Almost always, the afflicted person noticed the missing digit in the morning. Something ominous was taking place during the night. One patient solved the mystery by sitting up all night in an observation post from which he watched a scene straight out of a horror movie. In the middle of the night, a rat climbed onto the bed of a fellow patient, sniffed around tentatively, nuzzled a finger, and, meeting no resistance, began to gnaw on it. The lookout yelled, waking the whole room and scaring away the rat. At last we had the answer. The boy's fingers and toes had not dropped off. They were being eaten. This most repugnant cause of spontaneous wounds had an easy remedy. First we set traps for the rodents and built barriers around the beds of our patients. When the trouble continued, we settled on a more effective solution. We went into the cat breeding business, using a bloodline of proven Siamese male who was an excellent ratter. From then on, no leprosy patient could leave the rehabilitation center without a feline companion. The problem of missing pieces of fingers vanished almost overnight. Never free. I began leprosy work with a singular desire to repair damaged hands. Along the way, I met with an even greater challenge, quite simply, to keep my leprosy patients from destroying themselves. New dangers sprang up Hydra-like to replace those we eliminated. We made a list of rules for the patients. Never walk barefoot. Inspect your hands and feet every day. Don't smoke. We frequently had to treat the kissing wound, named for the adjacent burns that marks that a cigarette leaves if held too long between insensitive fingers. Wrap hot objects with a cloth. When in doubt, wear gloves. Use coconut oil to soften skin and prevent cracks. Don't eat in bed so as not to attract rats and ants. On a bus or a truck, don't sit near the hot engine or rest your feet on the metal floor. Always use a mug modified with a wooden handle. In time, we turned the tide of battle, and incidents of spontaneous wounds plummeted. Indeed, my most careful patients were now keeping their hands and feet free of any serious damage. Even the most reluctant patients, those who had joined the group solely as a favor to me, caught the vision I had hoped for. More than promoting a cold scientific theory, our little group at Valor was fighting a crusade to help overturn ancient prejudice against leprosy. Sulfone drugs could now arrest the disease. Perhaps proper care could prevent the deformities that made it so terrible. As we worked with the patients each day, we were most pleased to see that gradually, inexorably, the all-important sense of self began to extend to parts of their bodies that they could no longer feel. They were indeed taking a kind of moral responsibility for their insensitive limbs, an attitude in welcome contrast to their earlier apathy. With that sense of self came hope, and with hope came sometimes despair. The story of proud Raymond comes to mind. A wiry teenager of Anglo-Indian descent, Raymond was one of our most diligent sleuths. Like many Anglo-Indians, he had a healthy dose of self-confidence, and he took great pride in his unmarked hands. We never had to encourage Raymond's cooperation with our project. He delighted in informing on other patients who might be trying to conceal a wound. One weekend, Raymond asked permission to visit Madras to spend a holiday with his family. I want to go back where I was rejected, he told me. Before, when his fingers had been drawn into a claw shape, people treated him like an outcast. Now, with limber hands, he wanted to try out his new identity in the great city of Madras. We reviewed all the dangers he might encounter, and Raymond excitedly boarded the train for Madras. He returned, 2 days later, a pathetic, forlorn figure, a different Raymond than I had ever seen. Thick gauze bandages covered both hands. His shoulders slumped, and he could hardly speak to me without crying. "Oh, Dr. Brand, look at my hands, he moaned. Some time passed before he could tell the whole story. His first night home, Raymond had celebrated in a joyous reunion with his family. He told them he was now certified negative, and after a few more surgeries on his hands, he could begin searching for a job. At last he felt fully accepted by his family. Happier than he had been in years, he retired to his old room, vacant for years, and fell asleep on the woven pallet on the floor. The next morning, Raymond inspected his hands first thing as we had trained him. To his horror, he found a bloody wound on the back of his left index finger. The finger I had worked on now had no skin on the back side. Raymond knew the telltale signs. Drops of blood and marks in the dust confirmed that a rat had visited him during the night. He had not thought to take his cat along for the weekend. All that day Raymond agonized. Should he return to Velour early? He shopped for a rat trap, but shops were closed for the holiday. He decided to spend one more night, this time with a stick at his side. He would force himself to stay awake to get revenge against that rat. Sunday night Raymond sat cross-legged on his pallet, his back against the wall, reading a book. He managed to keep his eyes open until 4 a.m, when he grew heavy and he could no longer fight off sleep. Still sitting, he dozed. The book fell forward onto his hands, and he slid. His hand slid over to one side against the hot hurricane lantern. And that explained Raymond's other bandaged hand. When he awoke the next morning, he saw that a large patch of skin had burned off the back of his right hand. He stared in disbelief and despair at his 2 hands. He who had admonished others about the dangers of leprosy had failed to protect himself. I tried my best to comfort Raymond. There was no time for scolding. After months of soaring expectations in Velour, one weekend trip to Madras had shattered his confidence. I feel as if I've lost all my freedom, he told me when he could finally talk about the incident. And then, in tears, he asked a question that has stayed with me ever since. Dr. Brand, how can I ever be free without pain? Spreading the word. For most people, preventing avoidable injuries takes no conscious thought. The pain reflex will jerk a hand away from a hot object, order a limp if shoes fit too tightly, and startle a sleeper awake if a rat even nuzzles a hand. Deprived of that reflex, leprosy patients must anticipate consciously what might harm them. Yet the conscious mind can do wonders to compensate for the loss of reflex. Our constant harping on the dangers finally had its effect. At the end of 1 year, we determined that not one finger had shortened among the boys in our experiment. I had asked our patients to assume, just for the sake of our detective hunt, the radical theory that all damage to hands and feet was related to their insensitivity to pain. They had become so skilled at tracking the causes of injury that I was now ready to go public with the theory that painlessness was the only real enemy. Leprosy merely silenced pain, and further damage came about as a side effect of painlessness. In other words, all subsequent damage was preventable. I knew such a notion flew in the face of hundreds of years of tradition, and the medical community would likely greet a new theory with skepticism. But my patients, the carpenter, the boys with foot ulcers, Nemo, Raymond, and especially Sedan, had convinced me that painlessness and not leprosy was the villain. We could now identify the underlying cause of virtually all injuries at Velour, and all were secondary effects. We had removed forever the excuse that patients used to give all the time, the wound happened all by itself, it's just part of leprosy. If we were right, the standard approach to leprosy treatment addressed only half the problem. Arresting the disease through sulfone drug treatments was not nearly enough. Health workers also needed to alert leprosy patients to the hazards of a life without pain. We now understood why even a burnout case with no active bacilli continued to suffer disfigurement. Even after leprosy had been cured, without proper training, patients would continue to lose fingers and toes and other tissue because that loss resulted from painlessness. I began to sense the time had come to carry that message to other leprosy centers. I drove to a nearby leprosy mission hospital, Vada with some apprehension, for this would be my first attempt to persuade others to adopt the new approach to wound prevention. The director, a solidly built Danish nurse named Miss Lillelund, took pride in her hospital's Scandinavian standards of hygiene and efficiency, and she ruled patients and staff with absolute dictatorial powers. Her hospital specialized in the care of children with leprosy, and behind Nurse Lillelund's stern mask I knew there lay a deep love and concern for her children. I knew that if I could convince Nurse Lillelund of the new approach, the entire leprosarium would soon fall into step behind her. Our surgical team visited Vada Thoraciller every 6 weeks, and every time we followed a prescribed regimen. First came the welcoming ceremony, Nurse Lilylund had trained her patients to assemble in the courtyard in formation. Then we retired to the director's quarters for morning tea. For such occasions she appointed one of the schoolboy patients to be the punkah wala, or the turner of the fan. The punkah fan consisted of a large woven mat attached to a block of wood that hung from the ceiling on 2 chains. The punkah wala had the honorable and monotonous task of pulling cords and pulleys in such a way as to keep the woven mat moving back and forth at a steady pace, stirring up air in the room. As we sat talking to Nurse Lilylund over tea, the mat would move more and more slowly until she would call out, "Punkah wala." We started in our seats, the fan abruptly sped up, and the conversation continued. It was at one of these morning teas that I first presented our findings about leprosy to Nurse Lilylund. I love her name. I described in detail the tests we had performed at Valor and gave our preliminary conclusion that all tissue damage in leprosy patients could be prevented. The worst problem is that they lack pain, I said. Our job is to teach them how to live without it. Nurse Lilylund listened with interest, but I could see warning signs in her furrowed brow and a cloud forming behind her eyes. Why don't we go into the cottages and wards and visit some of the patients, I suggested. She agreed, and as we strolled the immaculate corridors, I noticed suspicious marks on hands and feet right away. I pointed to one ulcer on a boy's palm. There's the kind of injury I've been talking about. You know, all the paths here are bordered with a thorny bush. I wonder if that ulcer started to form when he climbed over a bush and grabbed a thorn without knowing it. No, Nurse Lilylund said. Then she exploded. No, my boys here never do that. Besides, if they get the slightest wound, they report immediately to my clinic. These are leprosy infections we're looking at. They're not injuries. Now I sensed the real issue. Nurse Lilylund viewed as a personal affront any suggestion that her patients were somehow negligent in protecting themselves. Fortunately, Nurse Lilylund also had a Nordic commitment to the scientific method. She agreed to let me survey her patients for significant hand injuries. Soon all were assembled in formation, standing in attention with their hands extended. I went up and down the rows, noting any problems. I counted 127 patients who showed signs of broken or inflamed skin. I suggested possible reasons as I examined them: splinters from rough wood, burns from a metal coffee cup or a cooking pan. At first, Nurse Lilylund at my side tried to defend her patients. "Oh, that's nothing," she said, about a small ulcer on the web of a boy's thumb. I remarked that small ulcers tend to develop into large ones, and told her of some patients who had lost their thumbs as a result of infections at the same spot. In a flash, she turned on the young man. "Why didn't you report this to me?" About halfway through the round, Nurse Lilylund became totally deflated. She no longer tried to defend her methods. The sight of so many hand injuries had convinced her of the importance of prevention, and she pronounced herself mortified, angry, and ashamed. "Believe me, I will restore order," she vowed, and not for a moment did I doubt her. After we finished the survey, she assembled all the patients and asked me to give a lecture on preventing injuries. I talked for half an hour, allowing Nurse Lilylund enough time to regain her composure and come up with the plan. The leprosy patient stood respectfully in the courtyard as I spoke, evidently well accustomed to a lecture format. Most of them wore impassive expressions, and I wondered how many were grasping my message. I needn't have worried. Nurse Lilylund followed my lecture with a speech of her own. "The reputation of our institution is at stake," she declared. "We should be ashamed. You boys are injuring yourselves, and you're not reporting it. From now on, I will hold a thorough personal inspection every 3 days. Anyone found to have a wound that has not been reported in advance will get no more home food rations. All meals must be taken in the canteen." A groan went through the crowd. Nurse Lilylund had seized on the single most effective deterrent. Everyone hated the bland cafeteria food and cherished the privilege of cooking private meals Indian style on charcoal stoves in the living quarters. I left Varatharassalar with mixed feelings, unsure whether we had accomplished our goal of communicating a spirit of hope and encouragement to the patients at Nurse Lilylund's hospital. But 6 weeks later I saw undeniable results. We held another hand inspection, and this time I found not 127, but 6 wounds, all of which were properly dressed and bandaged with plaster. Nurse Lilylund beamed, and with good reason. I was overwhelmed by the results of her campaign. With a few more Nurse Lilylunds, we could change the course of leprosy.